Chapter 4274. The influence of the Church of Light was undeniable in the Western world. The materials that Lin Fei needed were delivered in a very short time. Lin Fei spent several days to crack the hexagram array. At the same time, he studied the inside and outside thoroughly. No matter what kind of array it was only a matter of time before Lin Fei, who had high attainments in this field. Moreover, these arrays were not as powerful as the ones in the other world. Lin Fei never took it seriously. "Boss, these are the materials that you need. If it is not enough, I will ask the Church of Light to continue collecting and send them over immediately." Irina had already changed into the clothes of a female pope. She looked valiant and had a trace of dignity. However, in front of Lin Fei, Irina was like a little maidservant. She did not dare to have any thoughts about it. She knew that since Lin Fei was able to help her become the female pope, he would be able to knock her down with a raise of his hand. It would all be within the span of a single thought. The only thing Irina could do now was to hold on to this thick thigh. No, it should be a big backer. "All right, you can go out now. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in." Irina left the room. After Lin Fei scanned through the materials, he continued to operate the large array. This hexagram array was very ordinary. After spending some time, Lin Fei finally made some changes to the original foundation. Open. The array was activated. A steady stream of holy light gushed out from the small world, and it was much denser than before. Lin Fei smiled. "That's more like it." He then sat down cross-legged. His body was like a bottomless pit, devouring the holy light. While absorbing the holy light, Lin Fei was also testing the limit of the small world's ability to gush out holy light. On the original foundation, the amount of holy light kept increasing. Until one day, a tyrannical and overbearing spiritual energy swept across the area. Lin Fei immediately cut off the connection. He knew he had achieved his goal. This so-called Radiance world does have quite a number of experts. With this level of spiritual force, it should be equivalent to a Qi refining realm expert. At the very least, it's at the 7th or 8th stage. The spiritual force didn't stay for long. He didn't see anything special about it before it disappeared. Lin Fei knew that this spiritual power was here to check the cause of the leakage of the holy light. Perhaps the enemy had set up a perimeter, and if the holy light exceeded a certain limit, they would come to check. Now that Lin Fei knew the limits of the holy light, he could rest easy. He calmly absorbed the holy light energy. Over the past few days, the tree of life had used the power of the holy light to grow new leaves. It has become lush and green. Lin Fei was overjoyed by the tree of life's drastic changes. Compared to the inheritance pool of dark church, Lin Fei preferred the holy light here. The reason for that was because the holy light was extremely pure. While it might not be of much use to others, it was the best nourishment for the tree of life. Perhaps, those fellows from the Radiance world might not even know about it. Lin Fei could feel his body recovering at all times. It's a pity that the tree of life's capacity is still limited. If it could grow into a towering tree, I could directly enter the Radiance world and devour it. It wouldn't be so troublesome. A trace of helplessness flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Even according to the holy heavens, the Radiance world was filled with experts. In Lin Fei's eyes, they were just existences with a higher level of existence. There was no threat. If he rushed in and started a massacre, he would be able to control the Radiance world. Lin Fei suppressed this thought. He should wait for the tree of life to grow first. After confirming that there was no threat, Lin Fei began to arrange another formation. Outside the six-pointed star formation, he added a new one. The formation was not a powerful one. It was just a method to condense holy light. After all, Lin Fei couldn't stay in the Radiance Church forever. This wasn't in line with Lin Fei's character. Staying here for such a long time was already not bad. If he continued to stay here, who knew how long he would have to stay? No matter how good the Western world was, it couldn't compare to China. Lin Fei would definitely leave. This formation was left behind to completely condense the holy light into a physical form, which was the rising light energy block. Only Lin Fei could do such a thing. When the holy light accumulated to a certain level, the Radiance Church would escort it over. This saved him a lot of time. When the Tree of Life grew to more than 10 meters tall, he would be able to enter the Radiance world. At that time, he could plunder the Tree of Life without restraint. Now, grow it. In order to prevent people from the Radiance world from coming in to check, Lin Fei left behind a powerful imprint. This imprint could unleash the power of 3 attacks. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, the power of 3 attacks was enough to kill a Qi refining realm expert. As long as this imprint was activated, Lin Fei would be able to sense it even if he was far away in China. At that time, he could come back to oversee the Radiance Church. After the formation was activated, the holy light energy was quantified to a certain extent. From illusory to solid, it turned into an energy block that looked like a gold bar. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all by this unimaginable method. On the other hand, Irina was dumbfounded when she came in. The boss was indeed the boss. He could turn something rotten into something magical. Lin Fei left after giving some instructions. He had set up a trap here, but it wasn't enough. Those old fogies from the Western world could be put to good use since they had nothing better to do. When Lin Fei returned, those old fogies were left outside to guard the reincarnation pool. There used to be a statue of an archangel in the reincarnation pool, but Lin Fei had destroyed it. Naturally, they needed someone to guard it again. In any case, those old fogies were cheap labor. Why not use them? After dealing with these matters, Lin Fei left the Radiance Church. There was nothing in the Western world that interested Lin Fei anymore. His harvest from this trip was quite good. Not only did he obtain the number 1 divine tree, but he had also recovered his body. This was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Lin Fei took an international plane and didn't go back to China directly. He went to Southeast Asia first. His eldest disciple, Su Mei, was still in Kai Shan's manor. He had to bring her back. When Lin Fei arrived, Su Mei and Kai Shan were fighting. It had been a while since they last met. Su Mei's sword technique was even sharper. She had improved a lot during this period of time. One move after another, she was very good at seizing the time, causing Kai Shan to be in a difficult situation. Little Su, you have improved a lot during this period of time. You didn't disappoint me. Su Mei, who was fighting with Kai Shan, stopped and saw that her master had returned. Her face was filled with joy. Master, you're finally back. I missed you. Boss. Kai Shan followed. Chapter 4275. Lin Fei did not stay in Thailand for too long. He was very satisfied with the growth of his eldest disciple, Su Mei. At least during this period, Su Mei did not waste any time. She kept looking for people to fight, to train herself and improve her strength. At the same time, Lin Fei went to the entrance of the Kunlun secret realm in the mountains. The formation was not destroyed. The things he asked Kai Shan to do last time were all done. The entire mountain had been bought out. Difficult? No difficulty. With Cai Shan's influence in Thailand, who would dare say no? Lin Fei told them what to do next. Then he brought Su Mei back to the country. In a short time. Lin Fei did not plan to go to the Kunlun secret realm again. For him, there was one more important thing, which was to go to the Divine Dragon's secret realm. As soon as he got off the Yanjing airport, Lin Fei saw the person who came to pick him up. It was none other than Yi Zixuan. Previously, Yi Zixuan had returned a step earlier than Lin Fei. This time, besides Yi Zixuan, there was also an old acquaintance. It was the god of war, Yi Xian. Young Master Lin, it must have been a long journey. Lin Fei said, "It's just a plane ride. It's not hard at all. I'm quite surprised that you came. Actually, you didn't have to come." Yi Zixuan and the god of war looked at each other. Yi Xian said, "We have nothing to do anyway. Young Master Lin, are you free?" Let's sit down and have a chat. Lin Fei knew very well why the god of war came to pick him up. It was because of the divine dragon's secret realm. No. It was the last dragon key. Lin Fei already had 2 dragon god keys in his hands, which was equivalent to having 20 slots. No matter who had the 20 slots, they would be of great use to him. Fortunately, the news was still in Yi Zixuan's hands. If it spread, many people in Yanjing would come to fight for these 20 places. So no matter what, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian had to get some of the 20 places. It would be good to get one more. Lin Fei did not agree. I don't have time today. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I have something to take care of. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian had no objections. He had just mentioned it. It would be best if Lin Fei could agree. The day after tomorrow is not too late. It was fine as long as Lin Fei didn't release any information. You don't have to worry about anything. The divine dragon key will be released. I won't take it out easily. Lin Fei reassured them. Hearing this, the 2 of them were a little embarrassed, but they soon felt relieved. If these words came from Lin Fei, then there would definitely be no change. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian sent Lin Fei to a 5-star hotel. The room was booked. Little Su, it's rare for you to come to Beijing. Why don't you go out for a walk? I still have some things to take care of. Actually, even if Master didn't mention it, I was also planning to go to Yanjing for a stroll. I haven't been here for a long time. I remember that the last time I came was because of business matters. Su Mei said with a sigh. In the short span of a year, she had transformed from a female designer into a female martial artist. Moreover, she was a female grandmaster. His status had also undergone a huge change. It opened a whole new door. He saw a whole new world. Su Mei dressed up and went out. Lin Fei was not idle either. He also had things to do. In the courtyard house. Lin Lang brought his wife back here again. Although he had returned to the family, he was not used to living in that place. It was not as comfortable as living in the courtyard house. Once he heard that Lin Lang was not used to living there, Lin Moyuan, the head of the family, immediately redecorated the courtyard house. It was renovated inside and out. If one looked at it from the outside, one would definitely not be able to tell. But when one went inside, one would discover a whole new world. The current Lin Moyuan did not dare to easily offend Lin Lang. Although he was the head of the family, in front of the unfathomable Lin Fei, he was nothing. On the other hand, even if Lin Lang's strength was not as good as it was in the past, with such a son, anyone would have to think twice. Even if many people in the family had thoughts, they did not dare to show it. Who is it? Lin Lang, who was basking in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand and waved, and a teacup flew over. You're already so old, but your temper is still very bad. No wonder you were schemed against back then. A figure walked in and grabbed the teacup with a raise of his hand. He did not even spill a drop of tea. With a light pat, the teacup flew back and landed gently on the tea table, untouched. Little Fei, why are you back? Lin Lang stood up, looking very excited. I just happened to pass by and came to take a look. I didn't expect you to move in again. Lin Fei looked around. Lin Moyuan still knows how to do things. At least he renovated this place. Lin Lang was indeed very excited. He did not dare to look for his son, Lin Fei, nor did he dare to call Lin Fei. Now that Lin Fei had taken the initiative to come to the courtyard house, Lin Lang was naturally very happy. Lin Moyuan can't do other things well, but when it comes to handling interpersonal relationships, he's quite good, Lin Lang said. I actually don't have much to do today. I just want to help you recover your body, such as regrowing your severed arm. Lin Fei said casually. Lin Lang was very excited. Little Fei, if it's too troublesome, then there's no need. Anyway, I'm already so old, it's not bad to take care of myself. Lin Fei walked into the house and saw his mother. She was busy making tea. Little Fei, you must be thirsty. Quick, have a cup of tea. This tea tastes pretty good. Lin Fei did not refuse and drank a few mouthfuls. Lin Lang followed him in. This trip. Lin Fei came for the two of them. On this trip, he had gained a lot of things, the most important of which was the God's water of life. This was a top-notch item. Outsiders might not be able to use it to their full potential. But it was very easy for Lin Fei. Originally, regrowing a severed arm required a lot of materials. Now that he had the God's water of life, the time was greatly reduced. Although his father Lin Lang did not seem to be interested in martial arts. But there was still a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Lin Fei did not resist as much now. This was the cause, so naturally, there would be an effect. He wouldn't be staying in Yanjing for too long. He didn't know when he would come back after leaving Beijing. So, he might as well help his father recover his strength. With strength, naturally, no one would dare to have any other thoughts. His prestige could only exist for a while, not for long. Lin Fei was very clear about this logic. Find a quiet room. I'll find one right away. In the room. Chapter 4276. Lin Lang's problem was very simple. It was nothing more than a broken arm. He just needed to regrow it. Of course, there were old injuries in his body. This time, it would be solved once and for all. At that time, his father's strength would be improved in one go. Lin Lang's strength was already very high in the past. Now that he had recovered, it was equivalent to breaking through and then building again. It was just the right time for him to rush to the level of guru. As for his mother, it was even simpler. Her strength could also be improved. The frost and dust on her face could also be removed. She would be reborn. These were not difficult for Lin Fei. After dealing with these things, Lin Fei left the Sihiyuan. In addition, he left a mark in front of the yard. Anyone who broke in would be killed. Other than the natural dissipation of time, no one else could unlock it. This was also for safety reasons. 3 hours later. Lin Lang was the first to open his eyes. He subconsciously propped up his body with his hands. As soon as he did so, he felt that something was wrong. Because he usually used his right hand. But this time, he used his left hand. My left hand has regrown again. Lin Lang looked at his moving left hand. It was exactly the same. He felt incredible and shocked. Before, he didn't want his son to work so hard. After all, regrowing a broken arm was not an easy thing. It was no less than the legendary ascension to heaven. But now, he did it easily. In the next second, Lin Lang felt that something was different. Because the internal qi in his body was extremely strong. This internal qi, I seem to have broken through to the level of guru, and it is the peak of the level. Lin Lang was stunned again. He turned over and got off the ground. Lin Lang knew that his feeling was right. He really became a guru. Not only that, but even his lost left arm had recovered. All of this was brought by his son. Lin Lang took a breath and quickly woke up his wife next to him. But when he saw his wife's face, he was also shocked. Over the years, his wife had suffered a lot with him. Now, she had been reborn. He almost couldn't recognize her. It was really a big change. If it wasn't for the familiar aura, Lin Lang wouldn't have recognized her at all. He would have thought that it was a strange woman lying next to him. When his wife woke up and saw the change in Lin Lang, they finally knew that their son, Lin Fei, had forgiven them. During this time, the two of them cried tears of joy. They had waited a long time for this day. Our son has such a heaven-defying ability. We definitely can't teach others, lest we invite trouble. You suddenly said to your wife, and she nodded her head every day. I understand, I understand. If there's nothing important, let's not go out. After leaving the Sihiyuan, Lin Fei returned to the 5-star hotel and closed his eyes to rest. By the time Lin Fei opened his eyes again after the divine water of life had circulated through his body, it was already dark outside. Lin Fei very much enjoyed the comfortable feeling of the divine water of life in his body. Wherever it passed, the wounds left behind would be healed. Looks like it won't be long before my body completely recovers. Lin Fei made a serving of food. He casually turned on the TV. Looking at the news. His entire body was filled with a lazy aura. This was the kind of life he loved. At midnight, Lin Fei opened his eyes. He got up and walked to the French windows. Looking in one direction, he slightly frowned. I seem to have sensed a strange power just now. It happened in the north. I guess many people have also sensed it. This strange power was like the moon in the night. It was exceptionally obvious. Especially for an expert like Lin Fei, he felt that it was not an ordinary power. Looks like something has happened in the north. In Lin Fei's eyes, the north should be that huge desert. Only in those places could all kinds of things happen. Thinking back, it seemed that the divine dragon's secret realm was in a huge desert in the north. Or, the divine dragon's secret realm had opened in advance. Lin Fei felt that the possibility of this was quite high. Then someone would start to worry. As expected. In the afternoon of the second day, Yi Zixuan and the god of war specially came to visit. This was one day earlier than the appointed time. Lin Fei received them. Su Mei brought the tea over and stood behind Lin Fei. Young Master Lin, this is the news we just received. Take a look. Yi Zixuan took out a document and placed it in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not look at the document. He could see it clearly with his divine consciousness. It was as he had guessed. Something had happened. A sinkhole had appeared in the northern desert. This sinkhole was huge. It was hundreds of acres in size, and the sinkhole was bottomless. If that was all, it would not matter. But there were monsters constantly running out of such a deep sinkhole. These monsters were very ugly and extremely powerful. They wreaked havoc in the surrounding area. Only when the Yan Huang battle team made a move did these monsters vanquish. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian came as soon as they heard the news. Because this matter was not simple. Yi Xian wanted to see for himself. After all, the north was not far from Yanjing. Once the monsters from there came out, that was going to be a big problem. What do you guys think? Lin Fei asked. Yi Zixuan smiled bitterly. We still don't understand the situation. We have already had people seal off that area, but there are still monsters running out from below. And each one is stronger than the other. They are invulnerable. I suspect that this has something to do with the divine dragon's secret realm. It was very normal for Yi Zixuan to have such a thought. After all, that was the north. The divine dragon's secret realm was also in the north. The possibility of the two being the same was still very high. Young Master Lin, I think we should set off earlier to understand the situation. If it really is the divine dragon's secret realm, perhaps those people will all go there soon. Whether it was Yi Zixuan or Yi Xian, they both had the same thought. After all, Lin Fei had 2 divine dragon keys in his hands. If Lin Fei did not go, no one could enter the divine dragon's secret realm. As for using brute force, it would not work at all. Because the mysterious aura on Lin Fei was getting thicker and thicker. Even Yi Zixuan could not see through him. Yi Zixuan saw with her own eyes that Lin Fei had taken the divine tree of life and even stepped on the experts of the Dark Church and Church of Light. His strength was unfathomable, like a bottomless pit. If Lin Fei went with them, then this trip would be much easier. Lin Fei also wanted to see this sinkhole now. Was it the same as the divine dragon's secret realm? He would be able to see it once he arrived. Then let's not delay. Let's go now. Chapter 4277. North. The biggest desert. A special plane slowly landed at a temporary airport. This temporary airport was located right in the middle of the desert. Sandstorms blew from time to time. The 3 of them got off the plane. They could feel the sandstorms coming at them. Ever since the sinkhole appeared, the climate in this area has changed, especially the sandstorms that contain a trace of power. I have arranged for people to guard the entrance of the desert and forbid anyone from entering, Yi Xian said with a serious expression. Lin Fei also felt the slight changes in the sandstorms. Of course, to martial artists like them, this slight change was nothing. But if it happened to ordinary people, they would definitely suffer. They got off the plane. A military jeep drove over. The three of them sat in it. The person driving the jeep was not an ordinary person, but a warrior in the late stage of clear strength. He took out a document from the passenger seat and handed it to Yi Xian. This is the news that just came from the sinkhole. Sir, please take a look. Yi Xian flipped it open and his expression suddenly changed. He casually handed it to Lin Fei. The situation over there is changing very quickly. It is somewhat out of our expectations. Lin Fei took the document and opened it. There was no change in his expression. But he said, looks like this sinkhole is not ordinary. He then handed the document in his hand to Yi Zixuan. Could it be that the divine dragon's secret realm has opened? Yi Zixuan said after reading it. Yi Xian shook his head, this is hard to say. Logically speaking, it is impossible. The divine dragon's secret realm has always existed, but no one has ever found it. Although the divine dragon key has appeared, it has not been gathered. It is impossible to open the entrance. Lin Fei said, if I am not wrong, this sinkhole should be related to the divine dragon's secret realm. Maybe this is the outermost level of the divine dragon's secret realm. Otherwise, how can the existence of those monsters be explained? To put it more clearly, those monsters were used to guard the divine dragon mysterious land. However, they have now broken free. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan looked at each other and felt that it was really the case. What Lin Fei said made too much sense. If that is really the case, then things are a little bad, Yi Zixuan said. The atmosphere in the car became oppressive. Of course, this was only for Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan. Yi Xian was the god of war of Wuxia. Naturally, he would not allow these monsters to appear. The most relaxed one was none other than Lin Fei. He was now more interested in the divine dragon arcane realm. It was a monster that could give martial artists headaches. Perhaps this divine dragon's secret land was not as simple as a secret land. The jeep drove deep into the desert. Hua hua hua. Suddenly, a sandstorm blew up ahead. The expression of the cultivator driving the jeep changed. He shouted, not good, we have encountered a sandstorm. That's impossible. There was no mention of a sandstorm today. At this moment, the sky in front of them was dark, and yellow sand was rolling, sweeping in their direction. In the desert, the scariest thing was to encounter a sandstorm. As long as they encountered a sandstorm, nothing good would come out of it. As soon as the driver shouted, the sandstorm in the distance came crashing down. No matter how fast the driver reacted, the entire car and the people in it were instantly swallowed up by the sandstorm. The range of the sandstorm grew larger and larger, enveloping the entire area. This caused the area to be in a gray state. In the beginning, the people outside thought that the sandstorm would soon recede. But as time passed, the sandstorm did not recede. It continued to envelop the area. No matter what equipment was used, it was impossible to see what was going on inside the sandstorm. Under a pile of sand, a figure rushed out. The oncoming sandstorm stopped, forming a vacuum zone. I miscalculated. I really miscalculated. I didn't expect the sandstorm to be so powerful. Lin Fei patted the sand on his body and frowned slightly. He underestimated the power of the sandstorm. When the sandstorm came, Lin Fei originally planned to bring Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian out. But who would have thought that the sandstorm would come crashing down and instantly tear the jeep into pieces? Lin Fei was also swept away by the turbulence in the sandstorm. This also made Lin Fei feel very awkward. The sandstorm that he looked down on actually had a secret. I wonder how Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian are doing. With their strength, they shouldn't suffer too much. When the time comes, this area seems to be enveloped by this sandstorm. Lin Fei looked up and couldn't see the sun at all. His vision became incomparably dark. There was only the sound of the sandstorm in his ears. The formation of this sandstorm should be related to the sinkhole. Otherwise, the sandstorm wouldn't have its current power. Lin Fei's figure moved and his entire body rose into the air. He was ready to see what the situation was like up there. When he was about to reach the top, he encountered a barrier that blocked Lin Fei's way. Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped on the barrier. He didn't believe that this barrier could be stronger than him. With a loud rumbling sound, it crushed down. But an accident happened. Lin Fei's power fell on the barrier, but it was dispersed by the barrier. It was boundless, and he couldn't break this barrier. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and slapped a few times. The strength of each slap was increasing, but the barrier dispersed his power again and again. It made Lin Fei's power unable to gather at one point. Naturally, without power, how could he break the barrier? Interesting, really interesting. There's actually such a barrier. It seems like this sandstorm is indeed not ordinary. Someone set it up. That sinkhole is closely related to the divine dragon's secret realm. Lin Fei landed on the desert again. It would be a little difficult to break it from here. Of course, Lin Fei could break it, but it would cause too much of a commotion. At least for now, Lin Fei didn't want to do that. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment Lin Fei landed, dozens of black shadows shot out from the originally calm sand. Each of these black shadows was as thick as an arm. They were actually scorpions, gleaming with a cold light. The tail of the steel mace stabbed at Lin Fei directly. Lin Fei waved his hand and sent the scorpions flying. After the scorpions landed, they all burrowed into the sand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What a tough shell. It can even withstand the force of my swing. This must be a monster that escaped from the sinkhole. This sinkhole is much more interesting than I thought. If even this monster had such a defense, one could only imagine how strong it was. Chapter 4278. The sandstorm enveloped the largest desert in the north. At first, some people went in to explore. They wanted to figure out what was going on, because they had lost contact with the people near the sinkhole. However, there was no news from these people after they went in. It was the same after several groups of people went in. This time, no one dared to go in casually. Everyone realized that there was great danger and terror in this sandstorm, and they could die in there if they were not careful. The only fortunate thing was that the sandstorm did not continue to spread, and those monsters seemed to be enveloped by the sandstorm and did not run out at all. This also made everyone breathe a long sigh of relief. If those monsters ran out, they would not be able to stop them at all. They had all seen how powerful these monsters were. They might be fine if they encountered them alone, but once they were in a group, they would be drowned by these monsters in an instant. By then, all that would be left was a corpse. The worst-case scenario had appeared. Yi Xian was also trapped inside, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. This news caused an uproar in the martial arts circle. At the beginning of the change in the north, the martial arts circle did not pay much attention to it. However, with the outbreak of this sandstorm, everyone realized one thing. There was a huge change in the northern desert, and at the same time, the news about the sinkhole spread. This made everyone realize that maybe the sinkhole had something to do with the divine dragon's secret realm. In a short time, many martial arts masters appeared at the periphery of the sandstorm. Tents were also being set up one by one. However, no one dared to go in casually. They might have a chance to go in when the sandstorm ended. Everyone wanted to go in and try their luck. Now, the news that the sinkhole and the divine dragon's secret realm were one had caused an uproar. Everyone thought that these two places should be the same place. Otherwise, there would not be such a change in the appearance of those monsters. At the same time, two figures quickly approached the area of the sandstorm. These two people were dressed casually. They stopped a few meters away from the sandstorm. What an incredible sandstorm that covered such a large desert. Even in our Kunlun's secret realm, there is no such thing. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He was shining brightly and carried a knife on his back. Without a doubt, he was a swordsman. It is indeed very unusual and unbelievable. This further proves that the divine dragon's secret ground is inside this sandstorm. Since the two of us have arrived so quickly, we'll be the first to get there. Let's take all the treasures inside before we do anything else. The other person also had a long saber on his back, and his entire body was flowing with a valiant aura. Let's go. The two of them did not stop and directly rushed into the sandstorm. The sandstorm was shredded into pieces before it could even get close to them. It turned out that there was an energy barrier around the two of them. The energy shield was not ordinary. It was formed by Saber Intent. The Saber Intent protection was a top-notch defense. Similar scenes continued to appear outside the sandstorms around them. Such an unbelievable scene not only shocked the martial Dao circle, but it also shocked all the forces in the Kunlun Mystery Land. The Divine Dragon Arcane Land had always been a rumor. Even though they had yet to see the real Divine Dragon Arcane Realm, the appearance of the sandstorm was enough to shock everyone. This made everyone understand one thing: this sandstorm must have something to do with the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. If he was lucky, he might even be able to take advantage of it. As the saying went, fortune is found in danger. If one did not take risks, how could one seek fortune? Whoosh! 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 Rays of sword aura pierced through a large number of scorpions. It was not the first or second time that he had encountered such a large number of scorpions. The further he went in, the more monsters there were. Among them, the arm-sized scorpions were the most numerous. They were in groups and looked mighty. These scorpions contained poison. The poison was very overbearing and could paralyze the nerves. Along the way, Lin Fei had already seen a lot of dead bodies. They had all suffered before. Other than that, the sandstorm seemed to be divided into several areas. For example, the area that Lin Fei was in was shrouded in a faint black fog, which added to the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Fei casually killed these poisonous scorpions and continued to move forward. He could already confirm that the sandstorm was actually a huge restriction. Perhaps only the owner of the Divine Dragon's secret realm would be able to set up such a trick. After confirming that it was a restriction, Lin Fei smiled. If it was something else, it might be difficult. If it was a restriction, it would be a piece of cake. Lin Fei would not be fooled by other things. He chose the right direction and moved forward. He was getting closer and closer to the sinkhole. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of him. Without any explanation, he attacked with his spear. The speed of the black figure's spear was extremely fast. One spear after another, the sky was filled with spear radiance. A Xiantian realm expert. What a big move. Is this for the test? Lin Fei used his finger as a sword to break all methods. The black shadow in front of him was cut open by his sword. The black fog dispersed and disappeared. The sky was filled with spear radiance as well. The scene was restored to peace. Lin Fei continued to move forward. There were more and more corpses on the ground. They were all the corpses of martial artists. The martial artists at the sinkhole must have been in trouble. The martial arts circle will probably lose a lot of people this time. Lin Fei shook his head. He was already used to this scene. Lin Fei was curious why the master of the Divine Dragon Mysterious Land would create such a huge restriction. Could it be that he was looking for an inheritor? Lin Fei had experienced a lot of restrictions like this. It was normal that this was the first thought that popped up in his mind. After all, this restriction was so huge. This was not something that just anyone could do. One had to be rich and powerful. One could only do it if he had a solid foundation. If it was not to select an inheritor, then what was it? He could not possibly be looking for a guardian, right? Lin Fei passed through several separate areas in a row. In each area, there would be a special condensed figure. However, the strength of these special figures was average. They were only at the innate level. It was obvious that it was impossible to break through without reaching the innate level. Saintess Yi, it's been a long time since we last met. You have nowhere to run this time. Be a good girl and let me suck your blood dry so that I can reach the sky in a single bound. All of a sudden, a sinister voice came from all directions. The coldness in the voice could be felt from afar. You people from the demonic sects are really shameless. How dare you violate the treaty and enter the secular world? Aren't you afraid of being besieged by the five forces? A roar of anger could be heard. Chapter 42-79. Yi Zixuan felt that she was really unlucky. She managed to drag Lin Fei to the northern desert with much difficulty and encountered a strange sandstorm. She was unable to resist at all and was sucked in by the sandstorm. If not for Yi Xian helping her at the crucial moment, she wouldn't even know what was going on. When Yi Zixuan woke up, she was trapped in the sandstorm. She encountered all kinds of dangers and finally resolved them. But she suddenly encountered the demonic forces in the Kunlun secret realm and was chased by them. If it was somewhere else, she might be able to hide. But in this sandstorm, danger lurked everywhere. Coupled with the pursuers, Yi Zixuan's injuries worsened. She was at the end of her rope. The 5 experts that were chasing Yi Zixuan were all in the innate realm. The leader was a short man with a cold aura all over his body. Yi Zixuan knew that this person was an expert on the wanted list. His name was Luo Yi. He did all kinds of evil. He specialized in taking action against those rich young ladies and sucking their primordial yin to increase his strength. As for the rich young ladies who had their primordial yin taken away, their final outcome was very miserable. Yi Zixuan was calling for help from the heavens, but the heavens and the earth didn't respond. Was she really going to fall into the hands of these people? For some reason, Yi Zixuan thought of Lin Fei at this time. Last time, when they encountered danger, it was Lin Fei who helped them resolve it. Moreover, he easily defeated the experts of Dark Church and Light Church, deterred them in one fell swoop, and calmly took away the God Tree of Life. Yi Zixuan had never forgotten this scene. But this time, Yi Zixuan felt that it was impossible for her to have that kind of opportunity. Saintess Yi, you should just accept your fate. For the sake of you being a saintess, if you serve me well, I might spare your life, Luo Yi said with a smile. The experts behind Luo Yi also laughed. That's right, your resistance is useless. You might as well follow our boss. Our boss is quite powerful. I guarantee that you will experience a different feeling. Yi Zixuan glared at him. Luo Yi, you are a street rat that everyone wants to kill. Even if I, Yi Zixuan, risk my life, I will not let you succeed. Come over if you have the ability. Yi Zixuan held her sword horizontally in front of her. In the end, you will only get a corpse. His tone was firm. Luo Yi said, so what? Even if I get the corpse, I can still refine you. Don't forget that I'm from a demonic sect. Refining puppets is what we're best at. Yi Zixuan's expression darkened again. He really forgot that the Devil Path sects are most proficient in refining corpses. Then I'll fight it out with you right now. Yi Zixuan panicked, dragging her injuries to attack. Luo Yi and the others had a smug look in their eyes. Silly women were so gullible. If they attacked, they might even get a corpse. However, if Saint Yi fought back, the situation would be completely different. They could capture Saintess Yi alive. Silly woman, you're a saintess in vain. You're so easily provoked by others. A faint voice suddenly sounded. His words fell into the ears of the 5 people. Luo Ye's expression changed. Who is it? With a wave of his hand, several black shadows shot out. It turned out that Luo Yi had a hidden weapon in his hand. This wasn't an ordinary hidden weapon. It was a hidden weapon that could kill an innate realm expert. It was smeared with poison and could kill an innate realm expert in a single move. With this hidden weapon, Luo Yi had killed countless experts. If he didn't have a use for Yi Zixuan, he would have used this hidden weapon long ago. After Luo Yi shot out the hidden weapon, his body suddenly turned cold. Subconsciously, he curled his body and rolled out like a ball. On the contrary, the 4 experts standing beside him suddenly groaned and fell to the ground. There was a hidden weapon in between their eyebrows. It was the hidden weapon that Luo Yi shot out. Oh no, I met an expert who easily broke my hidden weapon. I'm definitely not his match. Retreat immediately. Luo Yi kept breaking out in cold sweat. Those were 4 innate realm experts. They weren't as strong as him, but they were still innate realm experts. However, they were killed by his hidden weapon in a single move. The person who came was definitely stronger than him. If he didn't run, he would be killed. Swish swish swish. Luo Yi kept shooting hidden weapons around him. He retreated. As long as he rushed into the area in front, he would naturally be able to shake off the experts behind him with the help of the sandstorm. Luo Yi didn't believe that the other party could dodge his hidden weapon. Ah! There was a scream. Luo Yi fell to the ground. In his vision, his 2 legs had left him and he had lost both of his legs. A hand reached out and grabbed Luo Yi's neck, lifting him up like a dead dog. Why are you running? You still have your legs if you don't run, but you've become a cripple. What a pity. Luo Yi turned his head with difficulty and saw a young figure. It was also an unfamiliar figure. You destroyed my legs. I'll kill you. Luo Yi went crazy. He opened his mouth and wanted to spit out a hidden weapon. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't muster any strength. Everyone has the right to kill demonic experts. Do you think I'll give you a chance to attack? Lin Fei carried Luo Yi to Yi Zixuan. He casually tossed Luo Yi onto the sand. Last time, I saved your life. This time, I saved your life again. How do you think you should thank me? Lin Fei teased. That's right. Yi Zixuan felt like she had survived a calamity. Calm down. She finally realized that she had been tricked. A sword stabbed into Luo Yi's body. Luo Yi, you have such a day. Yi Zixuan was filled with rage. Yi Zixuan, quickly stop. If you do this, I will die. Quickly stop. Yi Zixuan stabbed sword after sword into Luo Yi's body. Luo Yi, who was initially ferocious, became terrified after eating more than 10 swords. His body was covered in bloody holes and fresh blood flowed out. Luo Yi felt despair and fear. She was just a crazy woman. He had no choice but to beg. I want to kill you because I am a woman. Yi Zixuan stabbed into Luo Yi's body once more, causing him to cry out in pain. But don't worry. Although I want to kill you, it will be too easy on you. Do you see those scorpions? I think they will really like you. Luo Yi couldn't move at all. He looked into the distance and many scorpions appeared in the desert. These scorpions seemed to have smelled blood and were slowly heading towards him. Luo Yi was scared out of his wits and his hair stood on end. Saint, please let me go. Don't let those things eat me. As long as you let me go, I will tell you a huge secret. Chapter 4280. Lin Fei did not say a word from start to finish, nor did he stop Yi Zixuan. Lin Fei could feel an evil aura from Luo Yi. It was obvious that he had done many evil things in his daily life. After all, he was from a demonic sect and everyone wanted to kill him. He was no different from a street rat. Moreover, Yi Zixuan was burning with anger. After being chased by these people for so long and nearly losing her life, she naturally had to vent her anger. Luo Yi could only say that his luck was bad. He could offend anyone but a woman. If a woman was ruthless, she would be very terrifying. What big secret can you have? You are just lying to me. You want to live a little longer, right? Yi Zixuan felt much better. She stabbed Luo Yi again and fresh blood flowed out, dyeing the surrounding sand red. On the other hand, the poisonous scorpions were getting closer. The more it was like this, the more Luo Yi felt his scalp go numb. Although he was a demonic expert, it did not mean that he liked these poisonous creatures. He did not use poisonous creatures to cultivate. When he thought about the poisonous scorpions surrounding him, drilling into his body and eating his flesh, Luo Yi could not remain calm. But he just couldn't move. His hand was broken, and the power in his body was messed up. Right now, he was even weaker than an ordinary person, especially in this sandstorm. His life was no longer his own. And all of this was done by this young man. Luo Yi could not feel any aura, but he easily made a Xiantian expert suffer. If he knew that there was an expert nearby, he would not have chased them even if he was beaten to death. He was reaping what he had sown. Don't kill him first. Let's hear what he has to say. Since he is a demonic expert from the Kunlun's secret realm, he must know a lot of information. Lin Fei said, stopping Yi Zixuan from continuing. Luo Yi, you won't be able to last much longer. Luo Yi heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she did not continue stabbing him, he could at least live a little longer. That's right. We demonic cultivators do have some secrets, and I happen to know a big secret about the divine dragon's secret ground. As long as you two let me go, I'll tell you this big secret. I can guarantee that the number of people who know about this secret can be counted on one hand. Yi Zixuan raised her hand and stabbed Luo Yi again. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and tell me. If you're too slow, I'll stab you with my sword. You can still hold on for a while. Don't stab, I'll tell you right away. Luo Yi was completely terrified. This was really a crazy woman. Luo Yi would rather die in the hands of someone else. Torturing himself like this was too painful and filled with despair. The upper echelons of our demonic Dao have received a shocking piece of news. It's said that there's an ancient tomb in the divine dragon's secret realm. In the ancient tomb, there's an ancestor of the Kunlun's secret realm sealed within. It's said that he's not truly dead. Yi Zixuan immediately stabbed him with her sword. That's impossible. Those ancestors of the Kunlun's secret realm have long died. It's impossible for them to be alive. You're lying to me. Luo Yi begged for mercy. Saintess Yi, it's true. There's indeed an ancestor in the divine dragon's secret realm. He's sealed with a supreme treasure. This time, we demonic cultivators have sent out quite a number of people to enter the divine dragon's secret realm. From there, we can open this treasure and seize the power seal left behind by the ancestor, unifying the entire Kunlun's secret realm. I also know that other than us demonic cultivators, there are 5 other major powers. This news has never been spread, and only those at the peak know about it. I only found out about it from the upper echelons of the demonic Dao by chance. This news is absolutely true. If I'm wrong, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Yi Zixuan did not continue. Your Kunlun's secret realm seems to be rather complicated. Lin Fei said. Yi Zixuan laughed bitterly. The powers in the Kunlun's secret realm are indeed rather complicated. If what he said is true, then this divine dragon's secret realm will not be that simple. It might even cause a bloody storm. Who knows, the sandstorm might even be left behind by that ancestor. Such a huge commotion, ordinary people really wouldn't be able to create it. Can you tell me about the ancestor? I'm rather curious. Although Yi Zixuan was a little puzzled, she still explained. A long time ago, there were 5 ancestors in the Kunlun's secret realm. They created the Kunlun's secret realm, but later on, due to various reasons, the 5 ancestors didn't get along and fell one after another. Until now, the legend of the 5 ancestors has been passed down. If this matter is true, then I really don't dare to imagine it. Lin Fei finally had a rough idea of the situation. So it was an old antique. Lin Fei still believed that this old antique must have obtained some kind of secret technique and sealed himself. The possibility was very high. At the start, Lin Fei was still curious about who created this sandstorm. At first, he thought it was the owner of the divine dragon's secret realm. But now, it seemed like it might be an ancestor. Let's go. Ignore this guy and let him fend for himself. Yi Zixuan, who had consumed a healing pill, had actually recovered quite a bit. She coldly snorted and ignored Luo Yi. Luo Ye's entire body skipped a beat. His scalp went numb. Holy maiden, please take me away. If you leave me here, then I'm dead for sure. Yi Zishuan turned her head and said, this is what you said. You wanted us to let you live. Now, I've already let you live. As for how you live on, that's your own problem. It's already very good that I didn't kill you. Luo Ye's entire face turned pale. He knew that his retribution had come. Lin Fei and Yi Zishuan left this region. They heard all sorts of curses and screams from Luo Yi. It lasted for a long time before it went silent. You're really ruthless. You left him there just like that. If it was someone else, it would be fine. But he's a demonic expert and likes to target rich ladies. He's done all sorts of evil. This is called getting what he deserves. Yi Zishuan said, I still have to thank you. You did me a big favor again. How about I repay you with my body? Yi Zishuan was indeed very grateful to Lin Fei. Without him, she wouldn't be where she was now. Not to mention killing Luo Yi, who had committed all sorts of evil, to avenge the women who had died. Forget about repaying me with your body. I'm afraid that those admirers of yours will carry knives and chase after me for thousands of miles. Lin Fei said jokingly. Yi Zishuan was amused and didn't talk about this topic anymore. Young Master Lin, did you meet Yi Xian on the way here? I'm worried that something might have happened to him. Chapter 4281. With Lin Fei's help, the journey became much smoother. The area of the sandstorm was very large. Even when they came, Yi Zishuan had some understanding. But walking in this sandstorm area, she still felt a huge change. Luckily, with Lin Fei, Yi Zishuan wasn't so afraid. We have already walked for 3 days, why haven't we reached the crater? Did we go in the wrong direction? Yi Zishuan stopped and observed the surroundings. But other than yellow sand, there was only yellow sand. There wasn't even a place to distinguish. Yi Zishuan couldn't help but suspect. Did they go the wrong way? We didn't go the wrong way. Lin Fei has been paying attention to the situation at all times. Going the wrong way wouldn't happen at all. Lin Fei casually sent out a sword energy and killed a monster that jumped out. Since yesterday, underground creatures kept rushing out from this desert. These underground creatures were similar to rats, but they were bigger, like puppies. They had sharp teeth that were extremely sharp and were very agile. They weren't easy to deal with. In front of Lin Fei's eyes, each slash was a kill. There was no way to escape. Hearing that they didn't go the wrong way, Yi Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that they would go the wrong way. She also realized that this desert wasn't like before. Not only were there monsters, but there were also experts from all sides. It might be okay if they met a righteous sect. But if they met a demonic expert, then it would be a headache. They would be chased all the way like her and were nearly captured by a demonic expert. The consequences would be unimaginable. They walked for quite a distance. Corpses of monsters started to appear on the ground. These corpses were all over the place, and there were many types of corpses. The corpses are still warm, so they shouldn't have died for long. Someone should be ahead of us. Yi Zishuan checked and said. There is no need to check, they should not be far ahead of us. I heard the sounds of them fighting. Yi Zishuan looked forward. Apart from yellow sand, there was only yellow sand. She didn't notice anything at all. However, she knew that Lin Fei was stronger than her. If he said that there were sounds of fighting, then there definitely was. The two of them sped up. As expected, there was a fight in front of them. More than 10 people from both sides fought together. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It was extremely dangerous. Yi Zishuan took a closer look and said excitedly, "It's Yi Xian, he's inside." Yi Xian was indeed among those who were fighting. Together with one party, they were besieging another. Lin Fei didn't make a move. He first observed his surroundings. His gaze fell on a pillar not far away. A pillar suddenly appeared on the yellow sand. This pillar was covered with mysterious runes and was filled with a mysterious aura. It would have been fine if there was only one pillar, but there was a treasure on this pillar. Clearly, these people were fighting over the treasure on the pillar. This seems to be the divine dragon pillar. I've seen it in the books. Yi Zixuan suddenly said. She was overjoyed. I finally know why they are fighting. Dragon God Pillar? They really did look alike. Lin Fei didn't notice it when he opened the book. Looking at the pillar again, it was curved upwards in the shape of a dragon. There really was something in the mouth of the dragon's head. Get lost, the things in this divine dragon pillar are ours. In a short period of time, the two sides distanced themselves from each other. One side was battered and exhausted, while the other side seemed overbearing. The defeated side happened to have Yi Xian in it. At this moment, Yi Xian also noticed the appearance of Yi Zixuan and Lin Fei. Joy flashed across his face, and then he seemed to remember something. Zixuan, leave quickly. Yi Xian shouted, they are from the Void Gate. They are from the Void Gate? Yi Zixuan seemed to have thought of something. Lin Fei, leave quickly. They are from the Void Gate. These guys are not to be trifled with. Wherever they appear, they won't leave anyone alive. We must kill them. Lin Fei saw fear in Yi Zixuan's eyes. It's too late. If they know that we are from the Void Gate, then there's no need for them to live. Two figures rushed towards Yi Zixuan and Lin Fei at an extremely fast speed. The person at the very front slashed out sand that filled the sky. These sand contained traces of power, and its power was extraordinary. If they were not careful, they would be killed by surprise. Void Gate, how arrogant. Just some tricks from the Void Gate. They don't even have the slightest bit of knowledge, and they still have the cheek to say that they are from the Void Gate. Lin Fei snorted lightly. With a wave of his hand, a ray of sword light slashed through the two of them, instantly killing them and causing them to fall on the desert. Yi Zixuan was stunned. They were all from the Void sect. Within the Kunlun's secret realm, they were one of the most frightening existences. That was because they were the most proficient in assassinations. Hence, they were also known as the #1 assassin organization. Countless experts had died under their assassination. The leader of the Void Gate was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in night clothes, and only his cold eyes could be seen. How dare you kill people from our Void Gate? All the more reason why I can't let you go today. Let's kill these people first. I will personally deal with this brat. Yi Xian's side was also quite surprised. After all, this young man was very young, but his strength seemed to be quite strong. He killed 2 experts from the Void Gate the moment he came up. Brother Yi, who is that brat? He killed people from the Void Gate just like that. Isn't he afraid of revenge? The one who asked Yi Xian was a tall and sturdy man. Yi Xian said, he is someone from the secular world. He is very mysterious. Even now, I can't see through him. Every time I see him, I am pleasantly surprised. Even you don't know his bottom line. The tall and sturdy man was also a little surprised. He knew that Yi Xian was a man of his word. Since he said he didn't know, then he definitely didn't know. For a moment, he was curious. In just a few words, the people from the Void Gate charged over. Their blade techniques were sharp, and they even had a trace of the Void Gate's techniques. When they were fighting, they would often be at a disadvantage if they were not careful. A blade that was clearly moving forward would deviate, and it could easily take someone's life. And this was how powerful their techniques were. No wonder Yi Xian and the others were not a match for them. Even though everyone's cultivation level was similar, the opponent's blade techniques were stronger than theirs, and they could directly take them down. The middle-aged man who was the leader took large strides over. Similarly, a blade slashed over. Yellow sand filled the sky, and its power was even greater. Yi Zixuan wanted to go up and fight. But she was pulled back by Lin Fei. You can't block this blade. A long blade instantly slashed out from the yellow sand. It was truly untraceable, and in an instant, more than 10 blades exploded. Yi Zixuan was also frightened by this blade. She couldn't block the sharp blade intent at all, and it was as if she was going to be split apart in an instant. Lin Fei stomped his foot, and the sword intent blocked in front of him like flowing water. The Void Gate's techniques are quite powerful. One blade turned into more than 10 blades, and it doesn't leave a trace. You are indeed an expert, but it's a pity that you found the wrong opponent. Lin Fei raised his hand, and the sword rain fell. Apex. Chapter 4282. The rain of swords filled the sky. The person who made the move was instantly filled with great fear and terror. The yellow sand in front of him was torn apart in an instant. His swordsmanship changed to protect in front of his body. A stream of light appeared in front of him. But it was still too late. The sword light flew past and pierced through his body countless times. His entire body collapsed on the ground. Blood flowed down from his body drop by drop. The people who were standing with Yi Xian gasped at the first moment. That was an expert from the Void sect. He was killed in one move. This strength was a little too strong. Which sect are you from? That person didn't die completely. He stared straight ahead. He couldn't believe that he had lost just like that. It was impossible for such an expert to appear. Anyway, you don't have the right to know. Another rain of swords flew over, piercing through the space between the other party's eyebrows. The other party fell head first into the desert. Run! When the remaining people from the Void sect saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. When they turned around, the rain of swords came again and pierced through their bodies. One by one, they fell to the ground. I'm quite interested in the thing on the Divine Dragon Pillar. I think no one has any objections. Lin Fei smiled faintly. How could those people have any objections? They didn't have any objections at all. It was because the opponent's strength was too tyrannical. He killed the people from the Void sect just like that. The experts that they couldn't defeat after persisting for so long were all killed just like that. It was like a dream. Lin Fei stepped into the air and easily arrived beside the Divine Dragon Pillar. He reached out and took the thing from the dragon's head. Yi Zixuan didn't know why Lin Fei did that, but she didn't ask. She believed that he had his reasons. Lin Fei was indeed interested in the thing on the Divine Dragon Pillar. That was why he said that. Moreover, if he didn't say anything, these people didn't have the right to take the thing on the Divine Dragon Pillar. Because here, the strong were respected. It was that simple and direct. Young Master Lin, is this the thing inside the Shenong Pillar? Yi Zixuan looked at it curiously. Lin Fei said, the things inside are not ordinary. They will definitely surprise you. You won't be able to keep such things. Instead, it's safest in my hands. Everyone had a question in their hearts. What exactly was that thing? Lin Fei opened his palm and a seal appeared. However, this seal was only a fragment and was not complete. But it was this fragment that made everyone feel a sense of suffocation. The middle-aged man standing next to Yi Xian seemed to be knowledgeable. He took a deep breath. Could this be a fragment of a magic weapon? Fragments of magical equipment? Everyone was confused. They had never heard of such a thing before. You do have some eyesight. You can actually recognize the magic treasure fragments, said Lin Fei with a smile. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. This is just my guess. I can't guarantee it. If it's really a magic treasure fragment, then we really shouldn't have it. Whoever has it is equivalent to picking up a big trouble. Who knows when they will be destroyed? It's good that you have such self-awareness. This is indeed a magic treasure fragment. According to my estimation, this magic treasure fragment should be divided into 10 pieces, scattered in the Divine Dragon Pillar. If you gather these 10 fragments, you can refine a magic treasure, and your strength will increase sharply. If I'm not wrong, these 10 fragments can be refined into a fragment of the overturning heaven seal. Of course, this overturning heaven seal is not the ancient overturning heaven seal, it's just an imitation. Yi Xian exclaimed, doesn't this mean that it's the same as the ancient overturning heaven seal? How can there be such a thing? There's nothing strange about this. This place is far more mysterious than you think. Now that we've dealt with the people from the Void sect, we can continue on our way. I believe that the sinkhole should be very lively. Everyone felt a lot of pressure. Even a magic treasure had appeared. If they continued to take risks, wouldn't their lives be in danger? Once they encountered a fierce person, they would suffer a big loss. If they were to encounter other forces inside, they couldn't guarantee that they would be able to walk out alive. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Lin Fei himself was also quite surprised that he actually found a magic treasure fragment here. Although this magic treasure was just an imitation of a magic treasure, its power was estimated to be less than 10% of the Fantian seal's power. But in this place, its power was extremely great. Just like the power of the small fragment of the Fantian seal in his hand, it could easily kill a Xiantian expert. Yes, this was the power of a magic treasure fragment. Lin Fei naturally didn't care about these magic treasure fragments, but it didn't mean that some people didn't care. Young Master Lin, according to what you said, could it be that there are still complete magic treasures in this divine dragon's secret realm? Yi Xian caught up and asked. Yi Xian also caught up and pricked up his ears at the same time. Lin Fei's words opened his eyes. It turned out that this divine dragon's secret realm was so extraordinary. We'll have to see what kind of good items the primogenitor left behind. If there's a lot of good items, there might be magic treasures or something like that. No wonder people from the 5 major forces in the Kunlun secret realm came out. No one wants to miss this opportunity. Yi Xian took a deep breath. According to what you said, a magic treasure is very powerful. Can it really let people reach the sky in a single step? Yi Xian more or less heard about magic treasures. But she had never been so close to it. How should I say it? If a magic treasure is powerful, it can indeed increase one's strength by a lot. At least if I have a magic treasure in my hand, I'm basically unmatched in the same realm. Yi Xian continued, I also heard that some big shots in the Kunlun secret realm have a magic treasure. But there are too few magic treasures, especially those that are mainly used for attacking. Lin Fei only briefly mentioned about magic treasures and didn't say anything else. The sandstorm shrouded the northern desert. At this moment, it seemed more interesting to Lin Fei. At the place where Gao Shusho of the Gate of Void died, a group of people flashed out. They were actually using the earth escape technique. One by one, they walked under the yellow sand. Elder Gao is dead. He was killed in one blow. What a strong sword will. Could it be a sword expert from the 5 major forces? A man in a black cloak stood in front of a corpse. His expression was solemn, but there was a hint of coldness. Could it be an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect? Only an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect can have such a sword will. They must have eaten a leopard's guts. Did they really think that the #1 assassin organization was a pushover? Since they dared to kill people from the Gate of Void, then don't blame me. Merciless? Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 4283. The sandstorm shrouded another area. Some people took away the things inside the divine dragon pillar. There were not many people in this group, only 5. After opening the things, their expressions lit up. We really did not come to the wrong place. Back then, the primogenitor did indeed leave behind a magic treasure. Although it is only a fragment, if we can collect the remaining fragments, we will be able to forge a complete magic treasure. If we are lucky, we will be able to obtain an offensive magic treasure and our strength will skyrocket. These people carefully put away the treasure fragments and turned to enter the sandstorm. And similar scenes kept happening. The things inside the divine dragon pillar were taken away one by one. Lin Fei and the others walked for another day. The number of monster corpses on the ground began to increase. The air was filled with a trace of the smell of blood. It seems like the sinkhole is not far away. Yi Xian had been here once, so he could roughly remember the landscape. Later on, all of you follow behind me and don't wander around. The sinkhole is much more dangerous than you think. Swoosh. A large amount of yellow sand flew over. Like a sky curtain, it covered the sky and covered the sun. It was unknown when they had hidden under the yellow sand. There were quite a number of these monsters. They let out a long roar, and the long black barbs on their backs all flew over in an instant. It was densely packed, like a stream of light. It was terrifying. I didn't expect there to be such things. Lin Fei laughed, and the sword will blocked in front of him, then like a stream of water, it fiercely attacked. These monsters were killed one by one. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were terrified. They did not notice the existence of the monsters under the yellow sand at all. If it was really them, they would have been turned into ashes in an instant. They could not stop the attacks of these monsters at all. They had already encountered several waves of attacks like this. This wave was stronger than the ones inside. Could it be that this place is controlled by monsters? We have encountered many dangers along the way. Yi Zixuan said. You can understand it that way. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were even more grateful to Lin Fei. If not for Lin Fei, they would not have been able to persist until here. You guys follow closely. Lin Fei walked forward. They walked for another 4 hours. The gray flying sand and pebbles in front of them suddenly disappeared. A huge sinkhole appeared. This sinkhole was enormous. What was even more frightening was that the crater was surrounded by monsters of all sizes. These monsters coexisted peacefully, constantly patrolling the vicinity of the sinkhole. It seemed to be exceptionally peaceful. But if you really think so, then you are gravely mistaken. In the territory patrolled by these monsters, only white bones were left of the corpses. Although it wasn't a mountain of white bones, the white bones that were scattered all over the place still made people suck in a breath of cold air. These should be the martial artists from before. What caught everyone's attention was that there were 10 monsters that were especially tall among the patrolling monsters. They sat cross-legged at a high place like kings, emitting a dangerous aura. Just like that, it divided the sinkhole into 10 small areas, as if it was a territory. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian both held their breaths, afraid that they would be detected by these monsters. When faced with these monsters, probably no one would have the confidence to escape their pursuit. How did it become like this? There are too many monsters here. I took a look, there are at least a few thousand monsters. Yi Xian took a deep breath. This is completely different from what the information said. Yi Xian thought that he was strong, but when faced with these guys, he was overshadowed. That's why I told you to follow behind me. Don't wander around, because once you wander around, you might be torn to pieces by these monsters. Yi Zixuan subconsciously hid beside Lin Fei, as if only by doing so could she feel at ease. Yi Zixuan, you're a saintess, and you're actually afraid of these monsters. Then I'm going to laugh at you. Lin Fei teased. I'm a woman, so it's normal for me to be afraid of monsters. I'm not like you guys who aren't afraid of anything. Even in the Kunlun's secret realm, I've never seen so many densely packed monsters. Yi Zixuan didn't dare to raise her head. Young Master Lin, then what do we do now? There are too many monsters in front. I took a look, and there's no way to go down into the crater. Yi Xian also felt a headache. Lin Fei extended his finger and pointed at a place not far away. See there, there's a gap. If I'm not mistaken, that's where we go down. If you look carefully, you can see that there are a total of 10 gaps like this. In other words, these 10 gaps are all entrances, and the monsters outside are the first round of the small test. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian looked over with rapt attention. This time, they really saw the gap. The gap was very inconspicuous because it was blocked by those monsters. They couldn't help but admire Lin Fei's eyesight. He could see it so clearly. If it were them, they probably would have missed the opportunity. Could this crater really be connected to the Divine Dragon's secret realm? This time, the two of them were a little confused again, half believing and half doubting. One side had hope, the other side didn't. It was a very contradictory feeling. Even if they saw the gap, they still felt a huge pressure. Not to mention those monsters patrolling everywhere, just the huge monster alone made them feel a palpitating aura. They were afraid that they would be sent flying by this huge monster in one face-to-face encounter. Rest for a while, I'll bring you down later. Remember, you must follow me. I'm not joking. These monsters and the huge monster looked extremely dangerous, but Lin Fei didn't think much of it. He was even more interested in the ancestor below. Using a treasure fragment as bait was really not something an ordinary person could do. It also made countless people impulsive. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian both closed their eyes to rest. They all knew that Lin Fei wasn't joking. If they wanted to go down from the gap later, they would really have to risk their lives. For some reason, after seeing Lin Fei, the two of them didn't seem to be so flustered and afraid. Yi Zixuan had experienced it along the way. As for Yi Xian's words, she could more or less see it. If not for Lin Fei's words, they wouldn't have dared to rush down even if they were beaten to death. Look, there seems to be someone starting to rush down there. The crater was very big. At the end of their vision, which was opposite them, there was a group of people fighting with the monsters. A fire dragon roared, and the air was filled with a burning smell. In an instant, countless monsters were killed. They seemed to be people from the Technique faction. They are also the only ones with different eyesight among the 5 major forces. Yi Zixuan recognized them. This fire dragon is indeed pretty good. It's a pity that it only looks good. Otherwise, the high temperature of the fire dragon would be able to easily kill these monsters. You know that too. I heard that it's a secret of the Technique faction. Chapter 4284. The appearance of this group of people showed that they were quite strong. Spells were cast one after another, attacking the monsters. Very quickly, they attracted the huge monster. It was a 4-legged toad. This 4-legged toad was very big, like a small mountain, and its entire body was black. As the giant toad moved, everyone could feel an overpowering stench permeating the air. It was enough to make people dizzy. Even Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian, who were far away, could feel the changes. Their expressions changed slightly. This dizzying feeling was very uncomfortable. They are unlucky to have encountered an extremely poisonous golden toad. I wonder how they will deal with this golden toad. Lin Fei smiled. Yi Zixuan resisted the dizziness and tried her best to resist. Why is it called golden toad? I clearly look black to you. Lin Fei smiled and said, that's because you don't know. This golden toad is not ordinary. Not only is its skin poisonous, even its blood is poisonous. Its entire body is poisonous. If you touch it, you'll be in trouble. Watch carefully, these people will definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go in. He wanted to watch the show first. As expected, as the golden toad moved, its huge tongue flicked and curled, instantly wrapping around a few people. With a crack, these people instantly became colorful. They were poisoned and stopped breathing in the blink of an eye. In just one move, 6 of those people had died. Their faces were filled with shock. Clearly, they did not expect the golden toad to be so strong. Doesn't that mean that the monster on our side is also very strong? Yi Zixuan secretly took a cold breath and asked. That depends on who it meets, Lin Fei said with a smile. If it meets me, then this monster can only say that it's unlucky. The people from the Technique sect on the other side were careless. After suffering a loss, they immediately retaliated. All kinds of spells were activated. You don't say. Once they attacked, they quickly found the golden toad's weakness. Although this golden toad was strong, it had a fatal weakness, and that was that its movement speed was relatively slow. Perhaps it was because of its weight, but it basically did not move much. Thus, the opportunity came. This looks like petrification. Weakening, paralysis. I didn't expect the techniques of the Technique sect to be so strong. Using the golden toad's weakness, the Technique sect immediately gained the advantage. The golden toad's body was immediately covered in wounds. Just as it was about to die, the golden toad turned and ran. With a plop, it jumped into the crater and disappeared. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were both dumbfounded. You could actually do this? They had to resist to the end. When did these monsters become so smart? Young Master Lin, could it be that these monsters have their own consciousness and know to escape at the critical moment? Isn't it afraid of dying by jumping down from the sky pit? Lin Fei casually said, if you think of them as ordinary monsters, then you are gravely mistaken. These monsters are not as simple as you think they are. If you don't see them guarding this place, then you can only say that the people from the arts sect have temporarily passed the first stage. The first round was already like this. It seemed like not everyone could pass it. At the very least, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian felt immense pressure. After looking at them, we can go in first. Otherwise, we will have to work for them for nothing. I can't do something like being a good person. Lin Fei made his move. Beams of sword light shot out and instantly turned into a rain of swords. Everywhere the sword rain passed, the monsters were instantly pierced through. Corpses were everywhere. The huge monster also opened its eyes. It was a green bull. It was much larger than the usual bulls. Its body was covered in scales, as if it was wearing a set of steel armor. At first glance, this green bull looked very rough. When it opened its eyes, you would see that its blood-red eyes were filled with a ferocious aura. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan felt goosebumps when they were stared at. They felt uneasy, as if they were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. This was only the first round. You bull, are you planning to go down obediently? Or should I kill you and use you to make a roast beef meal? Lin Fei slashed with his sword, and the sword light spread out for thousands of miles. When the green bull that looked ferocious saw the sword light coming, it jumped down without saying a word. Even the scales on its body stood up. Young Master Lin, this will do. Yi Zixuan covered her mouth in disbelief. Even though they already knew that Lin Fei's strength was terrifying and unfathomable, every time they saw Lin Fei make a move, they felt that they could not see through him. Even though they had not fought with this green bull before, they could feel from its aura that it was a post-celestial realm green bull. If they were to really fight, they had no chance of winning at all. They reckoned that it would not even be able to open the outer shell of that armor. On the contrary, if they were to be hit, they would probably be unconscious. The fur and other parts of these monsters' corpses are quite valuable. You can pack them up and bring them back. There were many corpses all over, and they were all killed with one sword strike. It could be said that they were very well preserved. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan shook their heads. Right now, they were not interested in dealing with these monsters' corpses. I think we should go down first. Yi Zixuan said. No matter how good these monsters are, they are probably not as valuable as those big monsters. Why waste time here? Why not stall for time for those people behind us? I believe they will be very interested. After all, Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were people who had seen big scenes, especially Yi Zixuan. She really looked down on the fur of these monsters. Although the fur of these monsters was quite good, and if it was in the past, it would definitely be a big seller in the Kunlun secret realm. But now, she was really not interested in packing. She was getting more and more interested in the sinkhole below. Moreover, if they stayed here for too long, who knew what would happen? It was better to go down first. She did not see that the people from the Technique Grandmaster had already gone down. Lin Fei did not say anything else. Standing at the edge of the sinkhole below was unfathomable. Are we really going to jump down like this? Why don't we find another way? Yi Zixuan was afraid when she saw this sinkhole. If they were to jump down like this, they would definitely die. The sinkhole below is not as dangerous as you think. Lin Fei smiled and jumped down. Yi Zixuan was stunned. Lin Fei went down and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This is a rare opportunity. We have to jump down now. Yi Xian said without thinking. Yi Zixuan took a deep breath, and her gaze became firm. I believe in Lin Fei. Chapter 4285. Lin Fei did jump down, but this jump was a little different from other places. If you really thought that the bottom was a sinkhole, then you would be gravely mistaken, because there was another world below. Lin Fei kept falling, but it was not as fast as he imagined. It was as if there was a big hand holding him up from below. His entire body was like a feather, slowly falling. While falling, Lin Fei noticed that both sides of the sinkhole were smooth stone walls, and these stone walls were covered in moss. Very quickly, Lin Fei noticed something, because these stone walls were covered in stone patterns, and these stone patterns were very mysterious. If it was an ordinary person, they would really not be able to see it, because there was moss, and it looked like a ravine. Lin Fei released his divine sense, and circled around the stone wall, constantly checking. With this check, he really found the problem. The stone walls were covered in stone patterns, and these stone patterns were very complicated, but Lin Fei remembered them one by one, and constantly organized them in his mind. From jumping down to landing on the ground, it did not take long, only half an hour, and Lin Fei already had a mysterious ancient text in his mind. Lin Fei had never seen this kind of ancient text before, but when these words on the stone wall were combined together, it gave people a very profound and mysterious aura. Lin Fei was someone who had experienced it, so he could naturally see it clearly. This ancient text must have a big secret in it. As for how many people had obtained this ancient text, it was hard to say. For someone like him who had divine sense to check, it was easier than anyone else. The bottom of the sinkhole was flat ground, but at this time, there were corpses of monsters lying on the ground, and there were also skeletons of many years old. It was unknown how long these skeletons had been dead for. Lin Fei looked around, and then casually found a place to sit down. He believed that Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan would definitely come down. After all, such an opportunity was rare. If they missed it this time, it would be very difficult to encounter it again. Brother, you're so strong, you actually dared to jump down from the top of the sinkhole. After Lin Fei sat down, someone greeted him from a short distance away. You people from the technique sect actually haven't left yet. Are you still planning to ambush someone here and make a fortune? Lin Fei teased. Those people were from the art sect. They were all sitting together, and their faces were a little pale. It was obvious that they had taken pills and were resting. The people from the technique faction did not want to continue taking risks. Who knew what would happen? They might as well jump into the crater. Little brother, you must be joking. How could people like us have such thoughts? You misunderstood. The one who spoke was a muscular man with only one arm. If it wasn't for the fact that this one-armed brawny man had displayed such a terrifying technique during the battle, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Most people would think that this one-armed man was pitifully weak. Lin Fei chuckled. The one-armed man and the others were indeed healing themselves. However, they had their own thoughts. If they could eat a wave of people here, they would be able to reap some benefits. As the saying goes, who knows what will happen when the black eats the black. Moreover, this was the bottom of the sinkhole. Seems like this kid is quite smart. I don't know where he came from, but he actually dared to jump down from the sky. A young man beside the one-armed brawny man said in a low voice. Just ignore this kid. Let's do our own thing. The one-armed brawny man retracted his gaze after taking a glance. After a while, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian came down one after another. Both of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. They originally thought that they would fall from above and eventually become a pile of mud. Who would have thought that jumping down from the sinkhole would result in such a situation? How is it? I won't lie to you, right? This sinkhole has a different world. Of course, before the sandstorm, this sinkhole was the real deal. Whoever jumped down would definitely die. However, after the sandstorm, this place is different. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan sighed. They didn't think that this sinkhole would have such a secret. Those big monsters that jumped down just now, did they all run in from these holes? Yi Zixuan looked at the holes below. The bottom of the sinkhole was like a circle, and on the edge of this circle, there were holes. At first glance, it looked like they were at the entrance of a maze. They did run inside, Yi Zichen said. Lin Fei looked and said, as for which hole is safer, I don't know. Of course, if your luck is bad and you walk into a dead end, then you really won't be able to walk out and can only become bones on the ground. This young master is absolutely correct. I have learned from the information that these caves are not simple caves. Rather, they are a huge formation. Within the formation, there are life gates and death gates. It all depends on one's luck, the one-armed man said with a smile. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan hurriedly stood to the side. They really didn't notice that the people from the technique faction were actually healing not far away. So you are also smart people. I just don't know what you plan to choose. Lin Fei said with a smile. When the one-armed brawny man heard Lin Fei's words, he naturally also wanted to test him. If he could hear some clues, then it couldn't be better. From the looks of it, this kid was more cunning and vigilant than he had imagined. It would not be easy to get some clues from the other party. We leave this to fate. If it's fated to be ours, then it will definitely be ours. If we don't have that life, then we asked for it. The one-armed brawny man also knew how to speak. I'm not as complicated as you think I am. Isn't it just a cave? I can just casually enter one. Why do I have to think so much? It's either life or death. It's such a simple matter, Lin Fei said before walking into a cave. Haha. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan looked at each other. He chose just like that. This was too simple. At least they hadn't confirmed it yet. The one-armed brawny man was also dumbfounded. He was really a little unprepared. Another stupid guy. Does he really think that he can casually choose a good path? The one-armed brawny man snorted coldly in his heart. When you are unlucky, then you will no regret. Lin Fei would not have any regrets. The cave was filled with corpses of all sizes. Some of these corpses belonged to humans, while others belonged to monsters. 10 caves. Are they really used to choose life and death? Yi Zixuan chased after them and asked cautiously. You already know in your heart. Why bother asking? Anyway, just follow me. I'll bring you to see the real Divine Dragon's secret realm. Ah, is this really the entrance to the Divine Dragon's secret realm? The two of them couldn't help but get excited. One should know that the Divine Dragon's secret realm had always been a legendary existence. No one had ever entered it. You two are thinking too much. This is just a place to test. Chapter 4286. The two of them had indeed been happy for nothing. However, they did not expect that a small test would be more thrilling than they had imagined. Previously, they had thought that this trip to the Divine Dragon's secret realm would be quite easy. At the very least, the innate level would not be that pressured. However, it seemed that the Divine Dragon's secret realm was far more terrifying and dangerous than they had imagined. The dangers of this passage were not as much as they had imagined. It was nothing more than some hidden monsters that would pop up from time to time. Of course, these monsters were all killed by Lin Fei before they could even make a move. None of the monsters he passed through survived. It only took them about an hour to walk out of this passage. They felt a little relaxed. This was completely different from what the one-armed man from the Technique Grandmaster had said. He said that they were luckier. After walking out of the passage, their field of vision suddenly opened up. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the heart of a mountain. Most importantly, there was a palace in front of them. A big black palace. There was a stairway in every direction of the palace that led to the inside of the palace. There were a total of 10 such stairways in such weather. At this moment, there was such a stairway in front of Lin Fei. There are so many statues on this stairway, and there is one at regular intervals. Could this be a test? Yi Zixuan noticed the statues on the stairway. Every so often, there would be some statues. These statues looked very ordinary. However, just by standing there, they gave off a very dangerous aura. Yi Zixuan also sensed it and could not see any problems at all. You can go and try these statues. They are good stuff. Lin Fei smiled. Then let me try it first. Yi Xian was the first to rush out. Very soon, he was next to the first statue. Swoosh. A statue holding a knife moved. The long saber in his hand chopped down, creating a strong gust of wind. It looked like a small knife, but it did make Yi Xian feel a great deal of pressure. This was a statue at the innate level. Yi Xian was already very tired after exchanging blows. The other party's knife technique was very powerful and very dangerous. Every slash was fatal. If he was not careful, he would be killed with a single slash. Yi Xian had met quite a few masters, but it was rare to see such a master using a knife. He finally understood why Lin Fei asked him to come up and give it a try. This was simply asking for his life. There was more than one statue on the stairway to heaven. There were at least 10 or more of them. If one of them was already in such a state, wouldn't all of them die here? After struggling for a while, Yi Xian had to retreat. He looked a little embarrassed. Once they were a certain distance away, the blade-wielding statue stopped and remained motionless once again. If not for the fact that Zhang Xian had crossed blows with it, he would have never believed that the sculpture could undergo such a huge transformation. I didn't expect these statues to be so powerful. I'm no match for them alone. Sorry for making you laugh. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. The stairway to heaven was enough to stop everyone. What is this? Why is it so powerful? Yi Zixuan was very curious. She also felt the danger. This thing is actually very easy to understand. They are puppets. Someone refined them. However, these puppets were probably warriors when they were alive. But now, they have been refined into puppets to guard this stairway. These statues will be more powerful than the previous one. Especially the last one. You guys have learned something new. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian both secretly gasped. They felt that it was too cruel. This is simply a demonic method, Yi Zixuan said. Whether it's a demonic method or not, they are just a bunch of unlucky people, Lin Fei said casually. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian both fell silent. Lin Fei's words made a lot of sense. After all, he had already been refined into a puppet. Wasn't he just unlucky? Then how should we go over? Each statue is more powerful than the previous one. Even I, who is in the innate realm, feel the pressure. I guess I won't stand a chance if there are 2 statues. Yi Zixuan said self-deprecatingly. She was originally very confident in her talent, but after coming to the northern desert, her confidence had been tempered a lot, again and again. She knew that there was always someone better than her. A secret realm. Just these statues alone were enough to stump her. Just follow me. Don't think so much. Lin Fei was even more interested in this divine dragon's secret realm. They even had these puppet methods. It was a pity that the refining methods of these puppets were a bit crude. However, their strength was still quite good. It was indeed possible to set up this place as a test. At least, ordinary people would not be able to make it. Even if there were innate masters, without 3 to 5 of them working together, they would not be able to make it. On this point, Lin Fei's eyesight was very good. Look, there seems to be someone coming out. Yi Zixuan's eyesight was good. She suddenly noticed that there were people appearing on a stairway not far away. However, these people were not from the technique sect. They were other people. Yi Xian could recognize them. There was also a hint of anger on his face. I didn't expect the people from the demon sect to come first. They are not slow. These people that everyone wants to beat up actually have the guts to come. As someone who had stayed in the Kunlun's secret realm, Yi Xian naturally knew about the existence of the demon sect. Looks like the divine dragon's secret realm has indeed attracted a lot of people this time. They are from the heavenly demon sect. It is a very inconspicuous sect, but they love to use evil methods to increase their strength. Lin Fei had long noticed these people. There were quite a lot of them. There were about 11 or 12 of them. They were considered to be quite a big group. After arriving on the stairway, they also noticed Lin Fei's side. However, they did not pay much attention to it. They quickly began to rush up. Those statues were activated one by one. Looks like this time, all the major forces of the Kunlun secret realm have come. This is interesting. The more people there are, the more fun it will be. I guess that ancestor also thinks so. I think we should be more careful. After all, the people from the demon sect are not good people. They are the best at scheming, Yi Zixuan reminded. Of course, Lin Fei would not say that he did not care about these people from the demon sect. No matter how many of them came, it would be like chopping vegetables. He just felt that it would be more lively this time. It had been a long time since he encountered such a lively event. Since the people from the demonic path are here, we can go now. You guys keep up with me. Just don't run ahead of me. Of course, if you guys want to train, these statues are also a good choice. Lin Fei had already arrived at the side of the closest statue. The statue that was holding a knife chopped down. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4287. The statue wielding the blade slashed down. It was as vigorous as before, and there was even a hint of blade technique in it. Lin Fei raised his hand and slammed his sword against the statue's body. The statue broke into pieces. The strength of these statues was indeed at the inborn level. However, there were still flaws. Secondly, the blade technique was full of flaws. One slash could break them all, and naturally, the statue's body would be blasted apart. The statue's body wasn't as strong as imagined. It could be said that it was very fragile and would collapse upon contact. The second statue was quickly activated. This was a spear-wielding statue. Anyway, the statues on this stairway were different. They had all kinds of weapons. To Lin Fei, they were nothing. He just walked on. Everywhere he passed, the statues would be destroyed. None of the statues could threaten Lin Fei. When the people from the heavenly demon sect saw this scene, they secretly gasped. The few people in the lead had strange expressions on their faces. I didn't expect such an expert to appear from the orthodox sections. He's so young. Who knows who he is? We came to the divine dragon mystery dimension for the treasures left behind by the ancestors. As long as there is a threat, we have to kill them first. I don't know that young man, but I do know that woman. I think she's called Yi Zixuan. She's a saintess from the orthodox sections. However, her strength is average at the inborn level. Could that be Yi Zixuan's master or elder? When the people from Sky Demonic Sect attacked the statues, it could be said that all of them were involved. Only then were they able to get rid of the statues one by one. However, compared to Lin Fei, they were a far cry. This made them feel ashamed. He was having an easy time while they were swarming. There was no comparison at all. We have to follow too. We can't let that brat go in first. Who knows if they will snatch the good stuff. Even so, they couldn't keep up with Lin Fei's speed. One statue after another was destroyed. Soon, they reached the end of the stairway. At this moment, there were more experts on the stairway. These experts appeared one after another. First, they could tell what was going on. Similarly, there was a group of people on Lin Fei's side. This group of people were all young, and they were led by a few old men. As soon as these people arrived at the top of the stairway, their faces lit up. Clearly, they did not expect that someone would beat them to it. More importantly, the person had even gotten rid of their troubles. Ha 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 ha, looks like our luck is pretty good. We can catch up to everyone else. As soon as these people came out, they all noticed the situation. They must have used up a lot of energy. Let's chase them down. The thing at the end of the stairway to heaven is ours. These people did not take Lin Fei and the other two seriously at all. It's them. I didn't expect these guys to come as well. They even planned to be the mantis stalking the cicada. Wishful thinking. Yi Zixuan revealed a trace of hatred when she saw them. So did Yi Xian. I was wondering who could move so fast. It turns out to be Saint Yi and Yi Xian. But you don't come with many people. So, don't blame us for being embarrassed. Will you leave, or will we send you on your way? Lin Fei was approaching the last statue. He couldn't help but stop. Enemies are still enemies. Lin Fei looked back. 4 innate masters and the rest were all masters. The lineup was not small. But compared to the demon sect, it was still a little worse. Yi Zixuan said. They are our old enemies. Usually, we have fought with their sect many times, and we have always been evenly matched. I didn't expect to meet them here. The one who spoke just now is this time's elder, Yu Shantian. Are you sure you want to chase us down from here? If you have the guts, say it again, Lin Fei said lightly. Yu Shantian could naturally see that this person seemed to be the strongest among the 3. However, these statues were not easy to deal with. They must have consumed a lot of energy. If they really fought, the 4 innate masters on their side might not be able to take them down. Yes, that's what I said. If you scram now, you can live. Otherwise, I can only send you on your way. Plus, you won't be lonely along the way, Yu Shantian said coldly. Lin Fei crooked his finger. Then come on. I'll stand here and see how you're going to chase me down. Instead, I'll give you guys a piece of advice. You came all the way to the Divine Dragon's secret realm. Don't you see that you're going to lose your life? Yu Shantian had never seen such an arrogant guy. Just because of what you said, I will give you a memorable memory. Yu Shantian waved his hand. The masters behind him rushed up one by one. Even though the 2 innate masters beside him also came up, it was mainly to restrain Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan. As for Lin Fei, there was only 1 innate master left. With this master, it would be enough. I'm in a hurry, so I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you guys. Lin Fei chuckled, and a sword intent swept out. Black ripples crashed into them like flowing water. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, they were sent flying. Even those 2, no, 3 innate masters were the same. They all had a wound on their bodies. You've cultivated a sword intent, and it's such a domineering sword intent. You're not on Yi Zixuan's side at all. Who exactly are you? Yu Shantian took a few steps back, and his hair stood on end. Now you know you can't beat me. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Try being arrogant again now. Lin Fei swung his hand, and a slap landed on Yu Shantian's face. His face swelled. Yu Shantian's entire body crashed into the stairway beside him, and he slapped him again with the back of his hand. Come, come, come. Chase me down. If you can do it, then you're awesome. How could Yu Shantian dare to say another word? Hence, he became bolder. Senior, I was wrong. I'll leave now. I'll leave this place immediately. I won't dare to appear again. Yu Shantian crawled up and kowtowed in apology. This was a hateful person. He definitely couldn't beat him, and he had even comprehended a sword intent. Someone with such a sword intent might be from Sky Sword Mountain. Once he mentioned Sky Sword Mountain, Yu Shantian completely gave up. Anyone who made an enemy of Sky Sword Mountain wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, Sky Sword Mountain was famous for their powerful sword intent. Yu Shantian was very clear about this. Scram. Scram as far as you can. If I see you again, I'll chop off your head. A sword intent slashed down, and when it touched Yu Shantian's cheek, it instantly made him feel as though he had fallen into the depths of hell. I'm dead. I'm really going to die. Yu Shantian didn't want to experience this a second time. He rolled and crawled as he ran. As for the disciples on the ground, he didn't care about them anymore. Escaping was more important. One sword had scared them out of their wits. Chapter 4288. Yu Shantian ran. At the very least, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were in a good mood. They had never seen Yu Shuntian run away with his tail between his legs. It was a pity that he did not manage to kill that guy with one strike. Otherwise, they would be in a better mood. At least they would suffer a little in this divine dragon's secret realm. To Lin Fei, this was just a small matter. He was lucky that he did not kill this guy on the spot. Otherwise, that strike just now was no joke. No matter how many came, he would be killed. No one could block it. The big statue also moved. The statue was bigger than the other statues. The two blades turned into a tornado. It turned out that it was another powerful being who had comprehended blade intent. Under the continuous slashes, it really made people feel a dangerous and terrifying aura. Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword, aiming at the center of the opponent's weakness, and broke the tornado. After the two arms fell, the two sabers fell to the ground. The two sabers made a crisp clanging sound. With another strike, the statue's head was chopped off. The aggressive statue was destroyed just like that. That kid must be an expert from the Sky Rapier sect. Damn it, how can there be such a powerful expert? That statue could not even block a few strikes from him. When the people from the Heavenly Devil sect saw this, they all secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. They were prepared to plot against the other party just now. If they could get rid of an expert, it would be one. But now, it seemed that they were wrong. They had overestimated the other party's ability. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would probably be a matter of minutes. They could not afford to offend the experts from the Sky Rapier sect. Lin Fei led them through the stone staircase smoothly. They walked into the palace. After walking into the palace, they realized that it was a completely different world. It was completely different from what they had imagined. There are too many statues. Why does it look like a gathering? Yi Zixuan gasped when she entered. The scene in front of her was really beyond her imagination. The palace was densely packed with statues. More importantly, these statues were arranged in order. The statues on the stone staircase outside had already made everyone nervous. Now that they saw so many statues, it would be weird if they did not have any thoughts. What if they resurrected? Facing an army of statues was not something that just anyone could withstand. They might even be torn to pieces in a single exchange. It's fine. These statues are all dead. Someone placed them here to scare people, Lin Fei said casually. After taking a look, Lin Fei was certain that these statues were dead. If these statues could come to life, then the layout of this place would be a little different. It was not easy to refine tools. It was not easy to have so many statues outside. It would be wishful thinking to create another large area, unless one reached Lin Fei's level. Of course, that would require a large amount of resources. Then how do we go now? I think this place is very strange. Yi Zixuan said after sizing it up. That's because this place is an 8 trigrams formation. Don't be fooled by the neat and orderly arrangement of the statues. Once you walk in, the statues will start moving. After Lin Fei came in, some people had also arrived. First were people from the Heavenly Demonic sect. There were also people from the Technique sect. After seeing these statues, they all had lingering fears. Obviously, they had suffered a lot outside. Now, they were also very careful. They only heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no danger. They also noticed Lin Fei on this side. If they didn't see how efficient he was just now, they would be fools. Therefore, they were very afraid of this young expert. It's an 8 trigrams formation. It doesn't look like it, Yi Zixuan said. It's a little different from what I imagined. Of course, this is not an ordinary 8 trigrams formation. It's an 8 trigrams formation left behind from ancient times. If you think it's an ordinary 8 trigrams formation, be prepared to be trapped inside for the rest of your life. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. After all, he could see an ancient 8 trigrams formation here. This 8 trigrams formation seemed to be quite incomplete. Even so, it could still be used as a tiger blocking the way. Even an innate realm expert would feel their scalp go numb when they entered it. No matter what it was, when it involved the word ancient, it naturally became not simple. For example, this 8 trigrams formation in front of him. No, it was an ancient 8 trigrams formation. Come, let's go in now. It was just an 8 trigrams formation. Moreover, it was incomplete. It really couldn't stop Lin Fei. After seeing Lin Fei enter, those people were also anxious. If Lin Fei were to beat them to it, who knew what good things he would pick up inside? Therefore, they entered one by one without thinking. As soon as they entered the 8 trigrams formation, they knew that this 8 trigrams formation wasn't simple. This was because the 8 trigrams formation had started to change. This change could be seen with the naked eye. They wanted to stop it, but they didn't have the ability to. Even if they wanted to destroy these statues, they found that these statues seemed to be connected together. There was a very strong layer of defense, and they couldn't break it in a short time. They were shocked and regretted entering in such a hurry. After the 8 trigrams formation changed, some of these statues would actually attack from time to time. It was because you couldn't detect it at all because there were no traces. Often, they would be motionless a moment ago, and in the next moment, they would slash at you. Compared to the statues on the stone stairs, these were a little different. These statues couldn't last long. Even if they knew the flaws of these statues, they still couldn't find these statues. Because these statues seemed to be all together and attacked randomly. They couldn't find any traces at all. Everyone started to have a headache. They were even more careful. Lin Fei blocked in front of him with his sword. He dispelled the attack of a statue. Lin Fei's divine consciousness was very strong. It almost enveloped this 8 trigrams formation. Therefore, he could see the changes of the 8 trigrams formation clearly, especially which statue would move. He could also see it clearly. He wasn't like those people, who would often get hit if they weren't careful. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan followed closely behind. It could be considered an eye-opener. After the changes of the 8 trigrams formation, they could strongly feel the profoundness within. If it were them, they would definitely be trapped here. They felt that after they left this time, they had to learn the path of formations no matter what. At critical moments, formations were still quite useful. If they didn't know how to break it, then they would really suffer a big loss. Not long after, the two of them saw a stone staircase in the center of the 8 trigrams formation. This stone staircase wasn't big. It was just enough for one person to walk on. At the entrance stood a statue. This statue was completely different from the other statues. It didn't hold any weapons and looked completely ordinary. It can't be another test, right? Yi Zixuan was already afraid. Chapter 4289. The reward had arrived. Both Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were surprised. Could it be that this statue would give rewards? In the next second, a dumbfounded scene appeared. The chest area of the statue actually opened, and a wooden box popped out. The surface of this wooden box was carved with ancient patterns, and it looked very ancient. The box wasn't very big, and it was about the size of an ordinary carton. There really is such a thing as a reward. Lin Fei said indifferently, since it's a test, then there must be a reward. It's just whether the reward is good or bad. But we're the first to come here, so the reward should be quite good. Yi Xian's sword intent swept the wooden box over, and it wasn't light. With a click, the wooden box opened. A book fell out, and at the same time, a bottle of elixirs. Yi Zixuan picked up the book, and her expression couldn't help but change. Oh my god, it's actually the Lost Sky Sword Mountain's lost technique. Why would it be left here as a reward? If I'm not wrong, then this should be a heaven elixir. Yi Zixuan also suspected that she had seen wrongly. How could it be such an item? This was a legendary item, and it was almost lost. If it wasn't for the book that fell out, Yi Zixuan definitely wouldn't have remembered it. Yi Xian also saw it, but he knew much less than Yi Zixuan. But he had also heard of the Sky Sword Mountain, and he still felt a sense of fear. The Sky Sword Mountain was the strongest force among the 5 major forces. Everyone was a sword cultivator, and everyone knew sword formations. It could be said that their combat power was unparalleled. The people of the Sky Sword Mountain were known to be invincible in the same realm, and these guys were also very violent and crazy. Also, the Sky Sword Mountain was very protective. If they knew about this lost technique, in addition to the Heaven Elixir, they would definitely fight to the death. No one could monopolize these things. Lin Fei really didn't know about this, but no matter how powerful these secret books were, it was just that. As for the elixirs inside, they were indeed a little extraordinary, but Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Looks like the reward is quite good. Unfortunately, the people from Heavenly Sword Mountain won't have the chance to get it, said Lin Fei jokingly. Yi Zixuan could not help but become anxious. I feel that these secret manuals and heavenly pills, if possible, it would be best to return them to the Heavenly Sword Mountain in exchange for their friendship. Otherwise, if they find out, there will be big trouble. Those madmen will definitely chase to the end and take these things back. Even if they have to chase them to the ends of the earth, it will still be the same. Yi Zixuan knew that Lin Fei was very powerful, but Heavenly Sword Mountain was truly powerful. The fellows from the Heavenly Sword Mountain all had unparalleled combat prowess. They feared everyone in the same realm. In the Kunlun's secret realm, they would rather offend other powers than offend the experts from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. No matter if it was the secret manual or the Heaven Pellet, they were both items that had been lost in time. They could allow the Heavenly Sword Mountain to nurture a few more sword god level experts, and this was under the worst case scenario. If those elders were to consume the heavenly elixir and break through to a higher level, the influence of the Sky Sword Mountain would be even greater. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Sword Mountain had an ultimate goal, and that was to unify the Kunlun's secret realm. In reality, the Heavenly Sword Mountain was indeed walking towards this step. Their influence was also growing. If it wasn't for the other powers suppressing them, they would have taken action long ago. Not good. They must be here. I heard that quite a number of experts came from the Heavenly Sword Mountain this time. I was puzzled. It seems like they more or less know about the rewards of this test. Maybe you guys are on the way here. Yi Zixuan suddenly thought of something. You are thinking too much. Once the things are in my, Lin Fei's hands, it is impossible for me to hand them over. Unless they talk to me nicely and take out something that can move me, they can forget about it. What kind of person was Lin Fei? He was really not afraid of this Heavenly Sword Mountain. When Yi Zixuan heard this, she knew that it was impossible for Lin Fei to hand over these things. Right now, she felt that these things were just a hot potato. When would it cause a huge problem? Lin Fei suddenly looked in a direction. If I didn't guess wrongly, the experts from the Heavenly Sword Mountain that you mentioned should be here. Under Lin Fei's perception, he could clearly feel a few sword intents moving towards him. Moreover, the sword intents were all very powerful and each of them had their own attributes. In other words, they had all comprehended different sword intents. With such sword intents, only the people from the Heavenly Sword Mountain could do so. This was the best proof. They are moving so quickly, Yi Zixuan didn't feel it at all. However, she believed in Lin Fei's words. Such an interesting thing, I have to play with them. Otherwise, wouldn't they have made a wasted trip? Lin Fei took out the secret manuals and elixirs. He immediately put the empty box back. No, he even left a normal healing elixir in the empty box. It was the cheapest one. When Yi Zixuan saw this, she was speechless. She felt that when the experts from the Heavenly Sword Mountain saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Then, they would be furious. That was the Heavenly Sword Mountain. This was no different from behaving atrociously on a tiger's head. After doing these things, Lin Fei brought Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan into the heaven stairway. At the same time, a group of people arrived outside the 8 trigrams formation. When these people saw the 8 trigrams formation, they were delighted. The information that we got from other places was indeed correct. There really is an 8 trigrams formation here. This is an ancient 8 trigrams formation. Then, at the center of the 8 trigrams formation is the reward for this mission. We are not slow. When the time comes, we will be able to get the things left behind by the heavenly sword mountain. The one who spoke was an old man in his 50s. Although he looked a little old, his eyes were like sharp swords that pierced people's hearts. At this moment, he was also showing excitement. Elder, leave this to me. Although the 8 trigrams formation is an ancient 8 trigrams formation, it is not complete. It is just an imitation. As long as I have time, I will naturally be able to break it. These were all experts from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. There were a total of 6 people. 4 of them had condensed sword intents. Moreover, their sword intents had different attributes. These people were qualified to be called sword cultivators in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Those who did not cultivate sword intents were not sword cultivators. This was a rule of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. They would not let their disciples leave the mountain easily. One of the sword cultivators dashed into the ancient 8 trigrams town. The people behind him also followed. This person was the best at researching sword formations in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Therefore, this 8 trigrams formation was naturally easy for him. Because all the great formations had one thing in common, which was that they led directly to the main path. Studying one thoroughly was equivalent to studying the others. It was actually the same principle. This expert from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. He started to calculate. In the beginning, his progress was slower. However, as he understood the 8 trigrams formation, he found the right place. Everyone's speed increased again. Very quickly, they arrived at the new center of the 8 trigrams town. Although the whole process was not as fast as Lin Fei, it only took them about an hour. It was considered very fast. Chapter 4290. The experts of Sky Sword Mountain finally saw the statue. Everyone looked very excited. Especially the white-haired elder, his expression was the most excited. His breathing was also slightly hurried as he stared at the statue. I always thought that the information was wrong. Now, it seems that it was right. There is indeed an absolute technique of Sky Sword Mountain left behind by our patriarch. The elder seemed to have thought of something. The 5 experts behind him looked at the statue. Although they knew that there was something left behind by the patriarch of Sky Sword Mountain, they did not know what it was exactly. Elder Jean, in that case, what kind of ultimate technique of our Heavenly Sword Mountain is left here? Can you tell us about it? Our Sky Sword Mountain has many absolute techniques. However, we do not know which one the patriarch left behind. I heard that our Sky Sword Mountain's absolute techniques used to be very powerful. However, ever since we encountered the darkness that year, our Sky Sword Mountain lost quite a few of our absolute techniques. If we can obtain an absolute technique here, our Sky Sword Mountain's strength will definitely increase again. The experts who could come here were the core experts of Sky Sword Mountain. They were all highly regarded and would have the chance to improve in the future. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I will tell you. Sky Sword Mountain does have many absolute techniques. The one left here should be Sky Sword Mountain's God Exterminating Sword. Other than that, there should be several heaven elixirs. When Jin Yuanqing said that, the 5 experts' expressions changed. One of them suddenly asked, this God Exterminating Sword, could it be the super sword technique that the first-generation patriarch comprehended? Sky Sword Mountain had produced many experts and many patriarchs. Among them, the first-generation patriarch was the most powerful. The reason why Sky Sword Mountain had such influence was all thanks to the first-generation patriarch. The most powerful thing about the first-generation patriarch was that he had comprehended a super sword technique that could kill gods. As for killing gods, it was not an ordinary god. It could even kill a real god. Because of this, the first-generation patriarch of Sky Sword Mountain had such achievements. When they heard that it was a sword technique, the few of them became excited. If they brought it back to Heavenly Sword Mountain, they would be the most qualified to learn it. At that time, they would have the strength to fight above their level. As for the Heavenly Elixir, you should know about it as well. It is one of the secret elixirs of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Elixir has been lost for a long time. Consuming a Heavenly Elixir would allow one to comprehend an absolute technique. If one wants to learn the godly extermination sword, one must consume the heavenly elixir. Otherwise, it would be impossible to comprehend it. After hearing Jin Yuanqing's words, everyone knew that this trip was not in vain. Whether it was the one sword-slaying god or the heavenly pill, they were both rare treasures. Jin Yuanqing kept hitting the statue, and the statue bounced open a wooden box. Jin Yuanqing took out the box. Everyone stared at the wooden box. Just from its appearance, they could tell that this wooden box was not simple. This wooden box should contain the secret technique and the heavenly pill. Jin Yuanqing carefully opened the wooden box. His mind was completely focused on the wooden box. A medicinal pill? What about the secret method? Everyone was dumbfounded. Elder Jin, why is it an elixir? Could this be a heavenly elixir? But why does it look so similar to a normal healing pill? The moment the wooden box was opened, everyone's expression changed. There was no secret technique inside, only an elixir. However, this elixir did not look eye-catching and looked very ordinary. After one of them said that, everyone realized that the elixir seemed to be a healing elixir. It was not a heavenly pill at all. With a kacha sound, Jin Yuanqing crushed the wooden box. Who snatched the one sword-slaying god and the heavenly pill? Who was it? Who was it? Could it be that someone was faster than us? This is the ancient 8 trigrams array. Jin Yuanqing's voice was filled with malevolence and unwillingness. It was not easy for them to come here. No, it was to come to this crater. They even broke through the ancient 8 trigrams array. However, they were too late. The items were gone. A healing elixir was like a humiliation. It had ruthlessly pinned their Sky Sword Mountain's arrogance to the wall. This was definitely a provocation. Everyone could feel Elder Jin Yuanqing's killing intent. Elder Jin, if it is really that thing inside, then this person must be in front of us. If we chase after him now, we might be able to stop him. With an expert's reminder, everyone immediately realized that the person must not have gone too far. Jin Yuanqing came back to his senses. He had nearly forgotten that since the item inside could be taken away, the person must be in front of them. Everyone, keep your spirits up and chase after him. No matter who it is, search the place first. We will not allow anyone to snatch away our Sky Sword Mountain's items. At the same time, when he opened the wooden box, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He had left behind a healing elixir. At the same time, he had left behind his divine sense. The divine sense was very inconspicuous. However, as long as someone opened the wooden box, he would be able to sense it immediately. Someone came to that place again. I wonder who it is. The reason why Lin Fei had left behind the healing elixir was purely to play a small game. As for who had taken it away, Lin Fei did not really care. At that moment, Lin Fei and the others had arrived at a huge public square. The public square was empty and it appeared very quiet. At the very center of the public square, there was a huge dragon carved from a huge stone. It was vivid and lifelike, as though it was real. It was looking down on the sky. At first glance, one would think that it was real. This was because the huge dragon carved from the stone actually gave off a slight sense of oppression. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian searched around the public square and did not discover anything. Could we have come to the wrong place? I don't think there is any exit here apart from this statue. Yi Zixuan's gaze landed on the huge dragon. Lin Fei was also inspecting the surroundings. He did not see anything different. On the contrary, this huge dragon seemed a little mysterious. It shouldn't be possible for us to go the wrong way. There should be other mysteries here. We haven't encountered it yet because it hasn't been activated. We just have to wait here. Lin Fei randomly found a place and sat down cross-legged. Wait. Based on the current situation, other than waiting, there seemed to be nothing else. Then they would just wait. They actually came over. Such a strong sword intent. Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the place in front of him. There were 6 people there. Yi Zixuan and the others were on their guard. They seemed to be from the Sky Sword Mountain. Why is it them? The leader seems to be an elder of the Sky Sword Mountain. His name is Jinyuan Sheng. Yi Zixuan thought to herself, this is bad. Speak of the devil. She did not expect the experts of the Sky Sword Mountain to come so quickly. More importantly, an elder of Jinyuan Sheng had also come. In the Sky Sword Mountain, those who could take up the position of an elder were the true experts. This was because they could easily kill an innate expert. They looked over. Chapter 4291. When their gazes swept over, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian's hearts sank. Their hair stood on end because their gazes were too terrifying. It was as if they were going to be pierced through. They knew that this was the sword intent of the Sky Sword Mountain experts. Because the sword intent was very strong, it had an extremely strong penetrative feeling. People were like swords, and swords were like people. And these Sky Sword Mountain experts had actually reached this level. Come over here. Our Sky Sword Mountain suspects that you guys are hiding our things. I want to search you guys now. One of the Sky Sword Mountain experts said impolitely. When they came over, they saw Lin Fei and the other two. Apart from the three of them, there was no one else in the plaza. Thus, it could be concluded that the item from Heavenly Sword Mountain was definitely with the three of them. Jin Yuanqing was also sizing up the three of them. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were both innate realm experts, so they were put aside. Jin Yuanqing couldn't see through this young man. Because his realm was unclear, he seemed to be an innate realm expert at first glance, but after a closer look, he didn't seem to be one. These three people were the first to arrive at the plaza. If the unique skill of Sky Sword Mountain wasn't on them, who would it be on? No matter what, he had to check them first. As long as they resisted, he would immediately suppress them. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian smiled bitterly. They didn't expect the people of Sky Sword Mountain to arrive so quickly. Moreover, there was an elder among them, and there were 4 who had condensed sword intent. Such a force in Kunlun Mystic Realm could directly sweep away second- and third-rate forces. Even first-rate forces would have a headache. You want us to hand over the things, and you want us to search? Who do you think you are? Lin Fei laughed loudly. The Sky Sword Mountain expert who spoke first thought that he had heard wrongly. There was actually someone who disregarded their Sky Sword Mountain. Just the 3 of you, and you dare to put on airs in front of our Sky Sword Mountain? Let me see what gives you the right to do so. The Sky Sword Mountain expert snorted coldly and stabbed with his sword. After the stab, snowflakes fell from the sky, exuding an endless chill, like a world of ice and snow. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan's expressions changed, and they immediately retreated, but their left and right shoulders were directly cut open by the snowflakes. They knew that experts who could condense sword intent were very powerful, especially those from Heavenly Sword Mountain. However, they never thought that a single person could cause both of them to feel such terrifying danger. This was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Snowflakes fell. How could he block them? There was no way he could block them. Snowflakes fell from the sky and enveloped them. Lin Fei immediately pulled Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan out and threw them far away. The sword intent of the Heavenly Sword Mountain is indeed extraordinary. No wonder they are known to be invincible in the same realm. I have learned something new. Lin Fei laughed and stamped his foot on the ground. His entire body was suddenly enveloped in raging flames. The falling snowflakes were directly disintegrated. Kid, you've actually managed to condense the power of a concept. Furthermore, it's a fire attribute 1. The Sky Sword Mountain expert was also stunned. The power of this concept was not so easy to grasp. Isn't it just the power of concepts? It's no big deal. Isn't your Heavenly Sword Mountain very powerful? You have to break my concept first. The other party's sword techniques suddenly changed, becoming more and more open, and traces of chilliness constantly seeped over. When the chill seeped over, it was blocked by Lin Fei's raging flames. It was unable to break through. No matter what sword technique the opponent used, it was still an ice sword intent. It couldn't break through the raging flames at all. I didn't expect you to have such a strong concept power at such a young age. No wonder you dare to say such words. Jin Yuanqing spoke. You should also retreat. This kid isn't someone your ice sword intent can defeat. His fire attribute concept is the perfect counter to your ice sword intent. The Sky Sword Mountain expert was very unhappy. However, since Elder Jin had spoken, he retracted his sword. However, his gaze was extremely cold as he stared at the opponent. You should be the strongest among them. Are you prepared to fight me personally? Lin Fei said. Jin Yuanqing really couldn't see through this guy. He could comprehend the power of concepts, and it was a fire attribute one. It could be seen that this guy's background wasn't small. This was also what Jin Yuanqing was worried about. He could see through it. That was why he asked his disciple to retreat. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Instead, he would tire himself out like a dog. When the time came and he was defeated, he would lose face. Of course, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. Jin Yuanqing suspected that the item was in the hands of this person. I don't know who you are, but I hope that you can hand over the item from Sky Sword Mountain. You people from Heavenly Sword Mountain are truly overbearing. I am merely one step ahead of you. Yet, you are already suspecting us? Why don't you suspect them? Lin Fei smiled and pointed at a spot nearby. Unknowingly, a group of people had arrived there. The first group was from Technique Sect while the second group was from Sky Demon Sect. The people from both sides were dumbfounded. What does it have to do with us? Everyone had heard of Sky Sword Mountain, especially their unparalleled sword intent and combat power. It was said that after comprehending sword intent, one could practice sword formation. Sword formation was the most terrifying. It was unparalleled in both offense and defense. They really didn't want to fight against experts from Sky Sword Mountain. In particular, this elder of Jinyuan City had comprehended the sword formation. Once the sword formation appeared, it crushed them. The Heavenly Demon Sect was quite convinced. They had no choice but to be convinced. Don't listen to that kid's nonsense. We just came in. He was the first to enter the 8 trigrams formation, said the one-armed man from Suzhou. Our Heavenly Demon Sect can testify that they were the ones who entered first. In order to avoid being targeted by Sky Sword Mountain's Jin Yuanqing, he hurriedly told him everything. Jin Yuanqing was even more certain that this young man had taken the item from Sky Sword Mountain. You people from the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Technique Sect sure have guts. How dare you speak such nonsense? Who saw me take anything? Lin Fei had nothing better to do, so he decided to tease these guys. It was pointless to explore the secret realm. Since he was here, he had to have fun. It seems that you don't intend to hand over the item. I will take it myself. Jin Yuanqing snorted coldly and a sword array appeared behind him. A total of 18 flying swords flew over. The 18 flying swords were not far from Lin Fei and they displayed 18 different sword techniques. They were neat and orderly, but they were very powerful. You are in me, and I am in you. Chapter 4292. As soon as Jinyuan City's sword formation appeared, everyone felt a chill in their faces. This coldness was not an ordinary kind of coldness. They would not be able to withstand it, let alone resist it. The experts of Sky Demon Sect and Law Faction were shocked. They knew that the experts of Sky Sword Mountain were invincible. The elder of Jin Yuanqing had displayed his terrifying strength. 18 flying swords and 18 sword techniques were not to be underestimated. Even they might not be able to withstand it. They wanted to know what the young man had taken from Sky Sword Mountain. Why would the elder of Jin Yuanqing take action personally and use the sword array? Once the sword array was activated, death was inevitable. No one had ever been able to withstand the power of the sword array. Now, I will ask you one question. Are you going to hand it over or not? Either you die under my sword or you leave this place alive. The 18 flying swords that Jin Yuanqing controlled did not attack the young man immediately. He wanted to let the young man know his deterrent power and make him surrender without a fight. After all, the young man was just an inborn realm expert. Once he activated the sword array, the inborn realm expert would be killed like an ant, unless he was a chi refining realm expert. However, it was impossible for a chi refining realm expert to come here. Therefore, the young man had no other choice but to hand over the item. If Jin Yuanqing was not afraid that the people of Sky Demon Sect and Law Faction would talk nonsense, he would have killed the young man and taken the item from him. He would not have to go through so much trouble. Let's just fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? If I were you, I would attack without saying a word. Show me your strength first. Sure enough, I'm getting old, and my brain isn't as clear as it used to be. Jin Yuanqing was most afraid of people saying that he was old. Old meant that he had nothing and his potential had reached its limit. He could not be compared to the young man at all. Based on what you said, I will chop off your 4 limbs first. Let's see if you will explain yourself later. Jin Yuanqing did not intend to be polite. Since this guy did not care about his reputation, he would be ruthless. 18 flying swords whizzed over, and 18 sword techniques were displayed once again. When the 18 sword techniques were displayed, the overwhelming sword prowess left everyone in awe. One sword technique is already so powerful, let alone 18 sword techniques. The elders of Heavenly Sword Mountain are truly amazing. Hua, hua, hua. The flames in front of Lin Fei instantly transformed into a stream of light. As the stream of light moved, it became like a canopy of the sky, blocking all the sword moves. Although the 18 sword techniques were very powerful, they could not do anything to Lin Fei at all. The flowing light of the flames flowed continuously, easily blocking everything. It seemed impossible to break it in a short period of time. Show me everything you've got. Let me see how much you've learned about the sword array. I can see that your sword art diagram is just a facade. It doesn't have any power at all. Even the Heavenly Sword Mountain is only a so-so. Shut up. You have no right to judge Heavenly Sword Mountain. Jin Yuanqing was enraged. He controlled the sword array again. All the flying swords instantly transformed into a huge sword and slashed down. It was much more powerful than before. This slash caused everyone's heart to tremble. It was as though the sword had landed on their hearts, causing them to become muddle-headed. I heard that Jin Yuanqing's Elders Guild has a powerful sword technique called Heart Sword. This sword doesn't slash the surface, but the soul. Once the soul is slashed, it is equivalent to losing everything. The person will become muddle-headed. The expression of the expert from Heavenly Demon Sect turned gloomy. He seemed to have recalled something and there was a flash of terror in his eyes. I don't believe that you won't be affected by my heart sword. Jin Yuanqing used his unique sword technique, Heart Sword. It was not easy for him to comprehend the unique technique of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Currently, there were only a few people in Heavenly Sword Mountain who could use it. He was one of them. Ordinary people were not qualified to enjoy the power of his sword. He had to block the sword array first. However, Jin Yuanqing still used the heart sword to prevent any accidents from happening. Although this sword consumed a lot of heart power, as long as he could seriously injure his opponent, he would naturally be able to take back the items from Heavenly Sword Mountain. Although the sword was blocked by the flaming flowing light, Jin Yuanqing did not care. After all, the power of the heart sword wasn't reflected on the surface. Instead, it was reflected in the depths of the person. I didn't expect Heavenly Sword Mountain to have such a unique technique. It is indeed unbelievable. However, your comprehension is too weak. Its true power is not like this. Today, I am in a good mood. I will let you see what the real heart sword is. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He raised his hand and swung his sword. There was no trace of this sword. Everyone thought that it was an ordinary sword. However, in the next second, Jin Yuanqing let out a groan and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He retreated more than 10 steps before he stopped. Even after he stopped, Jin Yuanqing's face was pale and muddle-headed. He only came to his senses after 15 minutes. Who are you? After Jin Yuanqing came back to his senses, he was filled with fear and wariness. That was because he had been hit by the heart sword. The heart sword was much more terrifying than his heart sword. He didn't know how much power the heart sword had used. However, if the heart sword had used its full power, he felt that the sword could have turned him into a vegetable. His consciousness would have been wiped out and he would only be left with an empty shell. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. Jin Yuanqing had also witnessed the true power of the heart sword. His power could only make one dazed and muddle-headed for a short period of time. It was nothing compared to the heart sword. Was this person from Heavenly Sword Mountain? Jin Yuanqing had never seen this person before. Who I am isn't important. What's important is how did my sword feel? Was it enjoyable? Why don't I give you another sword? Lin Fei smiled and looked over. How could Jin Yuanqing dare to experience that sword strike again? That sword strike had almost taken half of his life. The other 3 sword intent experts behind Jin Yuanqing couldn't feel how terrifying the sword was. However, Jin Yuanqing could see the changes in Elder Jin Yuanqing's eyes. They couldn't imagine how terrifying the sword was. Elder Jin, he is alone. Why don't we attack him together? We are all sword intent experts. Why can't we take him down? That's right. He is alone. We have so many people. If we work together, we can exhaust him to death. The few sword intent experts weren't convinced with the heart sword. Shut up. If you want to die, go ahead. I won't keep you. Jin Yuanqing snorted coldly. We will leave the item from Heavenly Sword Mountain with you for now. When the time comes, Heavenly Sword Mountain will come to take it back. Chapter 4293. Everyone was surprised that Elder Jin Yuanqing took the initiative to retreat. You are an elder expert of Sky Sword Mountain, and you even cultivate sword formations. Are you still not a match for that person? It was hard for them to accept. Jin Yuanqing really retreated to the side with his men, but his mood fluctuated a lot. No one could figure out what Jin Yuanqing was thinking, but there was no doubt that this young man made Jin Yuanqing's elders afraid. Perhaps it was because of that sword. The others did not hear the conversation between the two clearly. Only the experts of Sky Sword Mountain with the Conception Realm knew something. That sword might be the heart sword. That was the only way to make Elder Jin Yuanqing fearful. That was why he said such a thing. When the item is in my hands, I will be happy to keep it safe for you. When Sky Sword Mountain is capable of doing so, feel free to come and take it. I, Lin Fei, will return it to you without hesitation, Lin Fei said with a smile. However, speaking of which, I really don't care about the things that your Heavenly Sword Mountain has. Only you treat them as treasures. In my eyes, they are nothing. Why don't your Heavenly Sword Mountain give me something good? Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might give you a big gift. As for Jin Yuanqing's scheme, Lin Fei could see it clearly. He wanted to make himself the target of everyone. After all, the items from the Heavenly Sword Mountain were definitely good stuff. Once the news spread, the factions in the Kunlun Mystery Realm would definitely make a move. At that time, the Heavenly Sword Mountain would only need to move their lips and they would be able to get the items back easily. There were many people or forces that wanted to curry favor with Sky Sword Mountain. Jin Yuanqing did not believe Lin Fei's words. What could you possibly have in your hands? You can't deceive anyone, but you want to deceive Sky Sword Mountain? Do you think everyone is as gullible as a 3-year-old? Ignore. I must ignore. Calm down, calm down. Jin Yuanqing took a deep breath and told himself. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and fight with this guy. In the end, it would only benefit the people of Sky Demon Sect and Technique Sect. The items in Divine Dragon Mystery Land were good stuff. He had to conserve his strength before entering. He would leave the Heavenly Sword Mountain in Lin Fei's hands for the time being. In any case, even if it could run away, it could not run away forever. The people from the Heavenly Demon sect and the Technique sect took a deep breath and remembered Lin Fei. Fortunately, they didn't make a move. Otherwise, it would be their turn to have a headache. Originally, they were still concerned about Jinyuan City, the Sky Sword Mountain Elder. However, it seemed that there was no need for that anymore. Lin Fei had already set his eyes on Jinyuan City. With Lin Fei present, Jinyuan City of Heavenly Sword Mountain would have to think twice if he wanted to snatch anything good. While everyone was talking, waves of forces also began to come from other directions. Clearly, everyone's speed was not slow. Everyone knows that the early bird gets there first. He had to get to the entrance of the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm first. Ha 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 ha. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the entrance to the Divine Dragon Mystic Land. This is the Divine Dragon Gate. It can only be opened by gathering 10 Divine Dragon Keys. It looks like I'm not too late. At this time, a forthright voice rang out. Everyone looked over subconsciously. After seeing this person, Jinyuan City of Heavenly Sword Mountain was the first to have a change in expression. One of the 4 kings, the Heaven Eye King, is here. Has he been in seclusion all this while? Why would he come to the Divine Dragon Mystic Land at this time? After Jinyuan City knew that this person was here, the competition for the Divine Dragon Mystic Land would be even more difficult. The previous Lin Fei was already unfathomable. Another 4 kings had arrived. This was more stressful than expected. Yi Zixuan also recognized this Heaven Eye King. She whispered to Lin Fei, "This person is one of the 4 kings of the Kunlun Mystic Land. His name is Heaven Eye King. He is the strongest expert below the 6 Supremes. I didn't expect him to come to the Divine Dragon Mystic Land. It seems that the competition this time will be very intense." Lin Fei had heard of this when he was at Danding Gate previously. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. This person is indeed an expert. He has reached the pinnacle of the next realm. No wonder he can become one of the 4 kings. After taking a glance, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. This was because the other party was indeed very strong. He was the strongest existence in history. At least on this earth. He was much stronger than the strongest experts from the Western world's Dark Church and Radiant Church. They were obviously not on the same level. The Kunlun Mystic Land was really hiding its strength. There was actually such an expert. Lin Fei had never heard of the 6 Supremes. Since the 4 kings were experts at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 10, the 6 Supremes should have broken through to Qi Cultivation Stage and reached the Foundation Establishment Realm. After Qi Cultivation Stage, it would naturally be the Foundation Establishment Realm. Their entire level of life would undergo a huge change. It was appropriate to describe them as Supremes. The 6 Supremes were fewer than expected. Heaven Eye Monarch's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Sky Sword Mountain's Elder Jin Yuanqing. He smiled and said, "Elder Jin, long time no see. Your sword intent has become much more condensed. Congratulations. You are not far from breaking through to Qi Cultivation Stage." If it was during normal times, Jin Yuanqing would definitely feel proud. It wasn't easy to gain recognition. However, after suffering a loss from Lin Fei, he didn't think so anymore. "Senior, you must be joking. I am still some distance away from Qi Cultivation Stage. If I can enter Qi Cultivation Stage in my lifetime, this old man will be satisfied." Jin Yuanqing wasn't joking. At his current realm, it was still somewhat difficult to break through to Qi Cultivation Stage. Although he already had the strength of Qi Cultivation Stage, it wasn't the true Qi Cultivation Stage. Therefore, his sword formation couldn't display its true power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this just now. On the other hand, this old man has to admit his inferiority to this young man's strength. Nowadays, each generation is surpassing the previous one. This old man has no choice but to admit his old age. Jin Yuanqing let out a long sigh. He directly pointed out Lin Fei. "If this old man can't deal with you, then I'll let Heaven Eye Monarch deal with you. Heaven Eye Monarch likes talented people the most." The four heavenly kings were the strongest experts under supremes in the Kunlun mystic realm. Anyone who had fought with the four heavenly kings had all lost. They had fought with their true strength and didn't rely on bragging. Everyone was convinced of the strength of the four heavenly kings. When Yi Zishuan heard this, she cursed in her heart. She quickly said, "Lin Fei, you have to be careful. This Jin Yuanqing is too evil. From what I know, Heaven Eye Monarch's greatest hobby is to spar with others. He especially likes to spar with those talented people. In his opinion, having talent without strength is a waste of talent. This kind of person shouldn't be alive. Therefore, countless talented experts have died in his hands. In private, people call him the Pride Slayer." Chapter 4294. This nickname isn't small at all. He's actually targeting the geniuses. He's a little narrow-minded. This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind. In fact, Lin Fei didn't see many people like him. However, he didn't expect to meet one here. After Jin Yuanqing said this, he could clearly sense that the Celestial Eye Monarch's gaze had changed. Obviously, he had heard Jin Yuanqing's words. After all, Jin Yuanqing was one of the elders of Sky Sword Mountain. His words had some credibility. "Elder Jin, could it be that you've suffered in the hands of this kid? If that's true, then you've lived all these years in vain." Heaven Eye Monarch laughed out loud. His gaze instantly fell on Lin Fei and started sizing him up. There doesn't seem to be much of a difference. Suddenly, Celestial Eye King stepped forward and punched. A huge phantom appeared and attacked Celestial Eye King's head. "Since Elder Jin said that you're a genius, then take a punch from me first. Otherwise, you can only say that you're unlucky." Sky Demon Sect, Technique Sect, and other forces took a deep breath. This was indeed Heaven Eye Monarch. He never considered the consequences of his actions, especially when it came to dealing with geniuses. He was very stubborn. As long as he met a genius, he would take a punch first. If he couldn't take it, then he wasn't a genius. If he could, then he was qualified to be a genius. Of course, these geniuses didn't have good days. Those geniuses in Kunlun's secret realm had to be careful when they went out. If they met Heaven Eye Monarch, they could only say that they were unlucky. If they had a backer, they might be able to keep their lives. Otherwise, they would only be left with a corpse. Hence, the people behind him called Heaven Eye Monarch an old pervert. Only such a person would dare to make a move on a genius. However, this kind of guy was living a good life, and he had a supreme being behind him. Anyone who wanted to deal with Heaven Eye Monarch would have to consider the supreme backing him. Heaven Eye Monarch, who was just a step away from becoming a supreme, might break through at any time. No one would force the Heavenly Eye King into a desperate situation. Once he was defeated, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Celestial Eye King was also tactful. As long as he was fighting against the geniuses, they basically didn't have any powerful background. Naturally, he wouldn't fight against those who were famous. At most, he would spar with them. As for the rest, he wouldn't be so lucky. If he couldn't block them, he would die. Even if he blocked them, he would still die. Yi Xian and Yi Zishuan's hearts were in their throats. They didn't expect the Heavenly Eye King to make a move just like that. A moment ago, they couldn't see his movements, but in the next moment, he directly attacked. He was indeed the legendary Heavenly Eye King, who hid a knife behind his smile. "It's up to you to decide whether I'm a heaven's chosen one or not. You old thing, you've lived for too long." Lin Fei laughed loudly. His sword will emerged and instantly turned into a sword formation. "Are you sure that I'm a genius or not? Break my sword formation first. Otherwise, stop blabbering over there." As soon as the sword formation appeared in front of Lin Fei, it blocked the power of the Heavenly Eye King's punch. All the power bombarded the sword formation. The sword formation didn't change at all. Even Lin Fei didn't move at all. Jin Yuanqing's expression changed slightly. He stared at Lin Fei and said, "This guy can also use a sword formation." This sword formation seems to be of a higher level than our sky sword mountains. How is this possible? It seems like it won't be easy for the Heavenly I King to break it. The power of the Heavenly I King's punch wasn't that easy to resist. When everyone felt that Lin Fei couldn't resist it, the sword formation blocked it just like that. The Heavenly I King was also slightly surprised. He looked at Jin Yuanqing. This glance made Jin Yuanqing's hair stand on end. He didn't want to be misunderstood by the Heavenly I King. Hence, he quickly explained, "Senior, this person isn't from our Sky Sword Mountain. We don't know where he learned this sword formation. However, it has nothing to do with our Sky Sword Mountain. Senior, please do whatever you want." The Heavenly I King was still afraid of the Sky Sword Mountain. After all, the Sky Sword Mountain had a supreme expert. He was also a sword cultivator. His strength was unfathomable. He had to understand this matter first. After listening to the explanation, the Heavenly I King felt relieved. He also understood why Jin Yuanqing couldn't handle the other party. This kid's sword formation was somewhat unusual. The power of the punch didn't penetrate the sword formation. Immediately, he knew that this person was qualified to be a genius. It's just a tortoise shell. Watch how I break it. The Heavenly I King laughed and rushed forward. Fist shadows appeared from all directions. The entire hall instantly turned into a hellish place. The punches landed on the sword formation. At this moment, no one knew how many punches the Heavenly I King had thrown. No one knew what the Heavenly I King had used. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Under such a powerful killing move, even if the young man had a sword formation that was known as a tortoise shell, he probably wouldn't be able to block the fist technique. The solid voice seemed to fall on the bottom of everyone's heart. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Everyone knew that the Heavenly I King's strength was unfathomable. However, only a few people had seen the Heavenly I King in action. Now, their horizons had been broadened. The existence of such an abnormal old man was simply a nightmare for the geniuses. Whoever encountered him would die. At the same time, everyone was also afraid of Jin Yuanqing of the Sky Sword Mountain. This guy had made the Heavenly I King attack with just a few words. The young man was really unlucky to encounter such a situation. The situation didn't seem right. Under such a fist technique, it seemed like there was no possibility of survival. However, some people with sharp eyes saw some clues. The sword formation didn't seem to be broken. It seemed like the sword formation was on the verge of collapse. However, under the fist technique, the sword formation was able to withstand it. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This kid seemed to have a strong background. Could it be that he came from a top-notch sect to gain experience? If that was the case, the Heavenly I King would be in trouble. The revenge of a top-notch sect was very terrifying. Even if the Heavenly I King suffered a small loss, it would still make him lose face. The fist technique is powerful. However, the essence of the fist technique isn't there yet. No wonder you are stuck in this realm. Lin Fei laughed. You want to break my tortoise shell with this fist technique? I can only say that you are thinking too much. Go back and practice for another 100 years. The Heavenly I King's figure appeared. No wonder you're so calm. It turns out that this sword formation of yours is not simple at all. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Tell me your master's name. Maybe I'll recognize him and spare your life. The Heavenly I King didn't intend to fight anymore. At the very least, this kid had a strong background. He was afraid that he would fight the wrong person. It would be troublesome if he provoked the person behind this kid. One shouldn't think that the Heavenly I King wasn't smart. In fact, he was smarter than anyone else. Because of his intelligence, he was able to survive until now. Moreover, he had the support of a supreme. Abnormal old man, when will there be a time when you are afraid? You don't intend to continue fighting. If you don't do it, it will just be a tortoise shell. With your strength, can't you break it? Suddenly, another figure rushed in. It stopped not far away. Chapter 4295. The moment the voice appeared, Heaven I King's expression changed. He looked over and said, "It's you, B*****. You're always so direct. I'm going to kill you one day." When the others saw this figure, they all took a deep breath. Another one of the four kings, the Poison King, had come. Heaven I King loved to bully geniuses. Then the Poison King was someone who was neither good nor evil. He could be a good guy or a bad guy. It all depended on luck. The Poison King's methods were very powerful. His poison skills were earth-shattering. No one knew when he had poisoned someone. Maybe when he was talking, or maybe when he had just arrived. Either way, you would be poisoned. Therefore, most people didn't like to stand with the Poison King. They would stay as far away from him as possible. Everyone took a step back when they saw the Poison King. They couldn't afford to offend him. Then just do it. I will stand here and let you kill me. I don't care even if you kill me 100 times. Don't be a coward. I hate cowards the most. I think you, Celestial I Monarch, are suitable to be a coward. The King of Poisons laughed and said mercilessly. Heaven I King didn't dare to do anything. He had suffered a lot in the hands of the Poison King. He was still afraid. The Poison King was the most troublesome one among the four kings. He was rarely seen and spent his time studying poison. He was very good at it. Who knew what kind of trump card he had? It was said that even the Supremes had to respect the Poison King. One could imagine how influential the Poison King was. It was obvious that once the Poison King broke through to a higher level, even the Supremes would have to be careful. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm here for the Divine Dragon's secret territory. I don't have time to waste here. Heaven I King humphed coldly. He didn't want to fight the Poison King. The Poison King turned his head to look at Lin Fei. Kid, you're not bad. Who is your master? For him to be able to teach you such strength, he might even be someone from Heavenly Sword Mountain. The Poison King had been here for a while. Therefore, he knew what was going on. That was why he jumped out to embarrass Heaven I King. As one of the four kings, he couldn't even take care of a Heaven's chosen one. It was indeed embarrassing. The Poison King loved to mock the Heaven I King. I don't have a master, so I have to learn everything by myself. Plus, no matter how powerful Heavenly Sword Mountain's sword formation is, could it be stronger than my sword formation? Senior, your eyesight is a bit lacking. Lin Fei laughed. Everyone on the scene admired Lin Fei's courage. He actually dared to talk to the King of Poisons like that. Wasn't he afraid of being poisoned by the King of Poisons? I also know that you, the Poison King, have just placed 3 types of poisons here. None of them are effective, but when mixed together, they can create a powerful effect. Am I right? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The first thing he did was to check it out. There was nothing he could do. The Poison King's poison was very potent. If he were to fall for it, there would be nothing he could say. No matter how hard they checked, they couldn't find anything wrong with him. He seemed fine. However, Lin Fei's strength told them that he might be telling the truth. The Poison King laughed and said, "You're really interesting. You can even see through this. Do you think I should kill you? It would be a pity if I don't kill you. I think it's better to capture you and make you my disciple. People like you are really suitable to be my disciple. Nobody can see through this, not even the Celestial I King. But if you can see through it, then it's different." The Poison King was very surprised. Although the kid didn't say what the 3 poisons were, the Poison King knew that the kid knew what the 3 poisons were. The fact that he dared to say something like that meant he was very confident in his own strength. No wonder he dared to offend the Heaven I King. Now, he dared to talk to the Poison King like that. I haven't seen a kid like you in a long time. Don't worry. I won't kill you. When the Divine Dragon's secret territory is over, I will take you out. The Poison King was getting more and more interested in the kid. Take me out? Forget it. I am not interested in being your disciple. Lin Fei shook his head. I can see that you are talented. If you are willing to be my disciple, I can teach you some real skills. It won't be as shallow as it is now. I am just talking to you. My poison skills are unparalleled. Do you really think that your poison skills are better than mine? The Poison King thought that the kid was interesting. It had been a long time since someone dared to talk to him like that. In the past, he would have killed the kid with his poison skills. He wouldn't have listened to the kid talk nonsense. Yes, I gave you a chance. You just didn't cherish it. Don't blame me. Ordinary people don't have the right to do that. Lin Fei shook his head. Poison King, I think you should just kill this kid. Listen to what he said. Even I want to kill him now, Heaven Eye Monarch said casually. The Poison King looked at Heaven Eye King and said, that is why I am different from you. You want to kill all the geniuses you see, but I only want to torture them to death. That is more interesting. Struggle in pain and regret in pain. That is the highest level. Heaven Eye King, don't fall into my hands. Maybe one day, I will make you suffer. I will make you wish you were dead. The conversation between the two masters shocked everyone. They were talking about killing each other. They were the only ones who were qualified to say that. As you wish. But let's talk about it after we get out of the Divine Dragon's secret territory. Heaven Eye King waved his hand and the dragon key flew out. As soon as the key flew out, it was sucked into the dragon statue. A part of the dragon statue lit up. If you have the Divine Dragon key, take it out. Don't blame me, Celestial Eye Monarch, for finding the Divine Dragon key myself. Celestial Eye Monarch's cold eyes swept across the crowd. Without saying a word, everyone took out their Divine Dragon keys. The stone dragon statue began to glow. A part of it was shining here and there. The dragon was about to fully shine. Everyone wanted to see it. Once the dragon started to shine, it would be like it was alive. Maybe the entrance to the Divine Dragon's secret territory would open. Everyone was looking forward to it. Soon, everyone noticed that there were still 2 missing pieces of the Divine Dragon key. This was because there were still 2 missing parts of the dragon's body that had not been fully activated. Everyone looked at each other. They were all anxious. Where did the last 2 Divine Dragon keys go? Heaven Eye King and the Poison King started to look around. There had to be 10 keys to open the Divine Dragon's secret territory. And this time, the appearance of the sinkhole meant that all 10 keys had been born. Chapter 4296. The last 2 Divine Dragon keys did not appear. Everyone's hearts tightened. They couldn't possibly say that they had made a wasted trip, right? It wasn't easy for them to make it here. Yet, they were told that there were no Divine Dragon keys. Wouldn't that make everyone speechless? Everyone wanted to enter the Divine Dragon mysterious land. It was a legendary place. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they could at least drink some soup. Only Yi Zixuan knew that the last 2 keys were in Lin Fei's hands. However, she didn't understand why Lin Fei didn't take out the Divine Dragon keys. Was he not going to enter the Divine Dragon mysterious land? Yi Zixuan didn't dare to ask or say anything. She could only watch quietly. Since the other 2 kings are here, there's no need to hide anymore. You can't possibly say that you 2 are planning to sneak up behind and be the fisherman, right? That's very embarrassing, Lin Fei said. Heaven Eye King and Poison King's expressions changed. They didn't sense anyone lurking around them. If they were to secretly succeed, wouldn't they be able to plot against them at the critical moment? Then wouldn't the things that they had worked so hard to obtain become the spoils of war in the hands of others? Come out. How dare you continue hiding in front of me, Poison King? Poison King suddenly snorted. He waved his hand and the 5-colored powder flew out, instantly merging into the air. Whoosh. 2 figures appeared in an inconspicuous place in front of them. Ripples were already swaying around these 2 figures, producing hissing sounds. The 2 figures appeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. All 4 kings were here. It was fine if Heaven Eye King and Poison King were here, but now that the other 2 kings were here, things were getting interesting. One of the remaining 2 was called 3 Stones Divine King, and the other was Demon King Tianju. These 4 kings were the strongest below the 6 supremes. Now that all 4 kings had arrived, the situation was clearly a little different. Poison King, your poison technique is getting more and more powerful. I didn't expect you to successfully cultivate the 5-color powder. No wonder you could see through us. Demon King Tianju, who was dressed in black, chuckled. Then, he turned to look at Lin Fei. He raised his hand and a black light shot out. I don't know what method you used to see through our existence, but people like you must die. As soon as the black light appeared, everyone heard a ghostly wail and their faces turned pale. Everyone realized that this was the famous demon blade of the heavens and Demon King. It was said to be infused with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. When the blade struck out, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. It could affect people's emotions, and they fell for it unknowingly. Before the black light could even get close to Lin Fei, it was torn into pieces by a wave of sword intent. The ghostly wails and wolf howls immediately stopped. I exposed you, yet you still have the nerve to attack me? Your skin is truly thick, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. Unfortunately, your technique isn't that good. It can't even move my mind. It can only scare normal people. Tianmu King saw that Demon King Tianju was defeated and he was delighted. At least, he had met one. As for him, he was the only one who was embarrassed. Brother Tianju, you can't be soft on such matters. You have to deal with him first. I will cheer you on from behind. Don't let this kid step on your head. Tianmu King said intentionally. If you let the Celestial Eye Monarch deal with Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't think of doing so. That fellow's sword formation is ridiculously strong. Demon King Tianju's blade technique was the most overbearing and ferocious. Since the blade and sword were enemies, it was best for him to attack. Since one blade failed, Demon King slashed out 3 more times. The 3 blades turned into streaks of light and wailed like ghosts and wolves. Their strength increased by a lot. No matter what, he had to kill this kid first. To be able to see through them, his eyesight wasn't simple. It was best to kill such a person as soon as possible. After the 3 blades, they were blocked by Lin Fei's sword formation. Don't stop, continue. If you can, then kill me on the spot. Otherwise, just stand still. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the 4 kings. Although they were strong and had the strength of a Qi refinement realm expert, they were still far from what he had imagined. Now, Lin Fei had the Tree of Life to continuously heal his body. His injuries were also recovering bit by bit. Every time he recovered, his strength improved. In comparison, his strength was like a rocket. Even if Lin Fei did not make a move, Guan Yu's sword array would be able to easily block the combined attacks of the 4 kings. Brother Tianju, I think this kid's sword formation isn't ordinary. Let's not waste time on it. Let's go into the Divine Dragon's secret realm first. 3 Stones God King said. His voice was deep and heavy. There was a loud buzzing sound. Demon King Tianju really didn't attack again. With those 3 blades, he had tested his opponent's strength. He was actually another Qi refinement realm expert. No wonder Heaven Eye King was at a disadvantage. Kid, your strength is not bad. To be able to block 3 of my blades, you can be considered an expert. Seeing that it's not easy for you to cultivate, I will let you go for now. There won't be such a good chance next time. Demon King Tianju found a way out of this embarrassing situation. If it wasn't for the sword formation's shocking defense, Demon King Tianju would have killed this guy long ago. He wouldn't have to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. No matter what, Demon King Tianju remembered this person. In the Divine Dragon's secret realm, don't give him a chance to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. I feel that you will definitely come and beg me later. Although you are one of the 4 kings below the Supremes, I really don't care. Bullying others just because you're strong is something that I really don't approve of. If you apologize to me now, you might feel better later on. Otherwise. Lin Fei chuckled. Hee hee. Lin Fei said with a chuckle. When the Demon King of Heaven's End stopped attacking, everyone realized that this young man should be a qi cultivating expert who had broken through the Xiantian realm. They should have guessed it from the beginning. To be able to block Heaven I King's attack so easily wasn't something a Xiantian realm expert could do. They actually did not receive any news about such a young qi cultivating realm expert. In the Kunlun mystic realm, there was going to be another expert. In the Kunlun mystic realm, only a qi refinement realm expert could be considered a true top-notch expert. Those below qi condensation were all ants. Jin Yuanqing of Heavenly Sword Mountain sucked in a breath of cold air. With the scene in front of them, the opponent was definitely a qi disciple expert. To be able to withstand Heaven and Demon King's attack, his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 4297. Heaven and Demon King felt that this was the funniest thing he had ever heard. Beg the other party? He was thinking too much. He was one of the 4 kings below the Supreme Being. When would he beg others? The other 3 stones Divine King did not believe this kid's words either. It was just that the sword array in his hands was more powerful. If they were to make a move, the other party would not be able to hold on at all. It was just that it was not the right time to make a move. There were so many people present. Once the news spread, they would more or less bear the hat of bullying the weak. Although they would not care much, they would more or less feel uncomfortable. They weren't like the Celestial Eye Monarch, who would want to fight the moment he saw a powerful genius. If he couldn't block the first punch, he would die. If he could block the second punch, he would also die. They weren't shameless enough to do that. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were also worried for Lin Fei. He was one of the 4 kings below the Supreme Being level. There were not many people who spoke like that. Don't worry, they will definitely come and beg me. You should know. Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Yi Zixuan obviously knew what Lin Fei meant. After all, both keys were in his hands. If they wanted to enter the Divine Dragon's secret realm, they would really have to beg Lin Fei. Perhaps everyone did not agree with him before, but after fighting against Heaven and Demon King, everyone did not think so anymore. He was definitely a ruthless person. The one who fought would know. The one who fought would regret it. Jin Yuanqing from the Sky Sword Mountain was probably regretting his actions. He had offended such a potential expert. Moreover, this expert was a sword cultivator. His sword array was not any weaker than his sword array. Heaven and Demon King and the other 3 kings did not make any more moves. Their eyes fell on the giant dragon. However, there were still a few parts of the dragon that had not been activated. I still have a Divine Dragon Key. 3 stones Divine King threw out a key. An area had been activated. Heavens and Demon King also threw out a key and activated an area. This time, the entire dragon was almost completely activated. Everyone quickly realized that there seemed to be a missing part of the dragon that had not been activated. No, it was 2 parts. In other words, 8 Divine Dragon Keys had appeared. The remaining 2 Divine Dragon Keys were gone. Everyone had made a wasted trip. Everyone looked at each other, hoping to see the remaining 2 Dragon God Keys. Who has the key? Stop hiding it and take it out to open the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. Demon King Tinjue snorted coldly and glared at them. I don't have the Divine Dragon Key with me. Not here either. Everyone shook their heads. Heavens and Demon King said coldly. Only with 10 keys here can this gigantic dragon be activated. If not, just the remaining 8 keys won't be able to activate it. That also means that there are still 2 keys here. Do you insist on hiding them? Don't blame this king for taking action. Heavens and Demon King was furious. There was actually someone playing tricks here. Heaven Eye Monarch chuckled. Brother Tianju's words are my words. Now that you've hidden the Divine Dragon Key, don't blame me for being rude. The four kings all expressed their opinions. The people present still did not move. The two parts of the giant dragon were still not activated. In other words, they were only one step away from the divine dragon arcane realm. That was the worst thing that could happen to them. I think everyone should stop looking. The last two keys are with me. However, I don't want to hand them over now. What do you think we should do? Just as everyone was wondering if they had hidden the divine dragon key from each other, they suddenly heard Lin Fei's voice. Everyone subconsciously turned to look at him. Seeing that it was Lin Fei who said it, everyone stopped talking. He was a ruthless person. Even Heaven's and Demon King could not take him down, let alone the rest of them. They could only watch the show. More importantly, this guy had actually hidden two divine dragon keys. This was truly inconceivable. It took a lot of effort to get one divine dragon key, but this brat actually had two divine dragon keys. No wonder he was so calm. Heaven's and Demon King and the rest looked over. They felt that they had seen wrongly. This guy actually had two divine dragon keys. Since the divine dragon key is with you, take it out. Don't let us waste time here. Heaven I King chuckled. The divine dragon key might be nothing in the hands of others, but if it was with this guy, it would be interesting. Brat, you really are brave. You actually hid two divine dragon keys. The Poison King laughed. He felt that he had misjudged Lin Fan. He dared to say such a thing to the four of them. He was really brave. Lin Fei said. Yes, I am. Because I am strong enough, I have two divine dragon keys. However, I am very unhappy with Heaven's and Demon King and Heaven I King. How should I say this? I am happy that you want to enter the divine dragon arcane realm. Otherwise, don't even think about entering the divine dragon arcane realm. Heaven's and Demon King and Heaven I King were shocked. They felt that this guy was too lawless. Just because he had withstood their attacks, he thought that he had the strength to fight with them. The four kings' reputation was not just for show. They had fought for it with their strength. Who knew how many people had died in their hands? No one had ever dared to say such a thing to them. You said that I would take the initiative to beg you. It seems that you are wrong. You didn't just offend me, but the four of us. Heaven's and Demon King revealed his white teeth. There was an endless cold light. Lin Fei said calmly. You can try and see if the four kings will attack together. I don't think they will join forces with you. My sword formation is not as simple as you think it is. Whoosh. The huge sword formation instantly turned into a stream of light. The stream of light turned from big to small. In the end, only a black dot was left. When the black dot appeared, the Heaven Eye Monarch, the Poison Monarch, and even the Three Stones Divine Monarch's expressions changed. For example, the four kings' expressions changed. They felt the aura of death from the sword. Even Jianghu City, who was not far away, squinted his eyes. His pupils shrank as he felt a terrifying chill. Who is that guy? Why does he have the Sky Sword Mountain's secret technique? Moreover, the power of this secret technique is not inferior to the Supreme Master's. Is he infinitely close to the Supreme Master realm? Jianghu City's breathing quickened. How do you feel about my sword? Why don't I start with you? You can look at Heaven's and Demon King. When Heaven's and Demon King was looked at, he revealed a hollow smile. Brother, wait. Let's talk. Chapter 4298. Lin Fei's sword wasn't an ordinary sword. If these great chi cultivating experts could not even see this point, then it would be too big of a failure. Inborn experts could at most see that this sword was extraordinary, but it was hard to say how powerful it was. However, it was definitely not something they could block easily. Lin Fei chuckled. Who was the one who said it was impossible? Say it again. In any case, the two divine dragon keys are in my hands. Without them, none of you can enter. Of course, I don't mind if you use force, as long as you have the ability. Heaven's and Demon King's face grew ugly. Even the others looked the same. After all, they had wanted to fight just now. Misunderstanding, this must be a misunderstanding. I think the Divine Dragon Mystery Land is right in front of us. If you have any thoughts, you can say it. We can discuss it together. We all have the same goal. Who didn't want to enter the Divine Dragon Mystery Land? The Poison King said as a good guy. No one would be happy to encounter such a situation. However, this brat was not someone they could take down for the time being. They could feel how terrifying the sword was. It was definitely the power of the pinnacle of Qi refinement realm. No one dared to take it head-on. Moreover, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be killed by the killer move when fighting such a person. It was simply impossible for everyone to work together as one. They might be the four kings, the strongest existence below the supremes, but in reality, they were scheming against each other. However, in reality, they were all scheming against each other. Both of them wanted to become the seventh supreme being, wishing for one of them to die. Brother Heaven's End, what you said just now was a bit too much. See what this little brother wants. You have to satisfy him. Don't you agree? 3 stones, God King said. The change in this scene was really too fast, and it was hard for people to accept it all at once. Heaven's End Demon King wanted to cry. He wasn't the first to find trouble with this kid. Heaven Eye King was the first to attack. There was also Sky Sword Mountain's Elder Jinyuanqing. He was also the first to attack. He couldn't just let himself be the scapegoat for everything, right? He was one of the 4 kings, not an ordinary person. If it was in the past, Heaven's End Demon King would have attacked long ago. He wouldn't have thought so much. Right now, there was no other way. He had met a tough opponent. In that instant, the Demon King of Heaven's End turned to look at Jinyuan City and his eyes turned cold. No matter what, someone had to be the scapegoat first. Heavenly Sword Mountain's Gold Origin City was undoubtedly the most suitable target. Let's beat them half to death first. Brother, I saw that Elder Jinyuanqing from Heavenly Sword Mountain was disrespectful to you earlier. I feel that someone like him should apologize to you. Don't think that Heavenly Sword Mountain is very powerful. In my eyes, they are nothing much. Jinyuanqing felt that he had been shot while lying down. What was this? Just as he was about to explain, he saw Demon King Tianjue raise his hand and slash at him. Senior Tianju, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Don't fight. Jinyuanqing's hair stood on end and his sword array flew up immediately. One of the 4 kings, Heaven End Demon King, actually made a move. Although one of them used a saber and the other used a sword, the distance between the two was too great. It was not something that Jinyuan City could resist. After 5 slashes, Jinyuanqing was sent flying with 1 slash. His body was covered with saber wounds. He was like a work of art that could break at any moment. Hurry up and kowtow to this brother and apologize. Don't think that Sky Sword Mountain is powerful that you can do whatever you want. In my eyes, you are just scum. You should know that not everyone can bully us. When the forces in the distance saw Jinyuanqing of Sky Sword Mountain being chopped up like a dead dog, they secretly sucked in a breath of air. Fortunately, they hadn't gone to cause trouble for that person in the beginning. Otherwise, they would be the ones in trouble. Jinyuanqing was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to get angry. Demon King Tianjue wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Although Sky Sword Mountain also had a supreme, these kings also had powerful backgrounds. He could only swallow his anger. Brother, please spare my life. Little brother, please spare me. I was wrong earlier. I should not have asked you for the item from Heavenly Sword Mountain. In the future, Heavenly Sword Mountain will never ask for it again. Just consider this item as a gift for you, little brother. Jinyuanqing suppressed the helplessness in his heart and begged Yi Linfei for mercy. If he didn't speak honestly at this time, he might suffer even more. Although Heaven's End Demon King wouldn't kill him, if he was injured in this place and was killed by someone, he would really want to cry but no tears would come out. Sky Sword Mountain was really powerful. However, Demon King Tianjue wasn't simple either. As long as he didn't kill Jin Yuansheng, just injuring him wouldn't be a big deal. Demon King Tianjue knew how to control himself. Brother, take a look. Did I do it well? Demon King Tianjue laughed and threw a bottle of elixirs over. I see that the friend behind you is injured. I didn't bring anyone else with me, but I have a bottle of top-grade elixirs. Since I don't need it, I'll give it to your friend. Without saying a word, the bottle of elixirs flew over and landed in Yi Zishuan's hands. Yi Zishuan took a look at the elixirs and took in a breath of cold air. This was the top-grade healing elixir in Kunlun's secret realm, the Heavenly Yuan Pill. One pill could help one recover from injuries, and there were a total of 5 in the bottle. It was priceless. This gift was really too valuable. He's one of the 4 kings and has a lot of money. It's just a bottle of healing elixirs. You don't have to think so much. Just accept it, Lin Fei said with a smile. Poison King, I heard that the Divine Dragon's secret realm is quite dangerous. You should have quite a lot of poisonous items with you. It shouldn't be a problem to give a few to me as a friend, right? Lin Fei looked at the Poison King. No problem, it's a small matter. Coincidentally, I have some small things with me that are suitable for your friend. The Poison King took out his things and handed them over. Seeing this, Yi Zishuan knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. She was very grateful in her heart. This was something that belonged to the 4 kings. Even if it was just a small thing, if it was placed outside, it would make people's eyes go red. Since 2 of the kings had taken the initiative to take out their things, the remaining 2 kings didn't dare to think of anything else. They quickly took out more things to satisfy Lin Fei. Otherwise, they could forget about entering the Divine Dragon's secret realm. As for the rest, they could talk about it in the future. Lin Fei's thoughts were simple. If he didn't take out something from them, how could he open the Divine Dragon's secret realm so easily? It seemed like the 4 kings were quite smart. Yi Zishuan's mood was obvious. The things that they took out were not bad. Of course, that was only for Yi Zishuan. Remember the website. Chapter 4299. After the 4 kings couldn't take down Lin Fei, they had no choice but to use another method. They could tell that Yi Zishuan was just an ordinary innate. There were a bunch of such experts in the Kunlun mystery realm. However, no matter what, this person was following beside Lin Fei, so they definitely knew him. Hence, they decided to start with Yi Zishuan. Wasn't it just giving some gifts? So what? As long as they could open the Divine Dragon mystery realm, anything was fine. They just had to play around a little and they would definitely find a bunch of good stuff. Compared to the things he had given out, this little bit of effort was nothing. They all thought it through, so Yi Zishuan obtained a lot of things in a short while. The people from the major forces were all envious, wishing that they could replace Yi Zishuan and take all these things. It was simply too tempting. With these things, be it in terms of survival or increasing one's strength, it would be of great help. Where else could they find such a good thing? Yi Zishuan finally accepted the reality in front of her with much difficulty. She kept them with a peace of mind. She was even more grateful to Lin Fei. The more things she kept, the more the 4 kings' hearts sank. Good lad, why aren't you asking? I can't possibly take out all of my assets. However, they didn't dare to say such words. Who asked them to underestimate Lin Fei from the start, which resulted in such a mess? Luckily, Lin Fei finally opened his mouth. After Yi Zishuan took out a bunch of things. I can see your intentions. Isn't it just opening the Divine Dragon mystery realm? That's simple. However, before I open it, I need you to agree to a request of mine. Otherwise, I won't even bother to open this Divine Dragon mystery realm. The 4 kings had originally heaved a sigh of relief, but when they suddenly heard this, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't he messing with them? I wonder what request Brother Lin has. As long as it's not too difficult, I, the Poison King, will definitely agree to it. The Poison King was the first to speak. Since he hadn't really fought with Lin Fei before, he naturally wouldn't offend him. Since it wasn't a difficult request, he naturally agreed to it. After the Poison King spoke, the remaining 3 kings didn't dare to say anything else. Didn't they see that the Poison King had already spoken? Actually, my request is very simple. After we enter the Divine Dragon's secret zone, no matter when we come out, the 4 of you owe me a treasure. This treasure must be a chi cultivating stage magic item at the very least. Only then will I activate the Divine Dragon's secret zone. Magic tools were naturally not something that ordinary weapons could compare to. They possessed heaven-defying might. Even if there were 4 of them, they only had 1 magic tool in their hands so far. If they really obtained one in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land, they would have to hand it over. That would be difficult for them to accept. On second thought, the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm was the origin of Wuxia. There must be many artifacts in it. If they went in, they would be able to get 2 or 3 of them. It wouldn't be difficult for them to hand over one. In any case, Lin Fei did not ask for the grade of the artifact. When the time came, he would just give them the worst one. They did not breach the contract. If you don't have any objections, then write an IOU here, lest you act shamelessly and refuse to hand over the Dharma artifact. Lin Fei's words stunned them once again. After all, they were one of the 4 kings below the honorable martial artist. Since when did they have to write an IOU? However, when these words came from Lin Fei's mouth, the situation was completely different. They could tell that if they did not write the IOU, Lin Fei would definitely not activate the Divine Dragon's secret zone. After all, he had 2 Divine Dragon keys. They were the 4 strongest people below the honorable martial artist. They did not expect to suffer losses at the hands of a brat. It seemed like they could not vent their anger. There was nothing more inferior than this. It's just a small matter. Isn't it just owing money? I'll write it first. The Poison King was the first to write an IOU. After the Poison King wrote the first one, the second one followed. The second one was the Heaven and Demon King, followed by the 3 Stones Divine King, and finally the Heaven Eye King. They had no choice but to write an IOU. Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Was this brat not afraid of being chased by the 4 kings once they left this place? Not only would he be chased by the 4 kings, but he also seemed to have offended the Sky Sword Mountain, which had an honorable martial artist. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat for Lin Fei. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. Lin Fei received 4 IOUs as he wished. All of them were imprinted by the 4 kings. They were the real deal. You are straightforward people. I, Lin Fei, am straightforward too. Isn't it just the Divine Dragon's secret zone? I'll activate it for you now. Lin Fei smiled and threw the 2 Divine Dragon keys in his hand. Now, he had finally activated the 2 missing parts. When they were completely activated, the stone dragon flew up and circled around. At the same time, it released a wave of dragon's might. The dragon's might reached deep into everyone's heart. The first roar was very shocking. Following the second and third roars, the giant dragon roared 13 times in a row. Everyone could feel the terrifying majesty of each wave of dragon's might. The Divine Dragon's secret zone seems to be activated. Someone exclaimed. It turned out that in the middle of the hall, a door had appeared out of nowhere. The 13 waves of dragon's might instantly turned into 13 streams of light and pushed the door open. Everyone was greatly surprised by this scene. They did not expect the layout of the Divine Dragon's secret zone to be like this. Fortunately, they did not destroy the dragon in the beginning. Otherwise, they would be dumbfounded. Lin Fei chuckled. Fortunately, you did not go all out. Otherwise, the shockwaves from our battle might have torn the dragon into pieces. If that happened, no one would be able to enter. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that the Divine Dragon's secret zone was hidden in the void. It was very powerful and did not leave any traces. Even if he used his divine senses to scan it, he would not be able to find it. This was the dust within the dust. The door to the divine dragon's secret zone was hidden in the dust. In other words, the expert who set this up must have reached a very high level of attainment in the Tao of space. It was not something that ordinary people could break. When the door was completely stabilized, the faintly discernible secret zone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Behind the door were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. It did not look like a dead secret zone as they had imagined. Is this the divine dragon's secret zone? Why is it so different from what I imagined? There's life here. It seems like this is the origin of Wuxia. Chapter 4300. Before entering the divine dragon mysterious realm, everyone realized that the divine dragon mysterious realm was completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought that it would be an uninhabited divine dragon mysterious realm. Other than danger, there were all sorts of traps. Who would have thought that the divine dragon mysterious realm was like a paradise? It was completely out of everyone's expectations. This was not recorded in the information. If anyone still dared to say that the divine dragon arcane realm was an uninhabited place, they would be the first to capture them and beat them up. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. There were lives in the divine dragon arcane realm. Then, do you guys think there are any living people in the divine dragon mystery land? Someone suddenly asked. Everyone's expression changed slightly. If there were living people inside, it would be completely different. They had to be careful. Although traps were dangerous, they could still be prevented. However, if there were people alive, it would be a completely different story. Everyone hesitated. They had never seen such a scene before. The divine dragon mysterious realm is really not bad. It's like a paradise. I wonder who will go in first. Lin Fei laughed. The four kings were actually a little confused. Damn, they did not expect the divine dragon mysterious realm to be like this. If you asked them to go, they would be a little worried. Who knew what the situation would be like inside? If no one plans to go in first, then I will go in. It would be a pity if we don't take a look at such a good place. Lin Fei laughed and looked at Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian beside him. Are you guys waiting outside? Or are you going in with me? Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan did not dare to stay outside. They nodded. We will go in with you. Lin Fei led Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan into the door. By the time everyone reacted, the three of them were already inside the mysterious realm. It doesn't matter if it's dangerous or not, we have to go in. Even if there are living people, they can't be stronger than us. The demon king of Jianghu had been holding his breath for a long time. Now that he did not see Lin Fei, there was naturally no need to suppress it. He snorted coldly and directly rushed in. The remaining three kings were more or less the same. They didn't need to say anything and rushed in one after another. Without any hesitation, the others entered the divine dragon mystical ground as well. Just like that, Lin Fei swaggered into the secret realm. The place where they landed was a forest. When they entered, the rich spiritual energy of the world shocked Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, and their eyes lit up. Yi Zixuan had always felt that the spiritual qi in the Kunlun mystic realm was very dense. However, compared to this place, it was simply unimaginable. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the Kunlun mystic realm for 10 years. Is this the land of origin? The spiritual energy here is too dense. If I'm able to cultivate here for a year, I'll be able to easily break through to the innate realm. Yi Zixuan took a deep breath, and sized up the surroundings. Yi Xian also nodded. It's really too rich. If I can cultivate here for a while, I might really be able to reach the innate level. Yi Xian was the weakest among them. At this moment, Lin Fei laughed. Do you guys really think that it's good to cultivate here? Yi Zixuan said without thinking, that's definitely a good place to cultivate. Compared to this, the Kunlun mystic realm is nothing. Then take a look at what's in front. Lin Fei pointed forward and said. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian did not understand, and they really looked forward. In front of them was a thicket, and there seemed to be no movement. However, in the next second, a giant black wolf suddenly leaped out of the thicket. The giant black wolf was very tall and very big, just like a pony. It appeared in front of Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan just like that. The ferocious aura directly made the two of them not dare to breathe loudly. Even though Yi Zixuan was an innate realm expert, and Yi Xian was only one step away from the innate realm, but in front of this giant wolf, they did not dare to make any movements. How can there be such a giant wolf? This is too unbelievable. Yi Zixuan and Yi Fan's minds were practically blank. They had never seen such a giant wolf before. Now that they were facing the giant wolf, they felt the threat of death. In other words, this giant wolf completely had the strength to kill them here. Subconsciously, they finally understood why Lin Fei would say that. It turned out that he had noticed this giant wolf the moment he came down. Scaring them like this, their little hearts could not take the stimulation. They did not dare to move. They were afraid that if they moved, this giant wolf would pounce on them. After all, ordinary wolves were also ferocious and terrifying, and now their bodies were even bigger. One could imagine how ferocious it was. Do you still think that cultivating here is a good thing? Just as Lin Fei finished speaking, a few screams immediately came from the seemingly quiet forest. The sound made one's hair stand on end. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian immediately understood that someone was definitely in big trouble. Maybe they were targeted by these giant wolves, or maybe they were not. In any case, they were all at the same level. The spiritual energy here is very dense, surpassing that of the Kunlun's secret realm. Naturally, the wild beasts that live here will all be enhanced, whether it is in terms of intelligence or size. That's why you guys see the giant wolf now. This giant wolf has the strength of at least the innate realm. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The sounds you guys heard just now should be from other people coming down. They were unlucky and encountered the beasts here. That's right, this giant wolf in front of you is actually a beast, just that its brain is not too developed. Beasts and spiritual beasts were only one word apart, but beasts were indeed more terrifying, because they did not have intelligence and were purely driven by violence. After Lin Fei finished speaking, the huge black wolf suddenly moved. Its huge body pounced forward, stirring up a gust of wind. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were directly blasted away by the storm, and they only felt that their bodies were about to be torn apart. At first, they subconsciously thought that the giant black wolf was very strong, but when they really came into contact with it, they realized that the strength of the innate realm was actually nothing in front of this giant wolf. It could easily tear them into pieces. This was the most terrifying thing. They did not have the ability to resist at all. Before they even pounced, they were already defeated. At first, they thought that the divine dragon's secret realm was a paradise, but now it seemed like it was not. This was a land of hell. Cultivating here was purely thinking too much. Chapter 43:01. The moment the giant wolf pounced, 5 sharp claws directly popped out from its claws and slashed at Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan. 5 rays of cold light attacked them head-on. Do not underestimate these 5 beams of cold light. An ordinary body of flesh and blood could be easily torn apart in front of these 5 beams of cold light. With a loud thud, the giant wolf fell to the ground in the next second. So it was Lin Fei who made a move. A beam of sword energy pierced through the giant wolf's head. One should not look at how this enormous wolf's strength was formidable, easily making Yi Zixuan suffer a great loss. However, in front of Lin Fei, it was just that kind of thing. But to Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, they once again walked on the edge of hell. It was really hard to forget the strength of this giant wolf. If I'm not wrong, this place should have become the holy land of the demonic beasts. In this forest, including the forest outside, there are demonic beasts everywhere. You guys have to be careful, don't get attacked by the demonic beasts. Lin Fei walked over and glanced at the giant wolf. Even though it was just an ordinary giant wolf, with the help of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, in addition to the unique things in this forest, it actually developed a trace of spiritual intelligence and grew into its current form. It even had the strength of an innate. Lin Fei was getting more and more interested in this place. After a short rest, the 3 of them continued on their journey. The giant wolf's fur was also plucked off by Yi Xian. Because this giant wolf's fur was very good. If it was used to make inner armor, it could block bullets. Yi Xian really couldn't bear to miss out on such good fur, so he forcefully plucked it off. Of course, it took a lot of time. The forest was very big, and monsters appeared from time to time. These monsters varied in size, but they were all very powerful. Along the way, they also saw many corpses. These were the people who followed them in. They were all killed by the monsters, and more than half of their bodies were eaten. The scene was a mess. Lin Fei was used to everything here. After all, the scenes he had seen before were not comparable to these small scenes. Not long after, they walked out of the forest. He had killed at least dozens of demonic beasts. This forest could be considered a dangerous place. That mountain is so tall. It's like a pillar that supports the heavens. How can there be such a tall mountain in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land? As soon as he got out of the forest, Yi Zixuan saw a huge mountain in front of her. This mountain towered between the heavens and the earth like a pillar that supported the heavens. It would be difficult not to notice it. I think there are many palaces on this mountain. Could there really be people living there? Yi Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain. Lin Fei smiled. To think that there are still people living in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. It looks like these people moved into the Divine Dragon Mystery Land a very, very long time ago. Lin Fei did not expect anyone to be alive in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land, but he did not expect there to be people living here. Looks like if I want the treasures of the Divine Dragon's secret ground, I'll have to go to that mountain. That's the core of the Divine Dragon's secret ground. If I'm not mistaken, the 4 kings should be there as well. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in treasures or whatnot. Now that he had the number 1 divine tree, the divine tree of life, other things were nothing to him. As long as he recovered his strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to take anything. Doesn't that mean that the people over there are from the ancient times? Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Not necessarily from the ancient times, but the modern people should be about the same. A few hundred years would be considered a long time. Lin Fei was experienced. He really did not believe that any ancient people could live until now. They must have come here in the ancient times to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, there were probably many powerful people in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. Other than that, there was another possibility, and that was that these people were brought in by the ancestor. After all, the ancestor's ancient tomb was here. Many people came here for the things in the ancestor's ancient tomb. Just now, Lin Fei secretly sensed that there were no strong auras in the entire Divine Dragon Mystery Land. Especially the ones that made his heart palpitate. So far, only the auras that made his heart palpitate were powerful opponents. As for the rest, they were just ordinary. The 3 of them quickly found a way out and headed towards the mountain. Although the mountain looked close, it was still a long way to go. Along the way, there were many monsters. Just like what was said, the Divine Dragon Mystery Land was rich in spirit energy. Therefore, a large number of monsters were born. Some of these monsters were alone, and some were in groups. It made one's scalp go numb. Their group was the most relaxed. Whenever a monster came out, it was directly killed by the sword will. It did not even make a sound, leaving behind monster carcasses. In the beginning, Yi Xian would skin these monsters and prepare to use them to make inner armor, 1 for each person. But later on, there was more and more fur, so he did not skin them anymore. It took them 5 days to reach this mountain. It was as if the horse died from looking at the mountain. When they were not far away from the mountain, they finally realized how big the mountain was. Other than big, there was no other way to describe it. It was almost one with the world. It was like a stabilizing force. There were palaces all over the mountain. There were large and small palaces, giving off a very solemn and serene aura. At the bottom of the mountain was a large city built with huge black stones. It was built against the mountain, and with the palaces on the mountain, it made this place look very different. There seems to be a carriage in front. A carriage suddenly appeared on the road not far away. There were monsters in front and behind the carriage. They were all tamed and were pulling the carriage obediently. The people around them all looked like they were wearing armor made of animal hide. Their auras were very powerful. The weakest was a transcendent master, and the rest were innate level masters. Such a lineup really made people's hearts tremble. It should be a caravan. But this caravan is different from the ones we usually see. They are all masters. There are 5 innate level masters, 1 at the peak innate level, and even the weakest is a transcendent master. And one of them can control these monsters. I wonder what kind of background this caravan has in this mountain city. Lin Fei's eyes were like torches. He saw through this caravan immediately. There were a lot of experts. What kind of experts are in front of us? Don't have any ideas about our Wooden Mountain Chamber of Commerce. I advise you to give up. When Lin Fei and the others noticed this caravan, a cold voice came from there. Obviously, they also noticed Lin Fei and the other 2 strangers. Lin Fei and the other 2 were dressed strangely, and it was hard not to be noticed. Chapter 4302. Lin Fei and the other 2 were indeed dressed in strange clothes. It was normal for them to be targeted by this caravan. No, they were noticed because they happened to be on the official road. The Wooden Mountain caravan also stopped, and a few strong men in animal skins walked out. Their eyes were very vigilant. In such a place, it had been a long time since someone appeared in such strange clothes. It seems that we have someone asking for directions. Lin Fei smiled. Who is the person in charge here? Come out and tell me. Lin Fei's voice was not light or heavy, but when it fell into the ears of those innate stage experts, their expressions changed drastically. I am Gu Shuzi, the manager of this Wooden Mountain Chamber of Commerce. I wonder where this brother is from and what business do you have with our Wooden Mountain Chamber of Commerce? At this moment, a senile old man walked out of the carriage. Although the man looked old and clumsy, he had a dignified aura about him. It was obvious that he was indeed a steward. This place is very interesting, please come over and tell me. Lin Fei only needed a glance to know the strength of these people, so he did not care. But for this old man, his pupils shrank and he could not help but exclaim. You are outsiders, no, you are people from beyond the sky. Oh my God, I actually met people from beyond the sky. Not only the old man's voice was trembling, even these innate stage experts changed their expressions one by one. People from beyond the sky, that was a mysterious existence that had always been in the legends. They did not expect that they would actually meet one day. No wonder they were dressed completely different from their sacred land at the beginning. Yi Xian and Yi Zishuan were slightly stunned. Soon, they understood what it meant. Obviously, these people also knew that they came from outside. I am Gu Shuzi, and I have seen people from beyond the sky. I think you must have just come in. Our Lord in the sacred land will be very happy when he finds out because he is looking forward to the arrival of people from beyond the sky. Gu Shuzi also became very excited. Lin Fei originally thought that these people would all make a move. After all, they were different, and it was inevitable that these people would have some ideas. But now, it seemed that these people seemed to know about the people from beyond the heavens. Their tones and expressions changed. Obviously, they were all looking forward to the arrival of the people from outer space. In other words, that sacred mountain should have something to do with the people from beyond the heavens. Gu Shuzi invited the 3 of them to sit in the carriage with great enthusiasm. Lin Fei did not refuse and sat down with a smile. Soon, the carriage continued to move, swaying unsteadily. After asking a few random questions, Lin Fei gained a better understanding of this place, the Divine Dragon Mystical Land. For example, the mountain in front of them was originally called Mount Dragon God. Because it was the Dragon God mountain formed by a giant dragon. They all lived on the Dragon God mountain, but they generally called that place the Holy Mountain, also known as the Holy Land. That was because it was the safest place in the entire Divine Dragon Mystery Land. That place was blessed by the Dragon God. Outside, they would be attacked by demons at any moment. That can't be. The Divine Dragon Mystery Land is so big. Is there really only one place that is the safest? Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Gu Shuzi smiled wryly and said. It's a long story. The Divine Dragon Mystery Land is not as good as everyone thinks. Although the spirit chi of heaven and earth is rich here, we have to face the attacks of monsters. Although Yi Zixuan had seen many monsters along the way, she felt that the entire Divine Dragon Mystery Land was relatively safe. However, it seemed to be a little different from what she had imagined. This part of our journey is relatively safe. Monsters rarely appear in these places, but if they appear on the other side, it will be the Holy Land of Monsters. When Gu Shuzi mentioned this, his face was full of fear, as if he had experienced something terrifying. At the same time, Heaven I Monarch and Heaven N Demon King landed in a quiet forest. In the beginning, they did not care much. Although these monsters were relatively powerful, it was not difficult for them to kill them. Moreover, the fur was quite good, and they could make a small profit if they brought it back. As they killed and killed, the situation was different. There were more and more monsters, and they were overwhelming. The strength of these monsters was also getting stronger. Even though they were chi refining experts, they felt pressured at this time. The demonic beasts, both inside and outside, had almost completely surrounded them. When they finally tore open a path, a huge figure appeared, and as soon as the figure appeared, it launched a fierce attack. Heaven I Monarch and Heaven N Demon King directly displayed their strength, but the huge figure was very incredible, because it had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 arms were all holding huge weapons, and they were full of overbearing power. Upon contact, they could not resist at all, and were directly smashed away. Sure enough, you people from outer space have come. If you don't want to die, then obediently submit to me. Otherwise, I will directly eat you all up. The huge figure rushed over again, and the 3 heads let out a cold laugh. The 6 arms smashed down again, and a loud bang directly blew Heaven I Monarch and Heaven N Demon King away, and their bodies were covered with wounds. The strength of a Supreme Master. This is definitely the strength of a Supreme Master. Heaven I Monarch's face turned pale. They originally thought that the Divine Dragon's secret place would not be too dangerous, but who would have thought that after they finally killed the monsters, another incomparably huge monster would appear, and they would be defeated in one move. And it was also at the Supreme Master level. What kind of luck was this? More importantly, this huge figure knew that they were from the outside? Heaven and Demon King's face turned pale, but he suppressed the panic in his heart. What exactly are you? Why should I surrender to you? Aren't you afraid that I will destroy both of you? As soon as Heaven and Demon King said this, the 6 arms smashed down again. Heaven and Demon King could not resist at all, and he was directly smashed into the ground. The 6 arms stretched down, and Heaven and Demon King was grabbed. Just then, Heaven and Demon King finally saw what the other party looked like. It was a huge ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was unimaginably strong, and the strength that the 6 arms released was at the strength of a chi refining expert. Because I am King Kong, one of the 3 monster kings of the Divine Dragon's secret place. By relying on me, I can make your strength rise to the next level, and you will reach the Supreme Master level, which is also the foundation building realm. Chapter 4303. The Heaven Extinction Demon King and the Heaven I King were the unluckiest. As for the other 2 kings, they were much more relaxed, even though they were also being chased by the monsters. The Poison King and the 3 Stones Divine King landed in different parts of the forest. After being chased by the monsters, they realized that this place was different from what they had imagined. After leaving the forest, they also headed for Mount Dragon God. Because they encountered a hunter on the way, they used force to understand the situation. Hence, they immediately set their sights on Mount Dragon God. After learning about the people from outer space, they became even more curious and interested in Mount Dragon God. Lin Fei, Yi Zixuan, and the other 2 sat in the carriage, swaying. Along the way, they listened to Gu Shuzi and learned a lot about Mount Dragon God. Thump, 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 thump. Suddenly, the ground seemed to tremble. Gu Shuzi's expression changed immediately. I think we are being targeted by the monsters. Gu Shuzi immediately pulled the curtain open and walked out of the carriage. At this moment, everyone in the caravan gathered together because there was a black tide not far away. It turned out that they were all formed by monsters. These monsters were of different sizes, but they were all gathered together. The leader was a huge green bull. This green bull actually revealed a human-like smile and spoke in human language. Ha 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 ha, we are quite lucky. I actually caught a caravan. Children, go and tear them all to pieces. The voice of this green bull was very violent. With a command, all the demonic beasts rushed forward. Quick, deploy the battle formation. We must not let them attack us. The innate stage masters gathered immediately and deployed the battle formation. However, the battle formation had just been deployed, and after killing many monsters, it was blasted away by the opponent's monsters. Furthermore, there were special beasts hidden among these demonic beasts. These monsters could spit poisonous fog. Once they spit it out, it would be very pungent and make people dizzy. Even the innate stage masters could not withstand it. I didn't expect these monsters to target us even though we were so careful. Gu Shuzi's gaze turned cold, and he was ready to take action himself. When Gu Shuzi rushed out, Yi Xian also came out and saw the green bull. Even though he was prepared, he was still frightened when he saw the green bull. Even in the Kunlun mystic realm, there had never been a green ox that could speak human language. The divine dragon arcane realm was indeed a magical place. This place is really like what it said. After the dragon god died, its essence blood turned into the flowers and plants in this secret realm. That's why this green ox can also speak human language. Yi Zishuan also walked out. That should be it. Lin Fei smiled and stood behind Yi Zishuan. If there is no accident, Gu Shuzi is no match for the green ox. Although the green ox is huge, it is invulnerable. Moreover, the green ox's strongest skill should be close combat. As the casualties of the demonic beasts increased, the green bull finally moved. In the end, I'll have to do it myself. A bunch of ants. I'll eat all of you in one bite. The green ox pounced forward. Although it was huge, its speed was extremely fast. After its 4 hooves landed on the ground, it was like an earthquake, forming a certain frequency. These innate stage masters were all swaying as if they would fall at any time. Did you see that? This is the green ox's talent, Earth Trample. It attacks by vibrations. Although these innate stage masters are all swaying, they have already been hit and are seriously injured. Lin Fei said very casually. However, in the eyes of Yi Xian and Yi Zishuan, the green ox was even more terrifying. In this divine dragon arcane realm, how many green ox beasts like this were there? They finally believed Gu Shuzi's words. Perhaps Mount Dragon God was the safest place in the draconic arcane realm. If they could see a green ox that could speak here, it was imaginable how dangerous this place was. The green ox rammed all the way. Bang 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 bang. One by one, the innate stage masters were sent flying. After that, they all vomited blood and were seriously injured. Some of the weaker ones even died from a single collision. Gu Shuzi's face was full of anger. Green ox, go to hell. Gu Shuzi moved as if he was flying and slapped the back of the green ox with his palm. However, a layer of ripples appeared on the back of the green ox. The green ox took the opportunity to do a death roll. When it faced up, it opened its mouth and spat out a wind blade. It instantly slashed on Gu Shuzi's body, leaving a wound. Stupid human, how dare you fight me in close combat? I wonder who gave you the courage. The green ox revealed a contemptuous look. It quickly pounced on Gu Shuzi again. Gu Shuzi was injured in one move. The wound was shocking. He dodged the green ox's fierce attacks again and again, and it seemed that he was not far from being defeated. Gu Shuzi's palm technique was very overbearing, but the green ox's defense was also very good. After being hit several times, it did not seem to be injured at all. There was nothing but disdain. Should we help Gushuzi? After all, we still have to go to Mount Dragon God. Lin Fei said with a smile, both of you are still a little weak. However, this green ox is suitable for training. Anyway, we are still free now. You can go up and train. After Yi Zishuan and Yi Xian came to Mount Dragon God, no, it was the draconic mystical realm. They felt particularly aggrieved because the monsters they encountered made them feel pressured. In the beginning, Yi Zishuan was also a proud daughter of the heavens, but in front of Lin Fei, her arrogance was completely shattered. Now that there was a chance for training, and it was Lin Fei who said it, it was definitely not dangerous. Moreover, with Lin Fei here, Yi Zishuan could rest assured. Without any hesitation, Yi Zishuan and Yi Xian rushed out. The three of them besieged the green ox together. Although the three of them besieged the green ox together, the remaining monsters were still attacking. These innate experts had suffered the attack of Earth Trample, so their strength had been affected to a certain extent. Under the densely packed monsters, they seemed to be powerless. Just as they were about to feel despair, Lin Fei waved his hand. His sword will swept across the bodies of these demonic beasts like a gust of wind. One by one, the demonic beasts were sent flying and fell to the ground, dead. Get lost. The monsters that were trying to pounce again curled their tails in fear when they heard this voice and ran away without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, the place became empty. Only the green ox was still fighting with Gu Shuzi, Yi Xian, and Yi Xian. If it were not for the corpses of the monsters, it would be hard to imagine that they had just been attacked by monsters. Chapter 4304. Gu Shuzi, who was fighting with the green bull, was under great pressure. On one hand, he had to watch out for the green ox, and on the other hand, he also had to worry about the safety of the caravan. With the addition of Yi Xian and Yi Zishuan, the pressure was alleviated a lot, but he was still very worried about the caravan. After a gust of wind swept past, Gu Shuzi was surprised to find that the monstrous beasts that were besieging them had all disappeared, leaving behind a large pile of corpses on the ground. Gu Shuzi knew that the expert from outer space had taken action. He didn't even know how he did it, but the ground was already full of monsters. Now, he was completely relieved. The green ox was busy fighting. Although there were two people in strange clothes, it did not affect him at all. Very soon, it discovered that there was a problem, because all its subordinates had run away, and there were a large number of demon beast corpses left on the ground. At this moment, the green bull's bell-like eyes swept back and forth, and very quickly, his gaze landed on a young man. It was also a person dressed in strange clothes. With just one glance, the green ox trembled all over, turned around, and ran inside. The green ox sensed a terrifying killing intent from the other party. I'm scared, I'm running away. This was the green ox's instinctive feeling. This guy was definitely a powerful guy. Once he made a move, he wouldn't be able to escape. The green ox did not even dare to say anything harsh. It was afraid that once it opened its mouth, there would be no more time. The beef thighs on your body are not bad. I'll leave one for you. It just so happens that I know where my lunch is. What? You want my cow thighs? The green ox broke out in a cold sweat and ran even faster. Even the ground made thumping sounds. But in the next second, a cold light flashed past, and the green ox let out a blood-curdling screech. It swayed, and with a plop, it broke a large tree. It turned out that one of its hind legs had actually fallen off. Not bothering to look at the green bull with its hind leg on the ground, it rushed into the forest in a sorry state. Along the way, the big trees kept falling, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Gu Shuzi was also dumbfounded. That was Green Ox, the strongest existence in the innate realm. Now, this green bull actually left a hind leg behind and ran away just like that. Immediately, a Xiantian master staggered over and brought the cow thigh back. Even if it was just a cow's thigh, it was still extremely heavy. This Xiantian expert was so tired that he was panting heavily. Thank you, young Master Lin, for doing us a big favor. If you don't make a move, our Wood Mountain Chamber of Commerce will probably not be able to survive and return to Dragon God Mountain. You guys should have barbecued beef thighs here, right? It just so happens that you guys are tired. You guys can take a break. The demonic beasts here are all yours. We don't have any use for them. An inborn expert stepped forward. I'm a chef. I've never barbecued a peak innate realm green ox thigh before, but I'm happy to cook this thigh for you, senior. Soon, these people began to clean up the scene. First, they put all the demon beasts together, took their fur, and refined their flesh. They were very busy. Look, we're not too far away from Mount Dragon God. Why would there be Biyao beasts attacking you? Additionally, it looks like this azure ox has quite the background. Lin Fei asked casually because he had already smelled the aroma of the beef thigh. This was the thigh of an innate realm Yao beast. The energy it contained was extraordinary. To Lin Fei, this was nothing more than a sumptuous meal. It had been a long time since he had encountered an innate realm Yao beast with such rich blood and qi. If Green Ox knew that Lin Fei made a move just because he thought the beef thigh was delicious, it would probably vomit blood in anger. Gu Shuzi sighed. In fact, the divine dragon mysterious realm is a paradise for Yao beasts because the Yao beasts here are stronger than the warriors of Mount Dragon God. For example, that azure ox just now is at the peak of the inborn realm. It can sweep away a lot of inborn experts. Therefore, we have to be careful. The second one is Long Chinzu, an ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He has extraordinary strength. Even the top experts of Mount Dragon God are no match for him. The second one is Long Chinzu, whose original form is a centipede. He has the blood of the Dragon God, so his combat strength is very strong. He can use 18 weapons and is more powerful than King Kong. The last one is called Mo Ing. He is the most special one among the 3 kings. His strength is also the most special because his combat strength is not strong. However, he has a unique ability, which is possession. Once you are possessed by a Mo Ing, you will be under his control. That azure ox is King Kong's subordinate. Gu Shuzi spoke eloquently again. It seems that Mount Dragon God is indeed the only safe place left. Lin Fei also understood Gu Shuzi's problem. Although Mount Dragon God was the safest place, there was still a barrier that blocked the attacks of the Yao beasts. Such a barrier required a certain amount of consumption, and the consumption was in the dragon mysterious realm. They needed to keep searching for it, so they risked their lives to search for it. For example, if it weren't for Lin Fei, all of them would have died here. Dragon God Mountain wasn't unfamiliar with situations like this. At certain times, there would always be people who would search for source stones to maintain the barrier's power. No matter who received this mission, it would be very troublesome. Soon, the azure ox leg was roasted and served. You too have weak qi and blood. Eat the azure ox leg. Maybe you can make a breakthrough in your realm. Lin Fei tore off a piece of green beef and said with a smile. The azure ox leg weighed hundreds of kilograms. Even Lin Fei and the other 2 could not finish it. Therefore, Gu Shuzi was lucky enough to taste it. Lin Fei ate very slowly. On the contrary, after Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan ate it, their qi and blood surged violently. Obviously, this beef was extraordinary. Lin Fei slapped the beef with his palm. Soon, the 2 of them digested the beef and completely absorbed its essence. After eating a little beef, they made a breakthrough in an instant. Yi Xian was the most excited one. He was originally stuck in the innate realm. Now, after eating the beef, he directly broke through. Yi Zixuan also made a breakthrough. Her strength had improved a lot. Now, if she encountered the azure ox again, she would not be so embarrassed. At the very least, she could deal with it calmly. Even if she could not kill the azure ox, she could easily leave. The azure ox leg that could not be finished was soon distributed to the innate realm masters. They were all very excited. Chapter 4305. The caravan left. They left with a large amount of beast hide and meat. After they left, a huge figure emerged. However, it walked with a limp, which looked very strange. This was the green ox that had left. At this moment, the green ox's eyes were almost spewing fire, flashing with anger. Someone from beyond the heavens. That must be someone from beyond the heavens. The King Kong asked us to keep an eye on the whereabouts of someone from beyond the heavens. I didn't expect to run into him. The green ox seemed to have left, but in fact, it was hiding. No one knew that the green ox had an innate magical ability, which was to attach its mind to the corpse of the monster. Therefore, it heard everything clearly and more or less guessed the general situation. The green ox's desire for revenge was very strong. Losing a leg would have a great impact on its strength, so it had to remember who did it. Although there were many experts in the sacred mountain and the green ox was afraid of some, no one could use sword intent to easily cut off one of its legs. I must report this news to the king. When the time comes, the king will personally go out and capture the person from beyond the heavens. I must eat one of his legs. No, I want to eat both of his legs. Only then can I vent the anger in my heart. The green ox returned immediately and kept shuttling through the forest. After half a day, it went into a cave. The cave was winding, but when it reached the bottom, it turned into a huge natural cave. There were a large number of monsters living in the cave, but they were all orderly. The green ox soon saw its king. The King Kong. The three-headed and six-armed King Kong was eating a monster. In 2 or 3 bites, it had devoured hundreds of kilograms of monster meat. King, I just received shocking news. Someone from beyond the heavens has come to our secret realm. As soon as the green ox finished speaking, its pupils shrank. His pupils suddenly shrank. He noticed that there were 2 people dressed in strange clothes beside the king. They seemed to be very similar to the young man from before. Little Ching, you found out too late. However, it seems like you've suffered a loss at the hands of someone from beyond the heavens. Even one of your legs was cut off. The King Kong laughed heartily. The green ox knelt on the ground. My king, I brought the little ones to attack a caravan. In the end, we encountered someone from beyond the heavens, and one of our legs was cut off. Please help me, my king. I must eat that bastard. Azure Ox had a certain status under the King Kong because he was invulnerable and extremely strong. I wonder if the one who attacked you was a young man. Heavens and Demon King stood up and said coldly, if it's this person, then I know who he is. He should be Lin Fei. That's right, that's right. It's a young man. He seems to have brought an old man and a woman with him. Those 2 have average strength, but that young man is extremely terrifying. I didn't even notice it and one of my thighs was cut off. If it wasn't for the fact that I, old cow, ran fast, would have been eaten by now. At the thought of this, the green ox shuddered subconsciously. He was too scared. He, old cow, would also be eaten by someone one day. He had always been the one eating others. When had it ever been someone else's turn to eat him? The King Kong laughed heartily. Old cow, to think that you would have such a day. I told you to be careful. Those guys on the sacred mountain aren't that easy to deal with. I didn't expect you to encounter someone from beyond the heavens first. It's already good enough that you came back alive. However, don't worry. You're my general. If someone from beyond the heavens dares to eat your thighs, he will be my enemy. Heavens and Demon King cupped his hands at the King Kong and said, my king, that kid is a sword expert. He can use a powerful sword formation. Even the 4 of us couldn't take advantage of him. I think that kid must have a big secret. My king, if you capture him, you will definitely gain a lot. Heavens and Demon King had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. Therefore, when he heard that it was Lin Fei, he definitely wanted to smear him. Moreover, he also guessed that Lin Fei must have a big secret. If the King Kong made a move, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to escape even if he grew wings. The King Kong's eyes flickered. Then, all 3 heads laughed. Since he has a big secret, I can also exercise my body. I haven't attacked the sacred mountain for a long time. It's about time to contact those two guys. King Kong, you don't need to contact them. We came uninvited. Since the people from beyond the heavens have come, then the rumors have come true. It's also time for us to make a move. At this time, two figures walked in. They were the other two of the three kings. Long Qianzu and Mo Ying. Long Qianzu was a ferocious-looking man. His whole body exuded a fiendish aura. His body was riddled with scars, and the most eye-catching thing behind him were the 18 tentacle-like arms. Each arm was holding a weapon, and it was a shocking sight to behold. The Mo Ying couldn't be seen clearly. His whole body was covered by a cloak. He was clearly standing in front of you. But in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have disappeared. It was a very strange feeling. This was the best proof of the Mo Ying. No one could learn the Mo Ying's move. Therefore, no one could impersonate him. I heard that the people from beyond the heavens have come. The three of us haven't fought for a long time. Why don't we try the sacred mountain? The Mo Ying said coldly. When the three kings were gathered, Lin Fei and the others finally arrived at the sacred mountain. Only when they reached the foot of the sacred mountain did they realize how big the Dragon God Mountain was. They saw that the Dragon God Mountain was filled with palaces of various sizes. They were built on the mountain. When looking at it from afar, they felt shocked. When they saw it in front of them, they felt even more shocked. It was a towering Dragon God Mountain. Gu Shuzi, you are lucky to be able to come back. I heard that many caravans were attacked by demonic beasts not long ago. Your caravan is intact. There was a barrier at the entrance of the city. A small patrol team was stationed here, and the leader was a peak Xiantian expert. The man recognized Gu Shuzi at a glance and smiled. We are lucky. Otherwise, we would have ended up like them. It's really hard to collect source stones. Gu Shuzi smiled bitterly. By the way, go and report that I have something important to report to the Sacred Lord. Gu Shuzi said again. The leader of the patrol team rarely saw Gu Shuzi say something like this. His face turned solemn. Are you sure you have something to report to the Sacred Lord? You should know that once the Sacred Lord sees you, you will be in trouble if it's not something important. Because the people from beyond the heavens have come. I don't know if this news is worth reporting to the Sacred Lord. Shukju website. Chapter 4306. At the highest point of Dragon God Mountain, there was a huge palace that overlooked everything below. This place was called the Dragon God Palace. A figure hurried into the Dragon God Palace. Finally, he came to the main hall. The main hall was empty, except for a huge dragon-shaped statue in the middle, which was very eye-catching. In front of the dragon-shaped statue, a man sat cross-legged. He wore a crown and exuded a majestic aura. Sacred Lord, I've just received news that people from beyond the heavens have come. The proverb left by the patriarch has come true. This person is at the foot of the mountain. Should we summon them immediately? The man softened his footsteps and knelt behind the Sacred Lord. His expression became extremely respectful. The man wearing the crown slowly opened his eyes, and two rays of light flashed across them. The Sacred Lord did not have a name, because after becoming the Sacred Lord of Dragon God Mountain, there was only the word Sacred Lord left. I didn't expect that after waiting for more than 1,000 years, people from beyond the heavens have finally come. This is good news. Invite them up immediately. I'll welcome them personally. The Sacred Lord smiled. He bowed to the dragon statue with both hands. Patriarch, Patriarch, your words have finally come true. People from beyond the heavens have really come. Lin Fei did not stop Gu Shuzi from reporting the situation. He had already known along the way. From Gu Shuzi, Lin Fei learned one thing. The Patriarch of Dragon God Mountain seemed to have left a message a long time ago, saying that people from beyond the heavens would enter the divine dragon mysterious land one day. This was something very normal to Lin Fei. Moreover, although the appearance of the sinkhole seemed mysterious, it seemed to have been planned. Therefore, Lin Fei also wanted to know what the words left behind by the Patriarch meant. Or was there some secret in the divine dragon mysterious land? Or perhaps the patriarch had left something good, which was why there was such an arrangement. He would know all of this once he met the sacred lord. Not long after, on the winding mountain road, a patrol team arrived. However, the appearance of this patrol team shocked the entire Dragon God Mountain. That was because this patrol team was the Dragon God Patrol Team. There was only one such patrol team in the entire Dragon God Mountain. This patrol team's strength had reached the innate realm. Every single one of them was in the innate realm. This was also the most powerful force of Mount Dragon God. May I ask if the three of you are guests from outer space? Our Saint Master welcomes you very much. An armored Xiantian expert walked over. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan felt a lot of pressure. After all, the patrol team this time was made up of innate level people, and they seemed to have received a certain boost. It was as if they were a team, and they could feel the power from the first encounter. I'm very interested in your holy lord. Take us there. Lin Fei was very calm. Under the guidance of this patrol team, the three of them walked all the way to Mount Dragon God. The Dragon God Mountain's palace was different from other places. There were traces of the Dragon God everywhere, and these people were all wearing beast skins or armor, which was very different. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the Dragon God Mountain, and the Dragon God Palace appeared in front of them. The three of you must be guests from outer space. Welcome to the Dragon God Palace, I'm the Saint Master here. At the entrance of the Dragon God Palace, the Saint Master personally came out to welcome them. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were a little flattered. They could feel an unfathomable aura from the other party. They had only felt such an aura from a supreme being before. Could it be that this Saint Master was a supreme being? You're too kind, Saint Master. We're just a group of passers-by. We came to the Divine Dragon's secret realm just to take a look, but it's more interesting than I thought, Lin Fei said generously. Just like what he said, the others came to the Divine Dragon's secret realm to look for treasures, while Lin Fei came to watch the show, and to meet the ancestor. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Lin Fei to have that kind of interest and that kind of thought? Gossiping was quite interesting. This surprised the Saint Master a little. There were very few people who said it so openly and without hiding it. I wonder what this brother's surname is. It's rare to see someone as straightforward as you. Lin Fei. He's just an ordinary person. The corner of the Saint Master's eyes twitched. If you were an ordinary person, the others would be in trouble. Moreover, the demonic beasts that could break in from the outside were enough to give people a headache. Even an inborn expert would have to be careful when he was outside, fearing that he would be besieged by the demonic beasts. Everyone, please come in. The three followed the Saint Master into the Dragon God Palace. There were side halls of various sizes in the Dragon God Palace. In one of the side halls, the three sat down. After they sat down, a servant immediately served tea. This is the dragon blood tea unique to the Dragon God Palace. It's used to strengthen one's physical body. The three of you must be tired after coming from afar. You can try this dragon blood tea. The 3 cups of dragon blood tea were blood red in color, and one could feel the heat coming from them. After taking a look, Lin Fei picked up a cup of dragon blood tea and took a sip. A domineering effect spread through his body. It's indeed pure dragon blood tea. The effect is amazing. Doesn't this mean that a dragon god has fallen in the divine dragon mysterious realm? I always thought it was a joke, but it seems like it's true. After taking a sip of dragon blood tea, Lin Fei knew that a dragon god had fallen in the divine dragon mysterious realm. The dragon god should be a real divine dragon with a very high bloodline to produce such dragon blood tea. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such an effect. If an ordinary cultivator were to consume the dragon blood tea day and night, the effects would be extraordinary. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were curious. There was such a tea. Both of their physical bodies were average. However, after consuming the dragon blood tea, they felt as if they were in a furnace. It was a very strange feeling, but it also made them realize that this dragon blood tea was indeed good stuff. There is indeed a dragon god in the divine dragon mysterious realm. However, this place used to be a battlefield. The Saint Master explained, and it was a dragon-slaying battlefield. Later on, the divine dragon mysterious realm came into being. It can be said that the entire divine dragon mysterious realm was evolved by the dragon god. We, the younger generation, just got some luck. A dragon-slaying battlefield? That's a little hard to tell. Lin Fei didn't see any traces left behind. All he saw was the abnormality of the divine dragon mysterious realm. This happened a long time ago. It can be traced back to thousands of years ago. Brother Lin, other than the few of you, is there anyone else here? If they enter the territory of the 3 demon kings, it'll be troublesome, the Saint Master said. Chapter 4307. The Holy Lord didn't stay for long. Everyone's topic was very simple and they didn't have a deep understanding of each other. Lin Fei and the other 2 were arranged to stay in the side hall of the Dragon God Palace. The Holy Lord arranged for people to take care of them and allowed them to walk freely in Sagely Mountain. He didn't look like he was going to make things difficult for them. Young Master Lin, don't you think that the Holy Lord seemed very calm when we came in but didn't say anything important? I think it's a little weird. After staying in the side hall, Yi Zixuan suddenly asked. I thought a smart woman like you wouldn't even notice this. This Saint Lord is indeed different, so we should be careful. However, I'm sure he has something to ask of us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told us about the arrival of people from beyond the sky. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably waiting for someone. Once everyone is here, he might take the initiative to look for us. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Maybe Yi Zixuan couldn't see anything but Lin Fei could. This Holy Lord did have some thoughts about them. He didn't sense any killing intent from the Holy Lord, so Lin Fei pretended that nothing was wrong. Whatever the Holy Lord wanted to do, he would do it first. Lin Fei just had to watch quietly. Lin Fei didn't think that the Holy Lord would be like this. He definitely had something to do with them staying in the Dragon God Palace. However, Lin Fei couldn't guess what it was, but it most likely had something to do with the ancestor. While staying in the Dragon God Palace, Lin Fei and the others walked around Sagely Mountain. Compared to the outside world, Sagely Mountain was rather backward. However, they could see all sorts of things here. Bartering was also a popular practice here. The most common was exchanging beast meat for beast meat. As for the rest, it depended on the mood of both parties. Lin Fei also exchanged some things here, but the things he used were very simple. He used pills to exchange for them. This was because these things could only be found in the Divine Dragon's secret realm and couldn't be found outside. For example, medicinal ingredients. The medicinal ingredients here all contain traces of dragon blood essence. The pills refined from them would definitely have shocking effects. Lin Fei did not hesitate to sweep through the area. All of a sudden, Lin Fei, a person from beyond the heavens, became a big local tycoon here. Although the effects of the pills that Lin Fei refined himself could not be compared to the ones in the other world, it was still quite good when placed in this Divine Dragon's secret manual. This was because the skills of the alchemists in the Divine Dragon arcane territory were very crude. Although they all knew how to concoct pills, it was a waste of materials. Poison King and 3 Stones God King are here as well. In a restaurant on the Holy Mountain, Lin Fei bumped into the Poison King and the 3 Stones God King. It was not surprising that the 2 of them ran into Lin Fei. When they entered Mount Dragon God, they already knew about Lin Fei. If you don't mind, let's sit down and have a drink together, said the Poison King proactively. Lin Fei naturally had no objections. Anything is fine. Whether it was the Poison King or the 3 Stones God King, both of them were wary of Lin Fei. Young Master Lin, I have to tell you some unfortunate news. The Heavens End Demon King and the Heavens I King seem to have fallen into the 3 Demon Kings' territory. I don't know if they are alive or dead. The Poison King sighed when he said this. It can't be. The 2 of them are so unlucky to have entered the 3 Demon Kings' territory. I don't think they will end up well. Lin Fei was speechless. Of all places, they had to go to the three demon kings' territory. Wasn't that just asking for death? Lin Fei guessed that the three demon kings were probably at the same level as the Honorable, which was the strength of the Foundation establishment realm. Who would have thought that there would be demon kings in the Divine Dragon Arcane territory? I heard that demon kings are at the same level as the Honorable, or even stronger. Three Stones God King sighed. When they entered, they were already prepared. They did not expect it to be more terrifying than they imagined. The strength of the Heavens End Demon King and the Heavens Eye King was obvious. In the end, there was no news of them when they arrived, and they did not know if they were dead or alive. Of course, they were happy. After all, two less kings meant less fighting for resources. In the future, only the two of them had the chance to step into the honorable realm. The four kings had been fighting for so long. Now that they heard that the Heavens Eye King and the Heavens End Demon King had fallen into the Demon King's territory, they were indeed a little sad. Now that you are at Mount Dragon God, what do you plan to do next? Lin Fei asked with interest. The resources here are quite good. It's much better than outside. The Poison King and the Three Stones God King laughed bitterly. We did not bring much with us when we came, so we only exchanged some medicinal ingredients. However, I feel that this Holy Lord is not simple. I wonder if young Master Lin noticed anything? The Poison King asked. We all came from the outside, so we are in the same boat. If the Holy Lord schemed against us, it would be bad, Three Stones God King said. If the four kings were here, they might not be so worried. However, now that there were only the two of them left, Lin Fei, who was stronger than them, naturally became their target. No matter what, they had to stand on the same line. Otherwise, they would not be able to find help when something unexpected happened. Until now, they still could not tell what level Lin Fei was at. In any case, his strength was higher than theirs, but he had not yet stepped into the honorable realm. Why think so much? Anyway, even if the Holy Lord wants something, we just have to wait. He will speak up sooner or later. If we have the time, we might as well take a look around the sacred mountain. Sometimes, we might even find some good stuff, Lin Fei said casually. However, the Poison King and Three Stones God King could not do as they pleased. They came to the Divine Dragon's secret territory to search for treasures. In the end, there were living people in the Divine Dragon's secret territory, Mount Dragon God, and the three demon kings. The situation suddenly became complicated. Their desire to search for treasures was suddenly shaken. Who knew if they would run into big trouble? Over the past few days, they did not stop asking around about the sacred mountain. In the end, the situation in the Divine Dragon's secret territory was worse than they had imagined. The thought of going out to search for treasures was immediately extinguished. After all, there were so many monsters outside. They had personally experienced it. Once they were surrounded by a dense horde of monsters, even Shi refinement realm experts like them would not be a match for them. They had not met any powerful ones before. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to stand here and talk. Young Master Lin is still optimistic. They knew that they could not do that. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, there was a commotion. The people in the inns and restaurants immediately became nervous. Someone exclaimed. Not good. The demon kings must be attacking. They are going to attack the city. Hurry and defend the city. We cannot let the monsters charge into our Mount Dragon God. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble. Chapter 4308. One figure after another quickly rushed out of the inn, all of them rushing outside. Lin Fei and the others were the first to see what was happening outside. At that moment, the entire holy mountain was filled with moving figures. The Yao kings are attacking the city. To think that we would run into something like this. The Poison King was speechless. Is it because of us that the three demon kings have come to attack the city? I've heard that these demon kings rarely come to attack cities. It might not be a big deal if just one of them comes, but if all three demon kings come, this sacred mountain will be in trouble, Three Stones God Kings suddenly said. Since the Yao Kings are attacking the city, let's go take a look and see what's going on. Lin Fei laughed and rushed out. The others did not hesitate to follow. Compared to other places, Holy Mountain was rather orderly. Clearly, these people were used to the Yao Kings attacking the city. There was no hint of panic or unease. Instead, there was determination. By the time Lin Fei and the others reached the city walls, there was already a large number of people gathered there. All of them were armed with weapons and clad in armor. I didn't expect the 3 Yao Kings to attack the city. How is that possible? I heard that the 3 Yao Kings have not attacked the city for a long time. We are in big trouble now. If it's just 1 Yao King attacking the city, it would be fine. However, if it's 3 Yao Kings, the Holy Lord will have to step in. When Lin Fei and the others arrived, they heard these people talking. Outside the city walls, the 3 Yao Kings had brought at least tens of thousands of Yao beasts. They were gathered outside the city. It was a rather majestic sight. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. Even Xiantian experts would feel their hair stand on end when they saw the Yao beasts. Their faces would turn pale. It was rare for the 3 Yao Kings to join forces to attack a city. Look over there. Is that Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Heaven End Monarch? Why are they together with King Vajra? The Poison King suddenly said as he looked in a direction. Lin Fei and the others looked over and saw Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Heaven End Monarch. At that moment, they were standing beside a huge ape. The ape was none other than King Vajra. It had 3 heads and 6 arms and was very easy to recognize. This was because the 3 great monster kings were all very unique. He could recognize them at a glance. There was no way he would mistake them. Looks like they're quite lucky. They actually got along well with King Kong, one of the 3 great Yao monarchs. Lin Fei laughed. Who knows, they might have been involved in the attack on Sacred Mountain. The faces of the Poison King and 3 Stones Divine King changed slightly when they heard that. They agreed with this logic, because all of this was too much of a coincidence, so much so that they could not believe it. Why do I get the feeling that those 2 fellows' strength has risen again? How long has it been? Did they get some benefits from the 3 great Yao Kings? The Poison King suddenly exclaimed. Although he was not far away from them, the Poison King could feel that their strength had changed a lot. They were old rivals, so there was still some telepathy between them. At a glance, they could feel that they had become different. If this wasn't an increase in strength, then what was? It seems like his strength has really increased. 3 Stone God King could also tell that something was amiss. When Lin Fei and the others saw Heaven Eye King and Demon King Heaven's End, they also noticed Lin Fei. Great King, that kid over there is Lin Fei. He has quite a lot of good stuff on him. Heaven Eye King noticed Lin Fei as well. In the beginning, Heaven Eye King and Demon King Heaven's End were still feeling uneasy. However, they had obtained quite a lot of good stuff from King Kong, which had increased their strength in an instant. Although they were still experts at the peak of Chi Disciple, this increase in strength was something that they might not be able to achieve in 10 years. Where else could they find something like this? So now, they were not angry at all. They were happy because they had encountered such a good thing. Now that they saw Poison King, 3 Stones Divine King, and Lin Fei's group, they were confident that they could fight against Lin Fei again. They wanted to see who was stronger. That kid is Lin Fei? He is indeed different. He actually gave me a dangerous aura. I didn't expect the visitors from beyond the heavens to be so strong. King Kong looked over as well. His huge pupils constricted slightly. Then, he immediately revealed his excitement. Heaven Eye King and Demon King Heaven's End strength could only be considered average. They couldn't even beat the Monster Kings. However, that Lin Fei was a little different. King Kong found some interest. 3 Monster Kings, what is the meaning of this? Are you here to attack Dragon God Mountain again? Don't tell me that the lesson our Dragon God Mountain has given you is not enough. An angry voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Holy Leader flew out and landed on the city wall. Other than Holy Leader, there were also a dozen people in black armor. These armored people landed on the city wall one by one. They were expressionless, but they gave off a valiant aura just by standing there casually. It seems like Holy Mountain has quite a lot of good stuff. They even have puppet warriors. Lin Fei also noticed the black-armored warriors. With just a glance, he could tell that these armored warriors were not ordinary. Any one of them could easily kill an innate expert. In other words, these guys had the strength of qi refinement. Lin Fei counted a total of 18 of them. In other words, these 18 black-armored warriors could form a battle formation. Aside from Holy Leader, this was probably the strongest method. Holy Leader, we didn't come to attack. We just wanted you to open the ancestral sacred ground. After all, the people from beyond the heavens are here. We can open the ancestral sacred ground now. Are you going to keep it open? Long Qianzu, who was the strongest, laughed. That's right. It's okay if you don't open the ancestral sacred ground. We can just force our way in. King Kong laughed. Actually, I quite agree with this suggestion. Holy Leader, you can think about it. Moing laughed as well. When Holy Leader saw the 3 monster kings, he wasn't too shocked. However, when he saw the other 2 visitors from beyond the heavens, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he had found 2 helpers. These 2 experts were at the pinnacle of qi refinement. With their support, they would have the strength of a supremacy. In other words, they had 5 supremacy experts on their side. Such a lineup could not be underestimated. If the 3 monster kings could attack the city again, they must have some tricks up their sleeves. Lin Fei was startled. He finally understood why the 3 monster kings had come to attack the city. It seemed that the visitors from beyond the heavens had something to do with the opening of the ancestral sacred ground. This Holy Leader was still hiding many secrets. Holy Mountain's ancestral sacred ground is not something you can open as you please. You 3 monster kings are too arrogant. Holy Leader said coldly. It seems that you don't plan on opening the ancestral sacred ground for us. In that case, we 3 monster kings will have to do it ourselves. Let's see if you can stop us this time. Long Qianzu's eyes were cold. I feel that there is something that needs to be settled before we attack the city. I wonder which one of you is called Lin Fei. You chopped off one of my subordinates' legs. I feel that we can talk about this. Chapter 4309. The King Kong took the initiative to step forward and look at the city wall. At the same time, he stared at Lin Fei. Everyone immediately understood what he meant. He was targeting Lin Fei, the man from beyond the heavens. Cutting off one of the green ox's legs was a big move. Everyone knew that the green ox was a capable general under the King Kong. He was invulnerable and strong, and was a good vanguard. No one expected him to have one of his legs chopped off. Many people began to covet the green ox's leg. It was definitely a good item. If it was taken out for sale, everyone would fight for it. After all, it was a green ox at the peak. King Kong, it was that kid who chopped off one of my legs. If he hadn't used despicable means, he wouldn't have succeeded. The green ox with a lame leg jumped out and roared. King Kong, don't go too far. Lin Fei is a guest of the Divine Dragon's secret territory, as well as a guest of our sacred mountain. If you cause trouble for Lin Fei, you're going against our sacred mountain. Fight me if you have the guts. The sacred leader snorted coldly. He had naturally heard of this matter. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Even the sacred leader felt helpless against the green ox's defense. He did not expect Lin Fei to chop off one of its legs. The green ox's strength was greatly reduced after losing one of its legs, which meant that the King Kong had lost a capable subordinate. Unless the green ox broke through one day or found a treasure, it would not be able to recover its leg. Sacred leader, there's no need to trouble you with this. I've long heard of the King Kong's reputation. I didn't expect him to be so different. He has 3 heads and 6 arms. Amazing. Lin Fei laughed. King Kong, Are you sure you want to have a big fight with me? I wouldn't fight an ordinary person. I heard that visitors from outer space are very bold, and you are also very strong. Could it be that you plan to be a coward in the Holy Mountain? That's fine. Once we break through the Holy Mountain, we will naturally find you to exchange pointers. When that time comes, I won't be the only one dealing with you. The Vajra king chuckled. If you could take down the sacred mountain, you would have done so long ago. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? This has nothing to do with me. You have to show me something that interests me. I heard that you demon kings have been entrenched in the divine dragon's secret land for a long time. As long as you can show me something that interests me, I will naturally fight you. Otherwise, you can only take down the sacred mountain first. King Kong really wanted to provoke Lin Fei so that he would come out. It would be even better if he could take down the other party. The Vajra king sensed an extraordinary aura from the other party. It was obvious that this person had secrets. The Vajra king's eyesight had always been very good. Moreover, he had 3 heads, so he could think further than anyone else. Every detail and movement could be infinitely magnified. Ordinary people simply could not achieve such an achievement. What about me, the Vajra king? I am one of the 3 demon kings. If you win, I will be your servant. If you lose, I will kill you directly. Who told you to cut off one of my subordinates' legs? You should know that Azure Ox is my capable general. What you did is equivalent to slapping my face. The Vajra king was also eager to give it a try. Beside him, Mo Ing was completely speechless. This guy was a fighter. Every time he attacked a city, he would fight the experts of the sacred mountain one-on-one. This was not the first time. Mo Ing did not expect that he would bring himself out this time. Although Lin Fei's strength seemed somewhat mysterious, if something were to go wrong, the Vajra king would become Lin Fei's subordinate. Then, the 3 great Yao monarchs would become a joke. Vajra king, what time are we in now? Why are you still saying such things? Let's take down the sacred mountain first. Otherwise, let the sacred lord open the ancestral sacred land. We don't have so much time to waste here. Long Qianzu snorted coldly and swept a cold gaze at the Vajra king. Long Qianzu wished he could capture the Vajra king and beat him up. Didn't he see that this was a critical moment? Isn't it just one of your subordinates' legs? Your old cow's strength is only so-so. Without that leg, you can just slowly cultivate. As for fighting one-on-one with someone at this time? Although Long Qianzu had the strength to take down the Vajra king, he would also have to pay a huge price. Moreover, there was also Mo Ing eyeing him covetously. Although the 3 demon kings seemed to be in an alliance, they all wanted to become the #1 demon king and lead the forces of the other 2 demon kings. Naturally, Long Qianzu would not allow the Vajra king to suffer and let Mo Ing take advantage of him. The Vajra king said disapprovingly, I clearly distinguish between official and private matters. I will teach this kid a lesson in a minute. He even dared to cut off my subordinate. He clearly doesn't dare to give me, the Vajra king, face. The Vajra king was such an old-fashioned person. No one could change the fact that he had decided on. The Demon King of Heaven's End and the Demon King of Heaven's Eye were excited. They couldn't even block a few moves from the Vajra king and were immediately defeated. If the Vajra king had not shown mercy, they would have become corpses long ago. If Lin Fei fought the Vajra king, the outcome would be the same. He would definitely be defeated in less than 10 moves. They all had a deep understanding of this. The sacred leader also looked at Lin Fei. This matter was indeed difficult for him to deal with. Are you sure you want to be my subordinate after losing? However, a subordinate like you is not bad. With your 3 heads and 6 arms, you are very suitable to be a fighter. Moreover, you are a top fighter. Lin Fei smiled. This Vajra king was quite interesting. This showed how much confidence he had in his own strength. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like that. However, my 3 heads and 6 arms do indeed look very suitable to be a fighter. However, not everyone can have a fighter like me. It all depends on whether or not you have what it takes. If you don't, then you can only become a corpse, a nourishment for the divine dragon's secret land. I haven't met an expert with 3 heads and 6 arms in a long time. Coincidentally, my hands have been itching recently. Let's spar. Lin Fei looked at the sacred leader and said, "This is a personal matter of mine. Please open the barrier and let me fight with him. I also want to see the strength of the 3 demon kings in the divine dragon mysterious land. I want to see if they are as strong as they say." The sacred leader actually did not intend to let Lin Fei go because the Vajra king's strength was obvious to all. Moreover, the Vajra king had an innate mystique. This was his greatest trump card. Even the sacred leader had to be careful when fighting with the Vajra king. Now that Lin Fei was going to fight with the Vajra king, the sacred leader was indeed a little worried. In the end, the sacred leader agreed with Lin Fei. Bookseller's website. Chapter 43:10. Vajra Monarch, this guy is always like this. What do you think we should do? This outsider, Lin Fei, seems to be quite capable. After Lin Fei came out, Mo Ying and Long Qianzu secretly conversed. What else can we do? As long as Vajra Monarch shows signs of defeat, we'll take down Lin Fei first. As long as we control this outsider and open the primogenitor's sacred ground, the sacred lord will have to ask us for help. These guys all have the divine dragon key, Long Qianzu said coldly. Mo Ying and Long Qianzu didn't want Vajra Monarch to take action, especially at a time like this. They didn't expect that Vajra Monarch would make a move first because of an old bull, disrupting their rhythm. However, they didn't dare say anything. After all, Vajra Monarch was also a monster king, just like them. How many moves do you think Lin Fei will take? I bet he won't be able to block Vajra Monarch's attack in 5 moves. Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven Absolute Demon King began to bet. 5 moves is too much for him. I think he'll lose in 3 moves. If you lose, you'll have to give me the elixir that Vajra Monarch bestowed. After Lin Fei came out, Vajra Monarch stared at Lin Fei. His eyes, which were as big as copper bells, flickered with a strange light. I heard from Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven Absolute Demon King that your sword formation is very powerful. I'll cut to the chase. Take out your strongest sword formation and let me see if it can break my 3 heads and 6 arms. Vajra Monarch moved 3 of his heads and 6 of his arms. It's been a long time since I've experienced what it feels like to be injured. Even the sacred lord wouldn't be able to injure me. I heard that sword cultivators have always been very powerful, but you made me want to fight. Lin Fei could naturally tell that Vajra Monarch wasn't lying. Vajra Monarch was invulnerable. Furthermore, as a monster king, his body was naturally very strong. Ordinary people couldn't break it. Therefore, it was very difficult to injure him. Since you're a demon king, I'll definitely satisfy you. Besides, I'm also looking forward to my suggestion. Can it break open your 3-headed, 6-armed body? Lin Fei said casually. With a whoosh, a gust of wind blew over, and the expression of the King Kong, who had been laughing loudly, changed slightly. Cracks appeared on his body. These cracks spread out and instantly turned into a huge spider web, exploding into bloody scars. Sword intent is like the wind. I didn't expect your sword intent to have reached such a level. You really live up to your reputation. You are indeed a legendary sword cultivator. My eyes have been opened. The Diamond King looked down at the interweaving cracks on his body and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven and Demon King's hearts sank. Although they knew that Lin Fei was very strong, they didn't expect him to have mastered the sword essence to such an extent. His first attack was like the wind. Even they didn't feel it. If it was against them last time, they probably wouldn't even be able to block it. This guy was too cunning. But it's not enough. My body isn't as weak as you think. Vajra Monarch shook his head after laughing. Even so, the hearts of the people on the holy mountain sank. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. Although everyone had heard of sword cultivators, they had never seen how powerful they were. Now, they finally saw that sword intent could be mastered to such an extent that it could really kill people without them noticing. I attacked once. Naturally, I'll wait for you to attack once. Otherwise, it would be a pity if I accidentally killed you. Lin Fei did attack just now. He used sword intent like the wind, and it gave Vajra Monarch an invisible blow. Vajra Monarch's body was also beyond Lin Fei's imagination. His current sword intent could basically reach the level of chi refinement. However, it only left the shallowest wound on his opponent's body. Although they formed a big net, no one really injured Vajra Monarch. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, this was a big ape in the Foundation establishment realm. At the same time, this guy had inherited a part of the dragon god's strong defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Sacred Lord's expression was enough to know. 3 demon kings made him feel pressured. This couldn't be hidden from Lin Fei. You're quite an interesting person. Since you said so, I'll fulfill your wish. Take my attack first. It was rare for the King Kong to encounter such an expert swordsman. The swordsman had actually left such a wound on his body in just one move. It was no wonder that Old Cow's leg had been cut off in one move. Perhaps the swordsman had been merciful. Otherwise, Old Cow would have been dead. Old Ox, no, Green Ox, originally thought that King Vajra Monarch would be able to avenge him. At that moment, he gasped. This was too powerful. To be able to display sword will like the wind, if he were to make a move against him, wouldn't he become a piece of beef? It was too terrifying. Green Ox was so scared that he trembled. He silently took a few steps back. It seems that this guest from outer space, Lin Fei, is not simple. With such sword intent, Vajra Monarch probably won't be able to take him down. Long Qianzu's eyes turned cold, revealing a trace of seriousness. He is indeed quite strong. If he uses this kind of sword intent to deal with us monsters, I don't think many monsters can withstand it. Mo Ing nodded. Let's wait and see. If Vajra Monarch really can't take him down, let's attack together and kill him. Long Qianzu absolutely did not want anyone to appear and change the situation in the Divine Dragon's secret dimension. Under the joint attack of the 3 monster kings, no one could withstand it. Even the Sacred Lord had to rely on the Sacred Mountain's array. Otherwise, the Sacred Mountain would have been broken long ago. Vajra Monarch made his move. His entire body turned into an afterimage as he pounced forward. In everyone's eyes, Vajra Monarch seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He was too fast. Speed was naturally a big advantage for Vajra Monarch. As soon as Vajra Monarch pounced forward, his 6 arms slapped down like 6 afterimages, forming one afterimage after another. All 3 heads revealed smiles. As the palm shadows fell, the entire void seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The power of the 6 arms slapping down made everyone feel a terrifying aura. Vajra Monarch was worthy of being called Vajra Monarch. Just as the 6 arms were about to land on Lin Fei's body, a layer of ripples appeared, shining like flowing light. Vajra Monarch's 6 arms slapped the ripples, creating a loud rumbling sound. However, the ripples could not be torn apart. Chapter 43:11. The Vajra King was indeed very strong. His 6 arms slammed down, and almost all of them had the same amount of power. They were extremely penetrating. When this power surged out, the Vajra King felt as if his power had hit a piece of cotton. He could not use any power at all. You know how to use sword intent to defend? I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I wonder how many times you can block my attacks. The Vajra King's pupils shrank slightly, and his 6 arms moved again. Bam, 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 bam. Bang. Every hit was very rhythmic, and it actually formed a certain frequency. At that moment, the Vajra King had used a secret technique to make his power stronger. With the help of his 6 arms, his power was far greater than before. Lin Fei was still using his sword intent defense. The defense rippled. Even though it looked like it was about to break, it did not collapse. It was still intact. Don't worry. Take it slow. No one has been able to break my sword intent defense for a long time. If you can break it, then I'll consider you powerful. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and allowed the Vajra King to keep slamming down. However, he had to admit that the Vajra King was indeed very strong. The power of his 6 arms, especially after they formed a frequency, increased by 3 to 5 times. It could be said that each hit was fatal. A chi refinement expert would be killed in 1 hit. Moreover, they would die without a complete corpse. I don't believe that your broken sword intent defense can withstand me for that long. The Vajra King had encountered all kinds of opponents. He had even killed many defense experts that he was proud of. Sword cultivators were just famous. The Vajra King did not believe that this person's body could withstand his attacks. The Vajra King's power had a very strong penetrative and destructive power. Bang! 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 No one knew how long the Vajra King had been attacking. Every slap seemed to have landed on everyone's hearts. After a long time, everyone's faces turned pale. Only the Vajra King could attack at such a high frequency. Vajra King has met his match this time. It looks like we should take action. That kid's sword intent defense is truly unparalleled. Even Vajra King can't break through it. Mo shook his head. He was not optimistic about Vajra King. I think so too. This kid is really something. No wonder he was able to enter our divine dragon's secret realm. After the two of them looked at each other, they immediately made their move. Mo Ying's speed was the fastest. He directly rushed in front of Lin Fei. An overbearing mental attack directly enveloped Lin Fei's body. The spirit was so strong that even Lin Fei's body shook a little before he recovered. Is this the power of the Spectre Demon King of the 3 great demon kings? It's actually a spiritual force expert. No wonder this spiritual force can bewitch Xiantian masters and chi cultivating masters. It's really powerful. I can even feel the scent of divine sense in it. While Lin Fei was momentarily dazed, Long Qianzu attacked. His speed was no slower than Vajra King's. 18 arms attacked in an instant. Compared to Vajra King's 6 arms, Long Qianzu's 18 arms were even more ferocious. Moreover, each arm was armed with a weapon. When those weapons smashed down at the same time, it was terrifying. Bang! 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 Under the attack of the 18 arms, Lin Fei's sword intent defense instantly collapsed. One layer after another. At first, Long Qianzu had a smile on his face, but in the blink of an eye, his expression changed to one of surprise. The sword defenses were so tight that not even wind could pass through them. Layer after layer, they continuously drained the power of Long Qianzu's 18 arms. In the end, all of his power was gone. Dragon Qianzu, what is the meaning of this? When did I ask you to help me? Vajra King was furious. What he hated the most was letting others interfere in his battle. It didn't matter who it was, as long as they interfered, he would feel very unhappy. Vajra King, didn't you see this kid's sword intent defense? You think you can break it with brute force? You're dreaming. Didn't you see that the power of my 18 arms was neutralized by him? Do you think you can defeat him? Long Qianzu scolded. Vajra King was getting angry. After all, the opponent's sword intent defense was like a turtle shell. His 6 arms couldn't break it. Seeing Long Qianzu's 18 arms unable to deal with the opponent, Vajra King realized that he had underestimated the kid. He didn't expect this outsider to be so powerful. No wonder Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Heaven's End hated this kid so much. They must have suffered a lot at the hands of this kid. One Yao King couldn't beat him, so the other 2 Yao Kings attacked. In that case, I won't hold back. Courtesy demands reciprocation. I'll give you myriad swords converge. As soon as he finished speaking, a sky full of sword shadows appeared, instantly causing the expressions of the 3 monster kings to change, and they retreated one after another. No one knew how the sword images appeared. By the time the three Yao kings realized it, the sword images had already enveloped them. In just one exchange, they had suffered countless sword intent attacks. In any case, they were densely packed. Myriad swords converge. This is the true myriad swords converge. Where did this kid come from? He even has my Sky Sword Mountain's absolute art. On another wall, when Sky Sword Mountain's Jin Yuanqing saw this scene, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was so scared that he started shivering. Now, Jin Yuanqing was even more suspicious of Lin Fei's identity. Could he really be an expert from Sky Sword Mountain? Otherwise, how could he control his sword intent so well? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do that. If Lin Fei really came from Sky Sword Mountain, their Sky Sword Mountain would become famous. No, they would have the chance to unify the entire Kunlun Mystery Land. After the myriad swords converge, the three Yao kings appeared to be in a sorry state. However, they didn't seem to be seriously injured. Vajra King, your helper has appeared. Are you willing to admit defeat now? I am in need of a gold medal fighter like you. Lin Fei smiled as he looked at Vajra King. Vajra King's face turned pale. He had actually lost. He couldn't do anything to Wang Xian's tortoise shell. Wang Xian's attacks were very powerful. Even though he was a Yao king, his body was riddled with bloody holes. Let's just attack the city. Let's take down the sacred mountain first. Vajra King pretended to be confused. Long Qianzu and Nemo Ying no longer dared to look down on Lin Fei. Wang Xian already had the strength to threaten them. Attack the city. After the three Yao kings retreated, they immediately gave the order. You guys. As Yao kings, your face is too worthless. You actually don't want to admit defeat. Miao Shu House. Chapter 43:12. The Vajra King was indeed shameless. In any case, he had already lost. Did he really want to become the opponent's golden fighter? You're thinking too much. Destroy the sacred mountain first. You must have heard wrongly. I, the Vajra King, have always been a man of my words. Since when did I say something like that? On account of your decent cultivation, go as far as you can. Don't get involved in this matter. The Vajra King would never admit that he had lost. Was the Demon King's face not a face? With a command, the tide-like demonic beast army attacked. The sacred mountain's barrier was activated. A series of ripples appeared. The demonic beasts were stopped. The sacred lord's face turned solemn. Among the demonic beast army, he saw a few special demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were huge in size and were pushed over by the demonic beasts. They were like war machines. You guys have actually cultivated such special demonic beasts. No wonder you guys are so confident in destroying the sacred mountain. The sacred lord also recognized these special demonic beasts. Because these special demonic beasts were used to destroy arrays, their venom had a special corrosive effect. Therefore, these demonic beasts were feared on the battlefield. Of course, their effects were also very good. These huge disc-like demonic beasts were called Formation Exterminator beasts. Countless nozzles on their backs sprayed green venom at the barrier. When the venom landed on the barrier, sizzling sounds could be heard. Then, a hole appeared on the barrier. These holes weren't very eye-catching at first, but as the number of poisonous creatures increased, the holes continued to connect, forming huge holes. These demonic beasts also began to enter through these holes. Hurry up and kill these demonic beasts. We must not let them in. Kill the demonic beasts. The people below the city also came out one by one. 3 in groups, 5 in groups, besieging the demonic beasts. Fortunately, not many demonic beasts came in. But the scene was still very intense. Demonic beasts were constantly dying. More and more people joined the battle. The strength of the demonic beasts also increased. In the end, even Xiantian realm experts joined in. Sacred Lord, I don't know if your holy mountain can withstand the attack of our demonic beasts. Hurry up and open the primogenitor's sacred ground. Otherwise, your holy mountain will be littered with corpses. Long Qianzu coldly said. The strongest of the three demon monarchs wasn't idle either. Although he was staring at the sacred leader, he was also staring at Lin Fei, the visitor from outer space. He had to guard against the strength of this sword cultivator. If he joined hands with the Holy Lord, it would be troublesome. Even if he had 18 arms, it would still be difficult for him to deal with them. You want me to open the primogenitor's sacred land? You have to fight me first. Sacred leader was a hot-tempered man. He led the 18 black-armored men and charged forward. As soon as these 18 armored people rushed out, they directly killed their way into the demonic beast army. In an instant, countless demonic beasts were sent flying and fell to the ground, becoming corpses. All of a sudden, the pressure on the people of the Holy Mountain was relieved. The Sacred Master and Long Qianzu were also fighting. The Sacred Leader did not use martial arts, but pure spells. One after another, spells attacked Long Qianzu. Sacred Leader's spells were not simple. They were wind-type spells. Wind blades constantly attacked Long Qianzu from all directions, making it impossible for Long Qianzu to escape. Even if Long Qianzu managed to break free, the wind-type spells would immediately trap him. He simply could not get close to the Sacred Leader. It was impossible for him to cause any damage. Sacred Leader, your wind-type spells are still the same. However, do you really think that you can stop me by relying on wind-type spells? Long Qianzu laughed. He took out a bead with one of his arms. As soon as the bead appeared, it shone brightly. The wind-type spells that were attacking Long Qianzu were stopped by the bead. They simply could not land on Long Qianzu's body. Do you see this? This is the air-frozen bead that I obtained with great difficulty. It is specially used to break your wind-type spells. I don't know if you still have any way to stop me now. Long Qianzu laughed heartily and rushed forward. His 18 arms directly attacked. In an instant, the attacks landed on the Sacred Leader. Even if the Sacred Leader had arranged a wind-type defensive spell in the first place, he was still sent flying by the 18 arms. This is only the first gift. The best part is yet to come. After the Sacred Leader was sent flying, the 18 black-armored puppets flew up and formed a barrier in front of him. These puppets helped you a lot last time. However, it won't be so easy this time. Long Qianzu took out another treasure. It was a flute. He blew it with a whistling sound. As soon as the flute was blown, the strange sound fell on the bodies of the 18 armored puppets. The 18 armored puppets immediately changed direction and attacked the Sacred Leader. Don't think that I don't know that you brought these 18 armored puppets from the ancestral sacred land. However, I'm not stupid. I found a way to restrain them. I wonder what kind of gift I have. Long Qianzu used 2 treasures to greatly reduce the strength of the Sacred Leader. His wind-type spells were suppressed and the 18 armored puppets were no longer under his control. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Even the most powerful technique of the Sacred Leader was restrained by Long Qianzu. The treasures they took out were also unusual. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. They were clearly magic artifacts. He was even more curious about the ancestral sacred land. It seemed that there should be a lot of good stuff in the ancestral sacred land. He could go in and plunder it. The changes of the 18 black-armored puppets made the Sacred Leader flustered. After all, the combat strength of these 18 black-armored puppets was extraordinary. Coupled with Long Qianzu's attack, the pressure on the Sacred Leader multiplied. He had really underestimated Long Qianzu's calculations. To think that the Sacred Leader would even take out these 2 treasures. It was enough to restrain the Sacred Leader's strength. 18 levels of hell. Long Qianzu suddenly burst into laughter. His 18 arms formed seals and unleashed a powerful killer move. A killer move filled with death aura struck the Sacred Leader. The attack sent Sacred Leader flying. This time, his injuries were even more serious than before. You actually cultivated to the 18 levels of hell. Your combat strength instantly soared by more than 50 times. The sacred leader spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Long Qianzu with fear. The Vajra King and Demon Shadow also frowned. They recognized this killer move as one of Long Qianzu's super secret arts. It could instantly unleash 50 times its original power. It could be said that whoever it hit would be destroyed. It was very difficult to cultivate. It was also a very powerful killer move. Even the two of them did not dare to face it head-on. It was said that this was a secret technique unique to the Dragon Clan. Bookseller's website. Chapter 43:13. The moment Long Qianzu used his trump card, the sacred leader could no longer block it. His entire body was smashed into the ground, causing the entire sacred mountain to tremble. The might of a demon king was terrifying. Anyone who faced Long Qianzu's move would feel its power. If anyone were to face them, they would be killed in an instant. It would even be very normal for them to be beaten to the ground. The Titan King and Emo Ing looked at each other with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although they had been working together to guard against Long Qianzu, they hadn't expected him to succeed in cultivating the 18 levels of hell. The power of one move increased by 50 times. That would definitely kill them. The three demon kings worked together to fight for the title of number 1 demon king, and Long Qianzu seemed to have taken that step. Long Qianzu might have used this move to deal with the sacred leader, but it was actually a warning to King Kong and Demonic Shadow. See that? I've cultivated the 18 levels of hell and can unleash 50 times the power. If you know what's good for you, submit to me and admit that I'm the number 1 demon king. I'll take you to eat and drink. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll either kill you or subdue you. It's that simple. Sacred leader, how does my move taste? If you're still not satisfied, I can give you another buy one get one free deal. After all, there are only a handful of people in the entire Divine Dragon's secret land who can block this move of mine. Long Qianzu laughed heartily. Without another word, he unleashed the 18 levels of hell again. The power of 50 times erupted and blasted down. The sacred leader, who had been lying in the ground, was in tatters. That move had directly pierced through his defenses, and even his physical body had been severely injured. Seeing Long Qianzu attack again, despair filled his face. He hadn't expected Long Qianzu's strength to surpass him so quickly, and the treasure in his hand could suppress his strength. Splash, 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 splash. Just as the sacred leader was in despair, a stream of water appeared in front of him, blocking the attack for him. The stream of water was formed by sword intent. Facing Long Qianzu's 18 levels of hell, it sank slightly before returning to normal, losing more than half of its power. It's you, kid. Are you courting death? How dare you help the sacred leader? The moment the sword intent appeared, Long Qianzu immediately knew who the culprit was. It was Lin Fei, the visitor from outer space. More importantly, the other party's sword intent could actually withstand 50 times his attack. This was what made Long Qianzu feel dissatisfied. This kid was much stronger than he had imagined. Long Qianzu didn't know when the sword intent had appeared. In any case, when it appeared, it had already blocked his 18 levels of hell. Then, I wonder how many layers of my attacks your sword intent defense can withstand. There was a loud noise. All of a sudden, 18 attacks erupted from the 18 levels of hell, one after another. It turned out that Long Qianzu had once again used a secret technique. There were actually 18 levels of attacks hidden within the 18 levels of hell. Layers upon layers of hell appeared, and an attack landed directly on the sword will's defense. No matter who it was, that scene would cause their hearts to sink. Long Qianzu's strength had already reached such a level. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one in the entire Divine Dragon Arcane Realm would be a match for him. The strength of the 18 levels of hell was terrifying. However, the sword will was as steady as flowing water, withstanding 18 attacks without making a sound. Your 18 levels of hell are not bad. However, my sword will's defense isn't bad either. Why don't we call it quits for today? Why don't we sit down and have a chat instead of fighting to the death? I'm not interested in the divine dragon arcane realm. I'm just here to visit and I'm interested in the ancestor. If you want to continue fighting, why don't you play with me? Lin Fei smiled at Long Qianzu. He didn't retract the sword will's defense. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't watch Long Qianzu kill the sacred leader. He felt that if Long Qianzu killed the sacred leader, it might be impossible for him to visit the ancestor. However, he had to admit that Long Qianzu was indeed the strongest among the 3 demon kings. If it weren't for Lin Fei's recovery, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack of the 18 levels of hell. After all, it was a 50-fold attack. A demon king was already so powerful. Another 50-fold attack wouldn't be a joke. The dragon 1,000 feet demon king frowned. He knew that it was impossible to kill the Holy Lord. This outsider was really a troublemaker. In the beginning, King Kong had offended this kid. Otherwise, he could have roped him in. However, it seemed like it would be difficult now. A boorish man will always be a boorish man. He only knows how to mess things up. Sooner or later, I'll deal with this King Kong. Long Qianzu laughed. Actually, I've never thought of killing the sacred leader. After all, he's the controller of the sacred mountain. If I kill him, who will bring us into the ancestors' forbidden zone? Everyone despised Long Qianzu's hypocritical behavior. He obviously couldn't wait to kill the sacred leader. How could he put on such a sanctimonious act? As for Long Qianzu and Lin Fei fighting, it was impossible. Then let's sit down and have a chat. Long Qianzu returned to his original position. All the demonic beasts gave up on attacking and retreated like a receding tide. Even so, the air was still filled with the smell of blood. The sacred leader mocked himself. He flew out of the ground with wounds all over his body. He quickly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Many thanks for Brother Lin's help. Otherwise, this old life of mine would be gone. The sacred leader smiled bitterly. Even a horse will stumble, let alone a human. As long as you're alive, nothing will be a problem. Brother Long, I think you should have attacked just now. With your 18 layers of hell, you can definitely break that kid's sword intent defense. At that time, I'll join hands with Mo Ing and will definitely be able to kill that kid. I feel that kid will always be a scourge here. King Kong instigated Long Qianzu the moment he returned. Mo Ing followed. I feel that was the best opportunity. Even if we can't kill that Lin Fei, we can still kill the sacred leader. Long Qianzu coldly looked at them. If it's that easy to deal with, then the 2 of you can go. I'll hold them back from behind. As long as you can kill the sacred leader or Lin Fei, then you can become the #1 demon king. I, Long Qianzu, will submit to you and won't have any other opinions. King Kong and Mo Ing laughed dryly. They really didn't dare to do that. Then we'll slowly discuss it. We still have time. Let's see what the sacred leader has to say. Chapter 43:14. A battle had ended without a trace, just like that. The people of Sacred Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. After all, there were so many monsters. If they really fought to the end, it was unknown how many of them would survive. There were simply too many monsters attacking the city, so many that they felt their scalps go numb. Everyone looked at the extraterrestrial guests with gratitude. The Poison King and 3 Stones Divine King looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They really didn't want to fight these monsters. They were just too difficult to deal with. There was no need to mention the 3 Monster Kings, especially the Dragon 1,000 Feet Monster King, whose strength was unfathomable. Even the Holy Lord was tricked by him. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, the Dragon 1,000 Feet Monster King would probably be dead now. The place to talk was even simpler. They found a place with no one around. It wasn't far from Sacred Mountain. Our opinion is that you open the primogenitor's tomb, and we'll go in. It's that simple. If you don't agree, we'll continue attacking, Long Qianzu said coldly. If you don't open it, we'll continue attacking the city. We monsters reproduce quickly and aren't afraid of exhaustion. But it's different for you guys. It won't be that easy to replenish your numbers. King Kong chuckled. Sacred Lord's face darkened. In this aspect, they really couldn't compare to monsters. That was why Sacred Mountain's strength had been affected all these years. Then do you know what will happen after you open the primogenitor's tomb? Even I don't dare to guess. The primogenitor is already dead. He's probably turned to ashes. Do you think he can trick us? We 3 demon kings aren't afraid. As long as you open the primogenitor's tomb, we'll dare to enter. Long Qianzu really wasn't afraid of the primogenitor. He was already dead. At most, he would leave behind some legends. Lin Fei listened quietly. Currently, the only thing in the entire draconic arcane realm that Lin Fei cared about was the primogenitor's forbidden zone. Sacred Lord, if you can open it, then open it. They're courting death anyway. They can't blame anyone else, Lin Fei said with a smile. The Sacred Lord hesitated for a moment before saying, all right, then I'll bring you into the primogenitor's forbidden zone. If you die in there, don't blame me. I'm the one who warned you. The sacred leader was also rather helpless. If he didn't bring them in, they would definitely continue to attack the sacred mountain, and the sacred mountain would suffer heavy losses. If you want to enter the primogenitor's forbidden zone, you'll need to gather all 10 dragon keys, Sacred Lord said. Isn't it just 10 keys? That's easy. Just mobilize our men and we'll be able to find them in no time, Long Qianzu said nonchalantly. It was not difficult to gather 10 divine dragon keys. After spending nearly 6 days, he finally gathered all 10 keys. This time was still far beyond his expectations. Sacred Mountain had returned to its usual liveliness, but there was still a somewhat depressing atmosphere in the city, because the demon beasts stationed outside had not retreated. The sacred leader led the group to the center of the sacred mountain. The center of the sacred mountain was a completely different world. It was a huge natural cave. By chiseling on the natural cave, another part of the sacred mountain was formed. They walked down the sacred mountain. Soon, they arrived at the underground world. A terrifying, depressing aura swept over them. This is formed by the aura left behind by the primogenitor. The sacred leader said. As expected of the sacred leader. I didn't expect the aura left behind after his death to be so huge. It can even form a sinister wind. The strength of this sinister wind isn't weak, almost comparable to the Xiantian realm. No wonder it's called a forbidden zone. Doesn't this mean that the deeper we go, the stronger the sinister wind gets? The Vajra king laughed loudly, allowing the sinister wind to hit his body. He was unharmed. The forbidden zone left behind by the primogenitor isn't as simple as you think. The sacred leader didn't dare to be careless. He cast a spell in front of him, forming a layer of defense to resist the attack of the sinister wind. The sacred leader's careful actions made the 3 demon kings even more disdainful. They didn't stop mocking and ridiculing him along the way. There weren't many people who came down this time. There were 4 demon kings, 3 demon kings, Sacred Lord, and Lin Fei and the rest. There were about 20 people in total. As they went deeper, the strength of the sinister wind grew. Everyone put up their defenses. However, the 3 demon kings clearly didn't think much of the sinister wind. They continued to resist it, unmoving like a mountain. Looks like the sinister wind here isn't as strong as I imagined. The Vajra king patted his body. They walked for 3 hours. Dragon 1,000 feet demon king asked why they didn't fly over. In the end, the sacred leader replied coldly, there's a spatial tear here. If you have the guts, you can try flying over. With that, the 3 demon kings didn't dare to move. Originally, everyone was very casual. However, after the sacred leader said that, they became more cautious. This was a void tear. If he were to fall into it, who knew where he would run off to? The biggest possibility was that he would die within the void. Even though the demon kings were strong, they would still die in the void. They rested once along the way. After walking for nearly half a day, finally, a huge ancient tomb appeared in front of them. This ancient tomb was built entirely out of black rocks. Of course, the most shocking thing was that there were statues placed in front of the ancient tomb. These statues weren't real statues. They were ice sculptures. No one could imagine that there would be ice sculptures in the depths of the earth. There are people in the ice sculptures. These are all living people sealed in ice. It's too scary. It's really too scary. He was killed in one move. When everyone got closer, the sinister wind was even colder. Its strength was at the pinnacle of the inborn realm. However, these ice sculptures still made everyone gasp in shock. These are experts from our Sky Sword Mountain. Why are they here? Jin Yuanqing resisted the sinister wind. However, he was shocked too because he saw the experts from Sky Sword Mountain. Their attire was very obvious. It was hard not to see them. Poison King, Stone God King and the others were also moved, because they also saw a few familiar figures. After all, they had families backing them. Naturally, they knew some things. Therefore, when they saw the ice sculptures, they were shocked. They didn't expect that the people they couldn't find would die in the draconic arcane realm and become ice sculptures. These people have been dead here for a long time. I advise everyone not to touch these ice sculptures because they contain a terrifying chill. If you touch them, they might fall onto your body and turn you into a new ice sculpture, Holy Master reminded them. That's right. Holy Master. Holy Master. He waved his wind spells and countless wind blades flew forward. However, in the blink of an eye, these wind blades were frozen in midair. This is the first test in the ancient tomb. Chapter 43:15. The fact that spells could be frozen by this chilling wind made everyone secretly take a deep breath. It could be seen that this chilling wind was extraordinary. I've brought the place to everyone. You can enter the ancient tomb after passing the first stage of the sinister wind, Sacred Leader said coldly. Looking at the ice sculptures in front of them, no one dared to be careless. The wind blades that Sacred Leader used were pure energy attacks. They didn't expect that they would be frozen by the sinister wind. I, King Kong, have thick skin and flesh. Let me go in first and see how strong this sinister wind is. King Kong snorted coldly as he grabbed one of his subordinates and threw him in. Whoosh. Everyone heard the sound of something freezing. They saw that the demonic beast that was thrown out was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. They didn't even have time to breathe. What a terrifying sinister wind. My subordinate is at the peak of the inborn realm, but he couldn't even block it. Why did the ancestor leave such a sinister wind here? King Kong cursed. Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Tianjue gasped. They were standing closer to King Kong and took a step back. He silently took a step back. If he had been thrown in just now, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. It didn't feel good to be killed in an instant. They really wanted to leave immediately. They didn't want to go to the ancestors' ancient tomb anymore. It was simply a matter of life and death. They didn't dare to move now. If they moved, King Kong definitely wouldn't mind throwing them in. This sinister wind is quite strong. But since the ancestor left it here, there should be a way to enter. Long Qianzu looked at Sacred Leader. What do you think, Sacred Leader? I think it's better for you to tell us the secret. Anyway, everyone is going to enter the ancestors' ancient tomb. You can't hide the secret in your heart. I didn't expect you to know so much. You actually know the secret of this sinister wind. Sacred Leader smiled wryly. I specialize in researching the primogenitor's ancient tomb. Although there aren't many words left behind, I more or less know that since the primogenitor laid down such a killing formation, there must be a way to break it. It's impossible for him to stop everyone from entering. What do you think, Holy Lord? I advise you not to hide your thoughts and speak them out openly. Long Qianzu said with a proud expression. This Sacred Lord is a little dishonest. A thought popped into Lin Fei's mind. At first, he thought that this Sacred Leader was normal. But now, it seemed that this Sacred Leader had a lot of secrets. Actually, It's not that hard to enter the ancient tomb. Do you see these ice sculptures? Don't look down on them just because they've been frozen for a long time. As long as everyone sprinkles their blood on them, they'll be able to activate the people inside the ice sculptures. As long as they're killed, they'll naturally be blessed and enter the ancient tomb. Otherwise, no one will be able to pass through. King Kong laughed. I knew there must be a trick to this place. I didn't expect it to be like this. Doesn't that mean that the people inside the ice sculptures have a certain amount of combat power? That's just right. I, King Kong, will be the first to fight them. This time, King Kong didn't grab his subordinates. Instead, he slid his hand and cut open his arm. His blood sprinkled on the nearest ice sculpture. Then, an incredible scene appeared. After King Kong's blood sprinkled on the ice sculpture, a crashing sound could be heard. The ice sculpture completely melted. The figure inside the ice sculpture suddenly opened its eyes. The eyes were cold and emotionless. They didn't carry a trace of aura. The figure instantly attacked King Kong. A corpse that has been dead for God knows how long. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Vajra King's 6 arms smashed down heavily and sent the puppet flying. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. King Kong pounced forward again. His 6 arms fiercely smashed down. This time, the chilling winds didn't take the initiative to attack him. Instead, they let him deal with the ice sculpture. After a few rounds, the ice sculpture was smashed into pieces by King Kong. Sacred leader, your secret is really useful. The chilling winds didn't attack me. Ha 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 ha. I'll be going first. The Vajra King laughed heartily and strode forward. Long Qianzu and Nemo Ying exchanged glances. They gritted their teeth in hatred. King Kong was one step ahead of them. With that guy's temper, he would definitely sweep everything in his way. Long Qianzu and Nemo Ying didn't hesitate. They also sprinkled their blood on the ice sculptures. However, the ice sculptures activated by the two seemed to be quite strong. It took King Kong a lot of effort to kill them. Then, King Kong calmly chased after them. Aren't you going in? Lin Fei asked with a smile. If I don't go in, the 3 Yao Kings will take away all the items inside. If that happens, your holy mountain will have a hard time in the future. I'm just letting the 3 Yao Kings scout ahead. If there are any dangers, let them deal with them first. If we go after them, we can avoid a lot of trouble, Sacred Leader said. After the 3 Yao Kings killed the ice sculptures, the other 4 Yao Kings did not hesitate. One by one, they followed suit. Needless to say, there were strong and weak ice sculptures. If they were lucky, they would encounter some weaker ones. If they were unlucky, they would encounter some stronger ones. After the 3 Yao Kings entered, the other 4 Yao Kings followed suit. This process didn't take too long. Brother Lin, aren't you going in? I heard that there are many good items inside. We can't let the Yao Kings snatch them away. No matter what, they will fall into our hands. When the time comes, we will have to trouble you, Brother Lin, to help us, Sacred Leader said with a look of anticipation. You've never gone in before? Lin Fei asked curiously. Don't mention it. It's very dangerous inside. I don't dare to go there a second time. Luckily, there are 3 Yao Kings leading the way this time. We can avoid a lot of danger. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were both looking forward to it. After all, this was the primogenitor's ancient tomb. Even people from the Kunlun mystery realm were looking for these primogenitor's ancient tombs. They didn't expect that there would be one in the divine dragon mystery realm. Without any hesitation, everyone activated the ice sculptures. For a moment, everyone was fighting with the ice sculptures. The ice sculpture that Lin Fei encountered was very simple. It was cut into 2 by his sword intent. The others didn't have it so easy. Some of them were heavily injured by the ice sculptures. Luckily, they didn't die and stayed outside. They couldn't wait and followed in. After passing through a large area of ice sculptures, a large door appeared. At this moment, the door had already been pushed open. Ha ha ha, there's actually a treasure inside. This treasure is mine. Chapter 43:16. This was the voice of King Kong. He sounded extremely excited and ecstatic. His voice was also much louder than usual. After that, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Hearing the word magic treasure, many people were moved. Some of these people were natives of the divine dragon mystic realm, while some were experts of the Kunlun mystic realm. Naturally, they knew that magic treasures were above magic weapons. Usually, it was hard to even see a magic weapon, let alone a magic treasure. If one could refine a magic treasure, they would truly be invincible. Everyone surged in like a tidal wave. The calmest person present was Lin Fei. Magic treasures were powerful things. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, they were nothing much. In the face of true strength, even a magic treasure could be destroyed. Moreover, the magic treasures in this ancient tomb were probably not of good quality. When everyone entered the ancient tomb, they realized that it was extremely huge and spacious. However, at this moment, the three demon kings of King Kong were fighting over the magic treasures. It turned out that at the end of the ancient tomb, there was a stairway to heaven. There were treasures hanging on both sides of the stairway. At the top of the stairway to heaven, there was a stone coffin with a treasure floating above it. There are magic weapons and magic treasures hanging there. Ha 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 ha. The founder is such a good person. He actually left behind magic weapons and magic treasures. As long as I can get my hands on any one of them, my strength will improve tremendously. By then, I will be invincible among those of the same cultivation level. The heavens have eyes. To think that I would be able to see magic weapons and magic treasures in my lifetime. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed towards the treasures. Just like that, a fight began. No matter who it was, they all hoped to get their hands on magic weapons and magic treasures. Even if they could not get a magic treasure, they would at least get a magic weapon. Otherwise, they would have made a wasted trip. Young Master Lin, are those really magic weapons and magic treasures? Yi Zixuan did not go for the magic weapons and magic treasures. She knew that she would only be sending herself to death if she went up. Yes, these are indeed magic artifacts and magic treasures. However, their quality should be very ordinary. However, with them, one's strength will increase by a lot. Basically, those without magic artifacts and magic treasures are no match for them. Lin Fei smiled. At a glance, Lin Fei could tell that these magic tools and magic treasures were indeed very ordinary. For these people, these magic tools and magic treasures were top-notch items. The magic treasures that the three demon kings were fighting over seemed to be of decent quality. Now, they were fighting fiercely. No one could snatch it away. And at that moment, even the Holy Master made his move. He actually wanted to fight for the treasure as well. It's rare for us to come to the divine dragon enigmatic realm, and we've even come to the ancestral cemetery. We have to bring something back no matter what. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a ritual implement. Yi Zixuan suspected that she had heard wrongly. But there are so many people. Don't worry, I'm here. If we don't snatch it now, we probably won't have the time later. Yi Zixuan didn't understand. Could it be that something was going to happen here? No matter what, Yi Zixuan was still very tempted by magic tools. Lin Fei led Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan towards the sky stairway. The treasures on both sides of the heaven stairway were wrapped in a special power, so they had to break the power seal in order to take out the things inside. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Lin Fei's sword will crashed into these experts like flowing water. Those who could fight for the magic tools here were basically at the peak of the innate stage. After all, it wasn't that easy to step into the Qi cultivation realm. The sword will directly crashed into these experts like flowing water. Yi Xian and Lin Fei didn't kill them. They just chased them away. When these innate stage experts felt the sword will that was like flowing water, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. They didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying. They only breathed a sigh of relief after they landed on the ground. Their bodies were numb, but they were glad that they survived. When they saw that the person from beyond the sky, Lin Fei, made a move, everyone didn't have any more thoughts and quickly retreated to the side. This flying sword artifact should be alright for you. But when you step into the Qi cultivation realm, you can use this artifact again. Its power will be even greater. Lin Fei's sword will broke through the defense and swept away the flying sword. He took it down and casually threw it to Yi Zixuan. The quality of these magic tools was indeed very average. The crafting method was very crude. But it was better than nothing. Lin Fei decided to pack all of these magic tools back and give one to each of his innate stage subordinates to increase their strength. If Lin Fei were to craft them, it would be too degrading. He wasn't interested. The sword will opened up a path like flowing water. No one could stop it. One by one, the magic tools were easily collected by Lin Fei. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, who were following behind, felt like they were dreaming. It was actually so easy and simple. The four kings in the distance also grabbed a magic tool. But when they turned around and saw Lin Fei's method, they felt that the magic tools in their hands weren't good at all. You're all great experts. Why fight with us over magic tools? Can't you at least leave one for us? If you take all of them like this, we'll have wasted this trip. Our hearts were already thumping in fear. At least take a magic tool to comfort us. That was what they thought. But no one dared to stand out and say anything. They were really afraid. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei took away all the treasures. Lin Fei actually managed to collect more than 20 Dharma artifacts in total. It could be said that he took all the magic tools here in one fell swoop. The three great Yao kings were fighting over the magic treasures and were in a heated battle. With the addition of the Sacred Lord, it became very lively. Young Master Lin, are you not tempted by the magic tools? Are you not planning to make a move? Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Lin Fei chuckled. If it's just this magic tool, then forget it. I'm not interested at all. Moreover, do you really think this magic tool is a magic tool? After taking the magic tools, Lin Fei didn't go up again. He didn't look at the stone coffin. Instead, he returned to the empty space below. Ha 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 ha. I finally managed to snatch this magic tool. If I'm not wrong, this magic tool is the 7-colored glazed pagoda left behind by the primogenitor. Long Qianzu laughed. Using his 18 arms and his strong fleshly body, he used the 18 levels of hell to send the 2 monster kings and the Holy Lord flying. One of his arms carried a glazed pagoda. It shone brightly and was very dazzling. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. When the Vajra king and demonic shadow saw the glazed pagoda, their hearts sank. Their strongest magic tool had been snatched away by Long Qianzu. Damn it, this is really too damn it. After Long Qianzu obtained this magic tool, they were no longer a match for him. He could easily suppress them with a magic tool. Vajra King, Holy Lord, Demonic Shadow, are you guys convinced? And you, the visitor from outer space, Lin Fei. At this moment, Long Qianzu was in high spirits. Chapter 43:17. At that very moment, Long Qianzu felt invincible. With the 7-colored glazed pagoda in hand, he would have the strongest magic treasure. Although Long Qianzu was one of the Yao kings in the Divine Dragon's secret dimension, he was not the strongest Yao king. That was because he was still incapable of suppressing the other 2 Yao kings. But now, he could finally do it. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Then, he used a secret technique to control the 7-colored glazed pagoda. In an instant, the magic treasure floated above Long Qianzu's head. Long Qianzu, to think that you would secretly learn a secret technique to refine magic treasures. You sure hit it well. Looks like you took all the items from the pocket dimension back then, King Vajra swore loudly. Damned monkey, there is no one more stupid than you. Last time, when we went to the pocket dimension, I used you as a blade. How could you have imagined that all the good items there would be swept away by me? As for this treasure used to refine magic treasures, I obtained it from that pocket dimension. Don't you feel envious? A pity, you don't have the life to do so. Chen Feng laughed coldly. Swoosh. The seven-colored glazed pagoda smashed down. King Kong raised his 6 arms and a loud rumbling sound rang out. In an instant, he was smashed into the ground. Didn't you claim to be strong? In front of my 7-colored glazed pagoda, you are nothing. Long Qianzu's gaze swept towards Mo Ying. The 7-colored glazed pagoda moved again and smashed down. Another loud rumbling sound rang out as Mo Ying was smashed into the ground as well. Trash. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. Long Qianzu laughed. Sacred Master, are you going to submit or resist? I only want one thing from you. From obtaining the 7-colored glazed pagoda to refining it, to defeating King Kong and Mo Ying, everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Instead, they were filled with fear and unease. Long Qianzu was already very strong to begin with. Now that he had this magic treasure, his strength could not be underestimated. King Kong and Mo Ying were smashed down in an instant. If it had been them, they would have died without a doubt. You want me to submit? You need to have the strength to do so. Sacred Master had no intention of submitting. Then I will fulfill your wish. The 7-colored glazed pagoda descended once again. You can obtain a magic treasure, but do you think I, the Holy Lord, don't have a magic treasure? The Sacred Lord snorted coldly and took out a magic treasure. It was a pearl the size of a fist. After the bead flew out, it released a dazzling radiance and blocked the attack of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Holy Lord, as expected, you still have something good hidden up your sleeve. To think that you would have a defensive magic treasure in your possession. You are finally willing to take it out and use it. I had assumed that you would be hiding it for the rest of your life. Long Qianzu was only a bit surprised. Then he controlled the 7-colored glass to attack again and again. I want to see just how many attacks you can take. No matter how strong your magic treasure's defense is, it is still nothing in front of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Bang, 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 bang. Not only did Long Qianzu control the 7-colored glazed pagoda to attack the Sacred Master, he also pounced forward with his remaining 17 arms. Young Master Lin, what should we do now? I didn't think that Long Qianzu would obtain a magic treasure. Not to mention, it is a magic treasure left behind by the primogenitor. It was one thing for Long Qianzu to obtain a magic treasure, but he was also able to refine it in such a short period of time. Although he was unable to unleash its true power, the power of the magic treasure alone was enough to defeat the Vajra King and demonic shadow. By the looks of it, the Sacred Master would not be able to escape this fate. Don't worry. Long Qianzu will be in trouble soon. Didn't you notice that the power of the primogenitor's magic treasure, the 7-colored glazed pagoda, is very average? It is completely unbefitting of the primogenitor's status. Lin Fei chuckled. He appeared very calm. Yi Zixuan pondered it for a moment. That seemed to be the case. The magic treasure was very strong, capable of instantly defeating the Vajra King and demonic shadow. It was even capable of putting a great deal of pressure on the Sacred Master. However, she kept getting the feeling that the magic treasure was not as world-shaking as the legends made it out to be. The smart Yi Zixuan seemed to understand something. The Sacred Master relied on the defensive capabilities of the bead to continuously defend against the attacks of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Long Qianzu did not realize that as he was attacking the Sacred Master, his emotions were in turmoil. His entire being seemed to have sunk into a state of rage. The 17 arms kept slapping at him. Any one of those attacks could easily kill a Xiantian realm expert or even a Qi cultivating realm expert. However, he was actually unable to break the defensive capabilities of the bead. Sacred Master, I will definitely kill you. This broken bead of yours cannot withstand the attacks of my 7-colored glazed pagoda. I will let you witness the true power of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. After attacking for a while, Long Qianzu realized that he was unable to break the defensive capabilities of the bead. Without saying a word, he spat out another mouthful of blood and pushed the seven-colored glazed pagoda forward. This time, the seven-colored light shone brightly and a phantom image appeared. The moment the phantom image appeared, everyone's breathing became hurried. It was as though a huge mountain had appeared in their hearts, pressing down on them. That's the phantom image of the primogenitor. An expert from the sacred lands cried out and knelt down. It was an ancient figure. The moment the phantom image of the primogenitor appeared, the power of the seven-colored glazed pagoda skyrocketed. The defensive bead of the sacred master was finally unable to withstand it. After countless ripples, the bead was finally blasted apart. The sacred master was also severely injured. All the defenses were broken by the seven-colored glazed pagoda and the sacred master was slammed against a huge pillar. See that? You are overestimating yourself. I already have the treasure left behind by the primogenitor, the seven-colored glazed pagoda. How are you going to fight me? Long Qianzu laughed out loud and the seven-colored glazed pagoda in his hand shone even brighter. Right now, your life and death are in my hands. You can either submit to me or be killed by me in one strike. The severely injured sacred master's face was pale. However, at this moment, he laughed out loud and knelt down on the ground. He spread his arms wide open as though he was prostrating himself on the ground. Welcome, primogenitor. The moment the words of the sacred master fell, Long Qianzu's face changed slightly. What do you mean by that? Isn't the primogenitor already dead? Don't tell me he's still alive. Ha ha ha, who said I'm dead? I'm the primogenitor, and I'll never die. Your physical body is not bad, and you have 18 arms. It's perfect for me to possess. A jingguang flashed out of the seven-colored glazed pagoda and entered Long Qianzu's mind. Hand over your body. Let this old man use your body to ascend the world. His voice was cold and domineering. Long Qianzu's face was ferocious. Dream on. Shukju website. Chapter 43:18. Long Qianzu's voice was extremely pitiful. His face then turned even more menacing, as though he was fighting with something. Long Qianzu, this old man is giving you face by using your body. With your potential and aptitude, it's impossible for you to break through that barrier. Only by using your body will you be able to go further. Don't you want to see how far you can go? You must know that the later stages of cultivation are what people yearn for the most. If nothing goes wrong, it's impossible for you to do so. Holy Master, you be *starred. You lied to me. This is your scheme. You must know that the Holy Master isn't dead. He's in the seven-colored glazed pagoda. You're using us to bait you. Long Qianzu roared. His 18 arms waved continuously, wishing that he could tear the Holy Master's body into pieces. But at this moment, these 18 arms were no longer under his control. There weren't many people present who could remain calm. Even the 4 kings from the Kunlun mystic realm had a drastic change in expression. Under this pressure, they could not bring themselves to think of leaving at all. This time, they were truly regretting their decision. The primogenitor wasn't dead. He had left behind a strand of consciousness within the seven-colored glazed pagoda, waiting for them to take the bait. Now, they finally understood why the seven-colored glazed pagoda's power was so ordinary. It was clearly placed here to be used as a bait. Yet, Long Qianzu was the first to snatch the seven-colored glazed pagoda. Furthermore, he had the strongest physical body, much stronger than a human's. Furthermore, he had 18 arms. If the primogenitor were to possess this body, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying than before. Who didn't know that the monster race had the strongest physical body? Someone like Long Qianzu was even scarier. This was because he had inherited a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. Compared to him, the human race was far too lacking. I, Long Qianzu, am the strongest. I will never be possessed by you. I'll tear you into pieces. Long Qianzu continued to roar and struggle. However, his struggles were getting weaker and weaker. Young Master Lin, you really guessed it right. There is indeed something wrong with this magic treasure. I didn't expect that there would be a strand of the ancestors' will hidden inside. Yi Zixuan had already covered her mouth, almost unable to speak. The primogenitor, who had been dead for so long, was actually still alive. This is actually very normal. Otherwise, you would think that a treasure like this would be placed in the most obvious place. Lin Fei had sensed that something was wrong from the beginning. Even if the primogenitor had left behind a magic treasure, it definitely wouldn't be this ordinary. It would not be so easily obtained by others. Lin Fei had also noticed Long Qianzu's change, but he didn't warn him. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined. The dead primogenitor had actually left behind a strand of divine sense to specialize in possession. Moreover, the target of possession was Long Qianzu. It seemed like he had predicted that a demon king would come in. The Dragon 1,000 Feet Demon King was the most outstanding in all aspects, mainly because it was able to unleash its full strength and recover its strength in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei didn't stop them, nor did he want to. He remembered that there were quite a few experts on the same level as the primogenitor. Now that this primogenitor had been revived, it was clear that the other primogenitors had left behind their trump cards. All of a sudden, things became even more interesting. Lin Fei was a lively person. Now that he had the God Tree of Life to recover his strength was recovering day by day. Even if these primogenitors were to cause trouble, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. More importantly, Lin Fei felt that something big was about to happen since Shishir had used such a secret technique. Long Qianzu's struggle didn't last for too long. In the end, he silently stopped moving and floated in midair. This didn't take long. In less than a minute, Long Qianzu slowly opened his eyes. When the possessed Long Qianzu opened his eyes, his gaze became extremely ancient, as though he had experienced a long time. At this moment, Long Qianzu was no longer Long Qianzu. He had been replaced by the primogenitor. This body is not bad. It's much better than this old man's previous body. Just 18 arms can increase this old man's strength by more than 18 times. The possessed Long Qianzu shook his head and moved his body. Kacha-kacha sounds came from all over his body. Saint Master, you've done well. After so many years, you've finally brought him in. The Saint Master stood up and said respectfully. His originally pale face had regained its rosy color. Master, this is what I should do. Without you, I wouldn't have become the sacred master. It's all thanks to these extraterrestrial visitors. If not for them, it wouldn't have been so easy for Long Qianzu to come in by himself. The Vajra King and demonic shadow, who had just climbed out of the ground, also saw this scene. Without saying a word, they fled to the left and right. It was too scary. It turned out that this was a trap left by the primogenitor. They originally thought that there would be something good in the primogenitor's graveyard. Who would have thought that it was a trap that could take someone's life? Long Qianzu was in high spirits. He had just flaunted his prowess for a short while, and now, he had been snatched away. This made them realize that if they didn't leave now, they would be completely finished later. The Vajra King and demonic shadow were also smart. They each chose a direction. No matter how powerful the primogenitor was, it was impossible for him to keep both of them here at once. Long Qianzu glanced at them indifferently. Have I given you permission to leave? Two rays of holy light directly hit the Vajra King and demonic shadow. With a crashing sound, both of them were instantly frozen. Both of them were Qi refinement experts, but they were instantly frozen by Long Qianzu's spell. The sacred master cast spells, but compared to Long Qianzu's spell, the power was on a completely different level. At the very least, the sacred master didn't have the strength to confine the Vajra King and demonic shadow in one go. I don't know who still wants to leave in front of this old man. You can step forward, and this old man will fulfill your wish. A cracking sound was heard. The Vajra King and demonic shadow were severely injured, and they collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were covered with frightening cracks that looked like ravines. If it wasn't for their lingering breath, everyone would think that they were dead. This time, no one dared to move. I can smell the aura of the Kunlun mystic realm on you. It seems that the four of you came from the Kunlun mystic realm. However, your strength is too weak. Long Qianzu's gaze swept across the four kings. With this sweep, the four kings knelt on the ground with a plop. They couldn't bear it at all. Your strength is too weak. A ray of holy light landed on them, and the four kings groaned and fell to the ground. May I ask, how much of your strength do you still have? Remember the mobile version. Chapter 43:19. Suddenly, a voice rang out. His words pulled everyone back from their panic and uneasiness. Only then did they realize that the visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei, had spoken. But why did his words sound so unbelievable? The three demon kings had been completely wiped out. The Holy Lord was this ancestor's disciple. The four kings from the Kunlun secret realm were also heavily injured. No matter how they looked at it, Long Qianzu was the strongest. No, it should be Ancestor Long Qianzu. Lin Fei chuckled, lightening the atmosphere. Could it be that this ancestor was bluffing? But if he was bluffing, he had only heavily injured the King Kong and Shadow Demon King. The Holy Lord said respectfully. Master, this person is the visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei. He's a rather mysterious kid. I suspect that he saw through it from the start, but just didn't say anything. The primogenitor dragon 1,000 feet looked over with a hint of tyranny in its eyes. So you're from the secular world. You sure talk big, but you don't know your place. Is this a place where you can speak as you please? A beam of holy light shot out from the ground. This beam of holy light came out of nowhere. There was no movement at all, as if it had appeared out of thin air. You're a dignified ancestor. Is there a need to be so sneaky? Isn't it perfectly justifiable? Lin Fei snorted. His sword intent flowed like water and protected Lin Fei, as well as Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian. Layers of ripples appeared on the flowing water of the sword intent, easily blocking the attack of the holy light. He's a sword cultivator expert. His sword intent has reached such a high level of mastery. Defend. There was a loud rumbling sound. Beams of holy light shot out from the ground once again. In an instant, the area where Yi Xian was turned into a holy light attack. Ancestor Long Qianzu's technique enveloped the area, not giving this sword cultivator a chance to attack. He wanted to see what this secular expert was capable of. Could he be stronger than the King Kong and Shadow Demon King? Even they weren't a match for his attack. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, who were in the middle of the holy light's attack, turned pale. However, they were obviously a little excited. This was the ancestor's attack. More importantly, Lin Fei had actually managed to block it. Relying on his sword intent, he had easily blocked it. Primogenitor, is this all you've got? You can't even break through my defense, and you still have the nerve to pretend here? I'll stand here and fight for half an hour. If you can't break through, then you're just a puppy. Lin Fei laughed. A trace of unease flashed across Long Qianzu's eyes. The spell attack did not heavily injure the other party, nor did it kill him. Judging from the other party's tone, he seemed to be unscathed. You are the disciple of the old ancestor of the Sky Sword Mountain. Other than him, I don't think there is anyone else who could cultivate the sword intent to such a level. As the holy light receded, the ancestor dragon 1,000 feet squinted its eyes. Your eyesight doesn't look good. Who said I'm from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? Do you really have to be from the Heavenly Sword Mountain to be able to cultivate sword intent? Can't I become a self-taught genius? I think you'd better hurry up and attack. Could it be that you don't have the guts to attack? It would consume too much of your energy. Don't think that you can control Long Qianzu's body on the surface. How could Lin Fei not see that the primogenitor was not as strong as he had imagined? He had yet to completely control Long Qianzu's body. Just now, he had unleashed his ultimate move. He wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. After all, everyone had witnessed the might of the primogenitor. Even the two strongest Yao kings were no match for him, let alone the others. The deterrence was quite good. At the very least, everyone was afraid and no longer dared to have any other thoughts. Now that he had encountered Lin Fei, the situation had changed. Those few attacks were all genuine foundation establishment techniques. That kid's sword intent defense is impenetrable. There are no flaws to break through. I can't break through it for a while. Due to that, Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet was unable to see through his opponent. His opponent was even able to tell him his greatest weakness. If you don't believe me, I'll just attack. At the same time, I can see for myself how strong the rumored primogenitor is. Hua 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 hua. The sky was filled with sword shadows that shot out like a colorful stream of light. Previously, Lin Fei had been attacked by the group of Holy Light. Now, it was Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet's turn to be surrounded by the sword intent. The dense sword shadows blotted out the sky, causing everyone to panic. Even Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet's face sank. This was completely different from the plan. Even Sacred Lord felt the same. He had underestimated the strength of this outsider, Lin Fei. Bang 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 bang. Dragon 1,000 Feet's 18 arms pushed forward. Even the 7-colored glazed pagoda landed on his head, emitting a brilliant light. The sword shadows that Lin Fei had released were like rain. They did not stop at all. Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet could still block them, but Sacred Lord did not have it so easy. In an instant, he was sent flying by the sword shadows. Bloody wounds appeared all over his body. King Kong and Demonic Shadow crawled out at this time. Their injuries were severe. After all, that attack just now had directly torn apart their physical defenses and injured their foundations. Now, seeing the sky full of sword shadows attacking Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet, the two of them looked at Lin Fei with fear and wariness. At the beginning, they had looked down on this person. Although they were a little wary, they were far from being as fearful as they were now. An expert. He was definitely a hidden expert. Did he have to toy with them like this? For some reason, they felt very happy now. At least they could hold back this huge threat. Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet seemed to be in trouble. What were they waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Monster Kings were all very cautious. King Kong and Demonic Shadow slipped away just like that. Those who had followed Sacred Lord also slipped away. It was better not to watch this kind of battle. If they were not careful, they would die without even knowing how they were affected. Primogenitor Dragon Qianzu relied on the strength of his fleshly body to blast away the sword shadows. However, the sword shadows were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. They were so powerful that he could not break through them all. Instead, wounds appeared on his body one after another. His expression grew more and more serious. This was a bad start. Friend, let's talk this out. Didn't you come to the Divine Dragon Mystic Realm to find treasures? I know the whereabouts of a treasure that can definitely satisfy you. It's the god blood that you can't bear to part with. No, it should be the dragon god blood. Blood flowed from the corner of Dragon 1,000 Feet's mouth. His body was covered in sword wounds. Fortunately, Dragon 1,000 Feet's physical body was very strong. The sword shadows were condensed from sword intent. Naturally, they were not as strong as sword intent, especially when they were divided. Chapter 43:20. The primogenitor's words shocked many people. He was a powerful primogenitor, yet he said such words to Lin Fei. Didn't this mean that he was afraid of the alien Lin Fei? You are an expert primogenitor. An invincible existence hundreds of years ago. No matter what, there should be a great battle. Could it be that his opponent had hit a sore spot? Or could it be that this body was not perfectly fused together? It was difficult for him to display Long Qianzu's full combat power. Lin Fei's sword intent attacks did not stop. They rained down on Long Qianzu like a meteor shower. You can scheme for a physical body. I have to discount your words. I think I should beat you half to death first. Lin Fei chuckled and did not show any signs of stopping. Long Qianzu was suffering. Although he had occupied this body, he could not perfectly fuse it. He could not perfectly unleash his power, so he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, Lin Fei's sword intent was not that simple. It possessed an extremely strong penetrative power. A single sword intent might not be a big deal, but what about tens, hundreds, or even thousands of sword intents? The sword intents that filled the sky would definitely cause Long Qianjing to experience a sour feeling. Without saying anything, Long Qianzu shook off the sword intents and rushed towards the sarcophagus. Did I say that you can leave? The sword intent formed a barrier in front of Long Qianzu. Long Qianzu hit the sword intent head-on. God knows how many sword intents had counterattacked his body, leaving wounds all over his body. Although Long Qianzu's body was very strong, he still suffered a lot. Alien Lin Fei, are you sure you want to fight me to the end? This old man advises you not to do this. Although your sword intent is very strong, this old man's means are not as simple as you think. Let's all take a step back. It's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Long Qianzu looked at Lin Fei with even more resentment. It wasn't easy for him to occupy Long Qianzu's body. However, before he could completely control it, he had encountered such a powerful fellow. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator. He was as disgusting as the one from Sky Sword Mountain. I'm not interested in the past. I just feel that there should be a lot of secrets in this sacred mountain. As the person who knows the most, you can't possibly leave, right? Otherwise, who am I going to ask? Lin Fei chased after him unhurriedly, and the sky full of sword shadows attacked again. However, this time, the sword intent seemed to be even sharper than before. Every time, it would strike at the wound. Even though the progenitor dragon's 18 arms were pushing it to the limit, it was still unable to block these airtight attacks. In the past, he had fought against that person from Heavenly Sword Mountain many times, but his sword intent had not been this brutal. Not only did it have extremely penetrative power, but it also had a powerful destructive power. Once it entered the body, it would instantly cause a huge chain reaction. If it had been a weak body, it would have been turned into a hornet's nest in a single exchange. After Long Qianzu was pinned down by Lin Fei, Long Qianzu's expression turned ugly. He couldn't think of a good way to deal with this sword intent. If he relied on his powerful body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan looked at each other. That powerful ancestor of the Kunlun secret realm was actually not a match for Lin Fei. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that it was true? Now that this ancestor has been resurrected, do you think the other ancestors are still alive? Yi Zixuan suddenly said something. After this trip back, I must make things clear to the sect. Who knows, something big might happen in the Kunlun secret realm. The appearance of the ancestor was no less than the descent of a supreme being expert. There were 6 supreme beings in the Kunlun secret realm. Now that there was another ancestor, there would be a total of 7 supreme beings. They would definitely be able to affect the situation in the Kunlun secret realm. Long Qianzu was having a hard time resisting. Lin Fei, you forced this old man to do this. Since you won't let this old man live, this old man won't let you have it easy either. Hee, since you're preparing to unleash your ultimate move, bring it out. Let's see what other ultimate moves you have. Let me have a taste of them. After all, you're the ancestor. Your current moves are still a little too weak. That's right. The current progenitor dragon 1,000 feet was indeed too weak in Lin Fei's eyes. Although it could still unleash the power of a foundation establishment cultivator, it was still too weak. Although he could also unleash the strength of a foundation building realm cultivator, his foundation building realm strength seemed a little too weak. It was as though his strength had been greatly reduced. Lin Fei had not fought with the 6 supreme beings in the Kunlun secret realm before. Naturally, he didn't know how strong they were. But he also knew that they were in the foundation building realm. But this ancestor Long Qianzu's strength was indeed not as strong as he imagined. 13 transformations of the dragon god. Long Qianzu snorted coldly and unleashed a powerful secret technique. Fresh blood flowed from his body. Dragon scales emerged from his body and covered his entire body. Even his face was covered in dragon scales. Long Qianzu's voice turned extremely cold. This old man can finally unleash the 13 transformations of the dragon god. The feeling of being strong is really good. As expected of the dragon god bloodline. Whoosh! Long Qianzu's figure charged forward. All 18 of his arms were covered in dragon scales as he attacked. The moment he opened his mouth, dragon might roared out from Long Qianzu's mouth. The entire graveyard was filled with a whistling sound. This sound was like a primordial dragon emerging from the depths of the abyss, rushing straight into everyone's heart. Bang! 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 One by one, the experts vomited blood and fell to the ground. Even King Kong and Emo Ing were the same. Their faces were pale. The suppression of the bloodline caused them to lie on the ground, unable to move at all. Dragon God. This is definitely the might of the dragon god. Long Qianzu's 18 arms turned incomparably sharp, shattering the sword intent one by one. No matter how strong Lin Fei's sword intent was, when it landed on Long Qianzu's body, it was blocked by the dragon scales, leaving only a few white marks. This is this old man's trump card. I can't bear to use it. But since you don't know the meaning of death, this old man will fulfill your wish. I'll let you see the means of the dragon god. Now that this old man is impervious to swords and spears, even your sword intent can't break this old man's defense. This old man wants to see what makes you think you can fight with me. Long Qianzu's attack was like a torrential storm. His strength had increased by more than 10 times. It had definitely skyrocketed. 18 arms came crashing down, and each arm had the power of a foundation establishment powerhouse. If I'm not wrong, you took away Long Qianzu's body to unleash the 13 transformations of the dragon god. I wonder how many transformations you'll be able to unleash. The flowing sword intent blocked in front of Long Qianzu. If Long Qianzu's attack was like a torrential storm, then Lin Fei's sword intent defense was watertight. One hard and one soft. It seemed like neither could do anything to the other.